Chapter 1938. Jalanash landed on the ground. West walked up and asked, "Did you kill it?" "One dead and one injured," Jalanash said. Hell AIs is dealing with the aftermath. Not long after, Helios returned in less than 10 minutes. "How was it?" "Done," Hell AI said calmly. "It's just a small fry, and it was heavily injured by Jalanash. If I can't deal with it, it'll be too embarrassing." As for the others, they went to participate in killing the spirit beasts. After losing their leader, the spirit beasts started retreating one after another. It seemed like other than the two leader spirit beasts, they had other commanders. The retreating spirit beasts were no longer a threat. Some of the weaker spirit controllers could now slaughter the spirit beasts without any worries. The supernatural organization had killed the two spirit beasts themselves, so they definitely had the most achievements. However, killing some small fries would also allow the association members to vent their anger. At this moment, Magri Modric arrived at the area where the association members were fighting. He was worried about being misunderstood, so when he got close, he deactivated the protective spell. After all, they were on the battlefield, and the situation was very chaotic. Many times, because of nervousness, they might hurt their own people. Therefore, every organization and force basically had their own territory. No one interfered with each other in case they were misunderstood. If they wanted to get close to someone else's territory, the first thing they had to do was remove their own defensive spell to show their sincerity. Magri Modric came to the area around the members and slowed down. "Mr. West, hello." "Hello, Mr. Magri. This is a battlefield. It's not a good habit to run around." Magri Modric's gaze searched around and finally landed on Jalanash. "Hello, Miss Jalanash. What is it?" Jalanash wasn't very willing to talk to Magri Modric. Magri Modric wasn't weak at all, but Jalanash just couldn't stand Magri Modric. Last time, Magri Modric had brought people to cause trouble for them. If they hadn't agreed to let them go, everyone, including Magri Modric, wouldn't be alive now. "Miss Jalanash, was the spell you just used really, little son?" To be honest, the power of that little son was beyond imagination. Magri Modric felt that Jalanash must have found a trick. That was why he decided to come over and learn from Jalanash to see if he could get any tips. Everyone immediately understood Magri Modric's intentions. You don't have to think about it. That's the amplification effect of a magic tool. Jalanash's answer was within Modric's expectations. Even if Jalanash was stronger than him, she couldn't be more than 10 times stronger. Therefore, it was acceptable if it was enhanced by magic tools. But even so, Magri Modric still felt that this group of people really shouldn't be offended. These organizations that came from a magic desert were all extremely strong. Modric didn't want to clash with such a powerful organization. Right at this moment, a few obviously powerful auras spread over. The owners of these auras had deliberately released their auras in order to warn the crowd of their arrival. Then, a huge carpet fell from above their heads. There were 7 people standing on the flying carpet. Everyone knew one of them. It was Sivir. After the 7 people got off the flying carpet, it turned into a cloak and returned to the back of one of them. Malone led the way to the people from the association. "Hello, I'm Malone, also the manager of the gathering area." "Hello, we're from North America, the Supernatural Organization." "There's such a powerful supernatural organization in North America." Malone sounded like he was asking, but also like he was doubting. Perhaps he felt that the supernatural organization was a disguise. Of course, everyone just smiled and didn't say anything. No one had the obligation to answer questions from unrelated people. "Everyone, after the battle, there will be a gathering in the gathering area. Would you be interested in joining? We're very tired. We need a rest." West tactfully rejected Malone's invitation. "Are you here for the Nature Guardian's promise, or the Scarlet Church's mission?" Malone asked. West's heart jumped. The Nature Guardian's promise? He really didn't know about this. But on the surface, West still pretended to be nonchalant. "Both." Malone smiled. "Since both are available, why reject my invitation? I'm the Nature Guardian's representative. I can provide you with more useful information. Mr. Malone, if you think there's value in cooperating with us, we can choose another time. We really need a rest. After all, this battle isn't easy." They definitely couldn't show him patience now. West was such a smart person. How could he let others have the upper hand? Of course, this was a sign of their confidence. They weren't worried that Malone would abandon them. Their strength was there for all to see. Thus, to maximize their benefits, they definitely couldn't be impatient now. The battle was already coming to an end. The spirit beasts either escaped or were killed. Other than the sporadic battles, most spiritualists had basically stopped. Magri Modric glanced at the people from the supernatural organization. He realized that Jolene and Nash were the only people from the supernatural community who had actually acted. The others had more or less attacked, but they looked more like they were having fun and relaxing. For example, the people who left a deep impression on him: Elite, Gaia, Norma, and Hell AIs. They didn't attack and stay by West's side. The few people who did it were just casually casting a few spells. How strong was the supernatural organization? But Malone and the others clearly didn't know. The people of the association reorganized themselves a little before bidding farewell to Ma Long and leaving. Malone, are we just letting them leave? It's fine. They're dragging it out because they want more benefits. As long as they can guarantee victory in this battle, I don't mind promising them some benefits as long as they show enough strength. They're not the only powerful supernatural organization in the gathering area. Now isn't the time to care about this, Malone said. If the other organizations are powerful, I'm willing to contact them. The monster army is far stronger than what we see now. Chapter 1939. The next day, Marlon brought the 6 managers to contact West again. Mr. West, you don't seem to be willing to contact us. Can you tell me why? Marlon went straight to the point. Do you have some misunderstanding about us? Or do we do something to make you feel uncomfortable? No, West said. I'm keeping my distance from you because we have different goals. Your goals are very pure and noble, while ours are much more complicated. Our main goal is profit. To West, Marlon and the others looked more like volunteers for a public cause. They were respectable, but not many people would support them. West's words were clear. They were here because there was a profit to be made. They would use their own abilities to accumulate enough merits and then exchange them for benefits from the Scarlet Church. To put it more bluntly, everyone had different goals. But Mr. West, you haven't even contacted us before. Why are you so sure that we can't pay you enough? Marlon smiled at West. Then what can you give us? Did you know that there used to be 12 nature guardians on this continent? The current guardian is Lore Boyd. Our ancestors slept here. Their remains are still preserved, including their dragon balls, eyes, bones, and hearts, Marlon said. Malone said, if you can help, then Sir Boyd can take out a portion of the Dragon Guardian's remains as a reward. West couldn't quite accept this deal. It was like Chun Zhao was the president of the supernatural organization. After Chun Zhao passed away one day, the younger generation of the organization would use Chun Zhao's remains as a bargaining chip in order to receive some help. Whether Chun Zhao was willing or not aside, even if he was, West couldn't accept the terms of the deal. This was because there was a moral bottom line. Of course, there was another important reason. They didn't have much desire for dragon materials. After all, they didn't lack dragon materials. Mr. Marlon, we respect the guardian ancestors very much, so we can't accept this deal. West still tried to put it nicely. Mr. West, you're worrying too much. When I was alive, Mr. Boyd didn't casually use the remains of the guardians as a bargaining chip. It was the dying wish of the guardians. They made a promise before they died that they could use their remains as a bargaining chip when necessary. Malone said, Mr. Malone, is there nothing else apart from the remains of the dragons? Malone was surprised to hear West's words. West's words had sounded like he was only interested in profits. Why did he reject the remains of the Dragon Clan? Could it be that he didn't have enough chips? Malone suddenly looked up at West, then at the association members around him. All of them had the faint aura of the Dragon Clan. It was very weak, but Malon could sense it. This was mainly because Malone himself possessed the power of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, he was very sensitive to the aura of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the dragon aura on their bodies didn't come from the same dragon race. The Dragon Clan aura on their bodies was not because of the power bestowed by the Dragon Clan. If it was the power bestowed by the Dragon Clan, then the aura would be very dense. However, their auras were extremely weak. The auras on their bodies weren't the power of the Dragon Clan. Instead, they carried some kind of artifact belonging to the Dragon Clan. Malone suddenly understood. They had not only the remains of the Dragon Clan, but also more than one. No wonder they weren't interested in the remains of the Dragon Clan. They already had the remains of the Dragon Clan. However, with their strength, they couldn't possibly slay a dragon, right? Could it be that they were hiding their strength? Mr. West, have you participated in a dragon-slaying operation before? Malone asked tentatively. If they had enough people and had the strength they had displayed last night, it was indeed possible for them to successfully slay a dragon. We have the remains of the Dragon Clan, but that doesn't mean we've slain a dragon before. We just happened to obtain the remains. Malone wasn't surprised. If they had really slain a dragon before, their strength wouldn't be justified at all. Moreover, the auras on their bodies didn't come from the same dragon race. If they could really kill 2 or more dragons, then their strength would be too terrifying. We once discovered a battlefield of the Dragon Clan. 3 dragons were fighting each other. We didn't do anything and waited until the 3 dragons died together. Only then did we retrieve their remains. West said, this lie didn't need any special details because the difficulty of slaying a dragon was too great. That was why their lie seemed more plausible. Malone nodded. He believed West's words. At least, he felt that most of them were true. However, it was indeed rare for 3 dragons to fight each other. In the end, they even died together. Mr. West, what about the blessing from the Guardian? Do you need it? What type of blessing? Blessing was also a type of magic, but it didn't have any specific attribute. In fact, almost every type of magic had a blessing. There were also some special existences that had the power of blessing. For example, this nature's guardian. This kind of existence's blessing was very special. Their blessings would have a special effect. As long as certain conditions are met, you can freely borrow the guardian's power. Since you said that certain conditions have to be met, then it's not free to use. Mr. West, you're worrying too much. This condition refers to the body's condition. After all, even if the dragon race's power is right in front of you, not everyone can withstand it. You're a master magician, so you should understand this, Malone said respectfully. West was still not satisfied. In comparison, he was more willing to accept the conditional lending of power. He was more at ease using the power of equivalent trade, because this power was a trade. After using it, it would be over. There would be no subsequent karma. However, although the blessings that Ma Long spoke of sounded wonderful, in reality, it was a form of karma. In the future, if the nature's guardian needed it, it might be able to use this to recruit him. It would be difficult for him to refuse. He might not even be able to. Mr. Malone, let's talk about something more practical. Although we're not the best in the industry, we hope for a fair trade. You can treat us as mercenaries. You can give us a good price, and we'll act according to the price. Chapter 1940. Malone was speechless at the sly old fox West. West was too shrewd. If he wanted something good, he wanted something tangible. Malone took out a horn that looked like it had been made from a goat's horn. This is the dragon horn, Malone said. Malone said, as long as you blow the dragon's horn, you can release dragon's might. However, to blow the dragon's horn, you must have powerful magic power. West's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. It was a magic tool that only dragons could make, and a dragon could only make one in its lifetime. Although it wasn't unique, there were only a handful of them in the outside world. The Dragon Clan would only give the dragon horn to a human they recognized. If you can blow the dragon's horn, then this will be your reward. West lowered his head in thought. The dragon horn was indeed very precious. He had indeed heard of the dragon horn. However, it wasn't suitable for most spiritualists. After all, most spiritualists couldn't use the dragon horn in battle. The dragon horn wasn't meant to be used in battle either. We agree, Gaia said as she walked in. West looked at Gaia. Gaia only gave him a look. Actually, West was hesitating because if this deal was made, he would undoubtedly be the one to use the dragon horn. This would make him feel like he was abusing his power and making everyone in the association work for him. West had always been a very disciplined person. He wasn't willing to do something that would leave behind a lot of criticism. Malone looked at Gaia. He noticed that Gaia's dragon aura was slightly stronger. He guessed that Gaia might have some powerful dragon magic tool. Malone wasn't sure if Gaia's words counted, so he looked at West. West thought for a moment and said, "Since our people think this deal is okay, let's work together." Malone was very straightforward. He tossed the dragon horn to West. "Can we talk about the specifics now?" Malone asked. West nodded. "Of course. Since we decided to work together, we naturally need to know the exact situation. There has always been a nature guardian on this wild continent since ancient times. Furthermore, every nature guardian has been a member of the Dragon Clan." The Dragon Clan explained. Malone slowly explained. "The nature guardian's main responsibility is to maintain the natural balance of this place. At the same time, they're also responsible for guarding this place against unnatural forces. Those spirit beasts last night, are they the unnatural powers you spoke of? They're the four main enemies of the nature guardians. The undead elemental army was created by an ancient shaman on the African continent. That shaman wanted to pursue immortality, and one day, he thought that he had successfully created immortality. Then, he cast a spell of immortality on everyone in the tribe. However, this spell of immortality ended in failure. The entire tribe became undead elemental bodies, evil spirits that fused with the elements. Their souls were tortured by the elements all day long. They hated this world and all living beings in this world, so they wanted to assimilate all living beings into undead elemental bodies. The leader of the undead elemental army was that shaman, Boila. Ancient Yida's army is also a product of humans. They are twisted creatures created by ancient shamans. Their numbers are huge, and they have no leader. The spirit of vengeance is formed from the living beings killed by humans. It is a huge and terrifying monster. This spirit of vengeance is even able to fight against the nature guardians. Originally, the nature guardian had enough power to resist these unnatural forces, but because of the Scarlet Church's mischief, the nature guardian was listed as a hunting target, causing the nature guardian to be attacked by a large number of spiritualists. In one attack, the nature guardian was ambushed by the vengeful cursed spirit when it was fighting against those spiritualists, causing it to suffer severe injuries. Now, the nature guardian is in a weakened state. The originally fragile balance has completely lost its stability. The enemies of the nature guardian are stirring, and the most active among them is the spirit beast army. Their numbers are simply too large, so their attacks are unrestrained. From Malone's description, the situation was far more serious than what West had imagined. In addition, the evil cultists are also getting restless, trying to cause even more chaos. From what you're saying, the current situation is already very serious. It's indeed very grim, but it's not entirely without good news. The four enemies of the Nature Guardian aren't her companions, and they are also fighting amongst themselves. Moreover, although they know that the Nature Guardian is injured, they don't know the extent of her injuries. Then how serious are the injuries of the Nature Guardians? Malone muttered to himself for a long time, hesitating whether he should tell the truth or not. After all, he didn't completely trust West and the others. However, after thinking for a long time, Malone finally decided to tell the truth. Currently, the Nature Guardians are unable to fight. There are only two ways. What are they? One way is to stall for time. 10 years. The Nature Protector needs 10 years to recover. You're saying that we have to guard this place for 10 years. West shouted. If that's the case, I'm sorry, but we can't help you. West stuffed the dragon horn back into Malone's hands. Don't worry, Mr. West. I've said that there are two ways. Stalling for time is also unacceptable to us. For dragons, 10 years is a short time, but for humans, 10 years is too long, Malone said unhurriedly. Malone said unhurriedly. That's why there's another way, which is to eliminate a certain number of enemies. Isn't that the old way? Just fight and it'll be over in no time, Wes said nonchalantly. It's not the same. The reason why the Nature Guardian is the Nature Guardian is because while he protects the wildlands, he also receives the power of the wildlands. After killing those enemies, they will return to nature and eventually return to the Nature Guardian's body. This way, the Nature Guardian's injuries can be healed quickly. As long as we kill enough enemies, the Nature Guardian can recover in an extremely short time. Chapter 1941. You have to give us a specific number, Wes said. If you only say that we have to kill a lot of them, we won't have an idea at all. I don't like this kind of battle without an exact number. At least one of the Nature Guardian's 4 main enemies has to be eliminated for the Nature Guardian to recover completely. We can't do that, West rejected directly. Even if he accepted Malone's reward, it didn't mean that Malone could ask for an exorbitant price. Moreover, Malone's request was indeed too much. According to Marlin's explanation, the Nature Guardian's 4 main enemies were the Spirit Beast Army, the Undead Elemental Army, Guyita's Army, and the Spirit of Vengeance. The 4 of them had close combat strength, and with the Spirit of Vengeance as the standard, the Spirit of Vengeance's strength was equivalent to the Nature Guardian's. In other words, they would have to face an enemy that was at the level of a dragon with the title of Nature Guardian. This was too much. West knew the supernatural organization's strength very well. Putting aside Chun Zhao, the people below the president weren't weak, but they weren't at the top either. Even if they all worked together, they wouldn't be able to fight against a dragon. Take Gaia, for example. She had the bloodline of a dragon. Ever since her awakening, her bloodline had been increasing in purity. But even now, she was barely at the level of a young dragon. She was only at the level of a Betos. A young dragon and an adult dragon were 2 completely different concepts. Gaia was also the strongest in the supernatural organization. Moreover, the difference in strength wasn't something that could be made up with a few people. It was like a special forces soldier and a kid. Their strength, speed, and combat power were only 10 times different. But could 10 kids beat a special forces soldier? Of course, from the current situation, if they really wanted to accept this mission, the Spirit Beast Army was undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, the Spirit Beasts won purely through numbers. Their individual strength was within the acceptable range of the supernatural organization. Moreover, the supernatural organization was most confident in dealing with such a large number of enemies. However, since they were able to rival the other 3, then their numbers were probably terrifying. Quantitative change could be transformed into qualitative change. Mr. West, I feel that you could try the Spirit Beast Army. Malone said, the Spirit Beast Army isn't always gathered together. They are all led by Chief-class Spirit Beasts. Roughly 1 Chief-class Spirit Beast will be born out of every 10,000 Spirit Beasts. Their habits are very similar to wild beasts, and they will often have conflicts with each other over territory. Hence, you don't need to deal with the entire Spirit Beast Army at once. You just need to wipe them out one by one. Marlin paused for a moment before continuing. Also, I can provide you with information about the Spirit Beasts. I still can't. Your conditions are too much, West said. Mr. West, we can arrange for a few spiritualists who are not weak to work with you. A rather strong spiritualist? We don't like to team up with strangers. Malone had never met someone so difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the fact that they were powerful, Ma Long would have flipped the table. Marlin continued, Mr. West, the people I've arranged are not weak, but they are also willing to listen to your orders. They will obey any order you give them unconditionally. Are these people your subordinates? No, but they have already made a promise. Hence, they don't object to my arrangements. West was a little puzzled. They weren't Marlin's subordinates, yet they weren't weak and would obey Marlin's orders unconditionally. Ordinary spiritualist organizations might not be willing to work with strangers, let alone listen to the orders of strangers. Could it be that these spiritualists had something on them that Marlin could use against them? Hence, they were being threatened by him? If that was the case, he would have to be even more careful. Mr. West, I believe that our cooperation should be based on sincerity. My request will be lowered again and again. All right, but before that, I need to know who the people you've arranged for me are and how strong they are. I don't want to bring a bunch of burdens with me. Don't you agree? Of course, no problem. Mr. Sonnenfeld, when do you plan to return the money you owe us? Sonnenfeld's expression was very ugly as he looked at the people in front of him. I've already applied for bankruptcy protection. I don't have the money to return it to you. Sonnenfeld could only hide in his daughter's house and rely on her to live. This had saved him a lot of trouble. During this period, the money he owed through proper channels couldn't do anything to him. However, the money he owed did not all come from proper channels. For example, the person in front of him was from Sane and Finance Company. Of course, they were also a usury group. Sonnenfeld had borrowed $3 million, but after a year, it had turned into $5 million. Usury represented huge profits, so it was inevitable that it would appear in any country or region. Of course, usury was not allowed or protected by the law. However, usury did not rely on the law to collect debts. They used more direct methods. Mr. Sonnenfeld, this is not a reason for you to reject us. The man with a small mustache, standing in front of Sonnenfeld, smoked a cigar. When he looked at Sonnenfeld, his eyes flickered with coldness. I don't like violence, but that doesn't mean I won't use it. I communicate with most of my clients peacefully, but if they don't listen to me, I don't mind using unconventional methods to get back the money that belongs to us. Just then, the door opened and Demi walked in. When she saw her father and a few strangers, her face sank. Who are you? Get out of my house, or I'll call the police. The man with a small mustache looked at Demi. Miss Demi, I'm the person in charge of Sane and Finance Company. This is my business card. We have some financial disputes with your father, but if you call the police, the situation will become very complicated. Dad, how much do you owe them? Demi looked at her father. Sonnenfeld lowered his head, unwilling to answer the question. $5 million, the man with a small mustache answered for Sonnenfeld. Demi's face darkened. $5 million? Even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be able to get that much money. Chapter 1942. The people from the finance company left. Although they did not use force, the name of the finance company gave off a very bad feeling. Even if Demi was a high-ranking military officer, it was useless. Demi and Sonnenfeld sat in the room, neither of them speaking. Dad, why are you in debt to the loan sharks? Before my movie was released, I thought that the film company stock would soar because of my movie, so I borrowed some money to buy the company's stock, Sonnenfeld said helplessly. You know the result. Demi was also helpless. She also knew that her father had been in trouble. His father had ended up in his current situation because he had invested all of his assets into stocks. Do you know the background of those loan sharks? Demi asked. Yes, they're New Yorkers. Of course, the New Yorker Sonnenfeld was talking about was not just a magazine. New Yorkers referred to a wide range of things, and one of them was widely known as the gang. This was also a very famous gang in the United States. Demi's face gradually darkened. The gang structure was very complicated. It could even influence politicians. Therefore, it was difficult for Demi to use the military's power. Suddenly, Demi thought of an idea. A solution that was not really a solution. Dad, stay here for now. I'll think of something, Demi said as she left in a hurry and headed to the military base headquarters. Seeing Demi return, Demi's adjutant immediately came over. Sir, aren't you on leave? I'm fine. So I came back, Demi said calmly. Due to the explosion on the artificial island in Lake Pontchartrain, Demi had been demoted. Now, she was only a major. However, her authority did not decrease because of that. Instead, she was authorized to handle some special events. Now, she was in charge of the entire military base. After Demi returned to her office, she immediately opened a file on her computer. Demi had access to a lot of secrets. Not long ago, she discovered one of the missions. The higher-ups had given her $30 million for this mission. It could be said that this mission was the most expensive mission that Demi had ever encountered. After all, some missions in third-world countries only cost a few $100,000 to a few $1 million. Eliminate the Sala lab in the desert near the capital of Baja California. The mastermind behind Sarah's laboratory was the culprit behind the explosion of the artificial island in Lake Pontchartrain. At present, the approximate location of Sala's laboratory had been determined. It was located underground within 200 square kilometers. Demi stared at the description of the mission, reading every single useful information in detail. At the moment, it was still impossible to find out the true identity of the owner of Sarah's laboratory, so it was best to keep at least one person alive. At the same time, Sarah's laboratory was conducting unknown experiments, and the contents of the experiments were likely to involve human and biological experiments that violated national and international laws. There were also many unnatural monsters in the desert that were extremely aggressive. Because it was located in Mexico, it could not receive military support, nor could it carry too many extraordinary weapons. However, they could hire international mercenaries, and the activity budget was capped at $30 million US. Demi thought about it. At the moment, she could only mobilize about 500 people in the military base. There were only about 300 people who could carry out the mission, while the other 200 were logistics personnel. Furthermore, it was impossible for all 300 of them to complete the mission at the same time. For this operation, they could only mobilize about 150 people at most. During the last operation on the artificial island in Lake Pontchartrain, she had lost nearly 100 people. This time, the target was Sarah's laboratory itself, so the danger would definitely be higher than the last time. Wanting to completely destroy Sarah's laboratory with just 150 people? The difficulty was too high. Demi thought about it for a long time. According to her best plan, she would complete this mission alone. She would falsely report the use of the funds, then withhold a portion of the funds to pay off her father's debt. As a military general, she naturally had a way. For example, she could set up a shell company, then use the shell company's account to transfer the funds to this company. However, the prerequisite was that she had enough strength to deal with Sarah's laboratory. If she couldn't deal with Sarah's laboratory, then the higher-ups of the military would definitely conduct a detailed investigation of the operation. To find out the reason for the failure, this would increase the possibility of her withholding funds being exposed. If she could complete this mission, then all she needed to do was to report the operation, and the higher-ups wouldn't get to the bottom of it and investigate where the funds were used. Demi thought about it for a long time, trying to find an appropriate plan to complete this mission. However, she lacked sufficient strength, and this operation was outside of the country, which increased the difficulty of her mission. What should she do? Demi suddenly thought of someone. Chun Zhao, the culprit that caused her father to go bankrupt. He was also the person she hated the most. Demi wasn't really willing to interact with Chun Zhao. This was because Chun Zhao was someone as strong as her. Moreover, he had almost no weaknesses. He had enormous assets, and in this country, rich people were the privileged class. Moreover, his personal strength was unfathomable. After thinking for a long time, Demi finally decided to interact with Chun Zhao. Demi packed up the confidential documents and went to Chun Zhao's residence. "Boss, here's the financial report from Citibank." Portia handed it to Chun Zhao. Portia had already seen the numbers on it. Chun Zhao's expenses last month were huge, but they weren't even as much as the interest on his bank account. This meant that no matter how much Chun Zhao spent, his money still didn't decrease. His money didn't decrease. Instead, it continued to increase. Of course, this didn't include Chun Zhao's personal income. Chun Zhao's bank account was enough to make Portia's scalp go numb. Chun Zhao glanced at the financial report and then put away. Chun Zhao had never been good at math. Thus, he'd always been very casual about financial reports. Of course, if he found out that the bank's agent, Andrews, had cheated Chun Zhao's money one day, he could ask the bank for compensation with his financial report. Just then, the butler system sent a message. "Master, a stranger has entered Mingwei Villa. After checking a license plate, we can confirm that the owner is Demi Sonnenfeld, a mid-level general in the military, major rank." Chapter 1943. She was a guest, but Demi wasn't a good guest. It was obvious from her gaze and expression when she'd arrived. She definitely wasn't a guest. Portia stood beside Chun Zhao. Looking at Demi's angry face, she was even more annoyed. Last time, Demi had used her to threaten Chun Zhao. It would be strange if she had a good attitude towards Demi. Chun Zhao crossed his legs and looked at Demi. "Ms. Demi, if you're just here to stare at me, I can take a photo for you. You can stare at it day and night." Demi took a deep breath. Even here, Demi was still hesitant about whether or not to cooperate with Chun Zhao. But in the end, she made up her mind. Ms. Portia, can you give me some space? I have something to discuss with your boss. Portia was even more annoyed. You don't pay me. Why should I listen to you? Demi looked at Chun Zhao. Mr. Chun, what do you think? Portia, go and accompany the kids. Chun Zhao also wanted to know why Demi was looking for him. If Portia was here, Demi definitely wouldn't say anything. What she wanted to tell him was most likely confidential information. It wouldn't benefit Portia if she knew. Portia glared at Demi hatefully and then turned to leave. You can say it now, Ms. Demi. Demi handed Chun Zhao the document she'd brought with her. Mr. Chun, take a look at this. What's this? Chun Zhao didn't take it out immediately. Demi wasn't his friend. In fact, they were enemies. Who knew what the document was? Remember the explosion on the artificial island in Lake Pontchartrain? Demi said. It was done by the people from Sarah's lab. Chun Zhao still didn't take out the document. Instead, he waited for Demi to continue. Demi's expression was calm. She hoped to see some change in Chun Zhao's expression. But Chun Zhao didn't move at all, as if this had nothing to do with him. In fact, it really had nothing to do with him. I still don't understand. Mr. Chun, you were attacked by a super bomb last time. Don't you want revenge? I don't want to. I am a person who advocates peace and opposes violence. Not all losses can be solved with violence. Hearing that, Demi couldn't help but feel nauseous. Chun Zhao's words were really untrustworthy. Mr. Chun, this isn't interesting at all. Is that so? But I still don't understand. Miss Demi, why are you showing me this thing? Demi was a bit annoyed by Chun Zhao's obvious question. However, there was no trust between them in the first place. Therefore, both sides held back from each other. Of course, Demi hoped that Chun Zhao would be overwhelmed by anger. Meanwhile, Chun Zhao was always on guard against Demi. Mr. Chun, I'll be straightforward. How about you and I work together to eradicate this Sarah lab? Nothing. Chun Zhao rejected Demi's suggestion. Why? This will benefit you as well. Benefits? I don't see any benefits. Demi took a deep breath and said, $10 million. Chun Zhao crossed his arms and didn't react at all. $15 million. $20 million. But Chun Zhao still didn't react. Mr. Chun, you'd better take a look at the documents I brought. In the past 10 years, Sarah Lab has conducted a large number of illegal experiments. 10 years ago, there was a case of a large number of police officers going missing in Bacali. In one night, more than 50 police officers went missing. 3 years later, they were found buried in an abandoned mine. These 50 police officers all had one thing in common. They all took part in an operation. They once took down an organization that sold human organs. That organization was an external department of Sarah Lab. What does this have to do with me? All the signs show that Sarah Lab is a vengeful organization. They take revenge on those who were their enemies in the past, Demi said. Demi said, both you and I have fought them before, so I don't think Sala's laboratory will let you go. Chun Zhao frowned. He really didn't like Demi. He didn't like Demi, but he had to admit that Demi's words had hit his sore spot. Chun Zhao didn't like to guard against thieves day and night. You represent the military. Isn't the military enough to destroy Sarah Lab? Sarah Lab is in Mexico, in the middle of the desert near Bacali. No matter how powerful the military is, they can't send an army into Mexico. Since it's in Mexico, you have even less reason to attack, right? It's not in America, anyway. No, they're a potential threat. We have to destroy them. Demi stared at Chun Zhao. Just like last time, you'll be hired as a special consultant for the military. Chun Zhao closed his eyes and leaned back, as if he was thinking about Demi's words. Mr. Chun, after this operation, we'll write off all our grudges. I won't make trouble for you in the future either. Chun Zhao had to admit that he was still a bit wary of Demi. After all, she was a mid-level general. Her hatred couldn't hurt Chun Zhao in any real way, but it didn't hurt him much. But the potential threat still existed. This was a problem Chun Zhao had to face. Seeing that Chun Zhao was wavering, Demi continued. Apart from that, I can also be your partner in the military. Of course, it's a private one. Chun Zhao was tempted, but he still hesitated. Why should I believe you? I can write a guarantee for you, Demi said. Demi said, If our relationship breaks down in the future, you can expose this guarantee. Chun Zhao was surprised. Demi's intentions were too obvious. She wanted to cooperate with him. She'd actually put his weakness in his hands. But Chun Zhao had to admit that he was really wavering this time. Demi was a potential stock in the military. If she could become his partner, it would only be good for him. Sure, as long as you're willing to write a guarantee, I'll agree to the cooperation. Chun Zhao finally made up his mind. I have another condition, Demi said. Chun Zhao frowned. What condition? Demi looked at Chun Zhao. I need you to promise me first, then I can tell you. How is that possible? Do I have to promise you even if you tell me to eat shit? My condition isn't difficult for you at all. In fact, it's insignificant. Chapter 1944. Even if they'd verbally agreed to cooperate. But Chun Zhao still wouldn't agree to Demi's strange request easily. Even if it was a verbal agreement, Chun Zhao wouldn't accept it if he wasn't sure. If you can't tell me your request first, I definitely won't agree. Demi took a deep breath. She was angry at Chun Zhao's stubbornness. He wasn't willing to expose even the slightest flaw. From the beginning to the end, Demi couldn't take the initiative. She could only wait for Chun Zhao's answer. On behalf of the military, I hope to pay you $30 million US, not $20 million US. Chun Zhao was stunned, but he quickly understood Demi's intentions. Even so, you won't get the money, right? Chun Zhao looked at Demi. Chun Zhao didn't care if Demi cooperated or not. In fact, he was more willing for her to do so. That way, Demi would give Chun Zhao even more leverage. If Demi's previous promise was only for her to lose her position and job, then what she did now would be illegal. Now what she did was illegal and a felony. She would even be court-martialed. Demi looked at Chun Zhao with some mockery in her eyes. I really don't understand how you earned such a large fortune. Then tell me how you're going to get the money. I don't need you to transfer the money directly to my account. What I need is for you to open 2 anonymous overseas accounts and prepare them in advance. You don't need to wait for the military to transfer the money to your account before you carry out a series of operations. What's the point of that? If the military transfers the money to the account under your name, the military could track the account through financial channels and know the short-term flow of funds in your account. However, if you prepare the money in advance, the military can't track it. Of course, these 2 anonymous accounts will be handed to me after the money is in hand. That's a simple procedure, Demi said coolly. Chun Zhao got the gist of it. It was indeed very simple. But if he wanted to take the money, Demi wouldn't be able to do anything. This involved the issue of trust. Demi had suggested this mostly because she was confident in her own value. In this regard, Chun Zhao indeed wouldn't ruin his cooperation with Demi for $10 million. Chun Zhao didn't want to make a powerful enemy for $10 million. With this in hand, Demi would no longer be a threat. I never thought that the proud Miss Demi would have such an unknown side to her. Demi glanced at Chun Zhao. It's all because of you. Because of you, my father owes a lot of money. Some of it is from loan sharks. Most of it is to pay off the loan sharks. The rest is for my father to pay off his bank debt. Demi looked at Chun Zhao. Because Sonnenfeld had filed for bankruptcy protection, he didn't have to worry about his bank debt for the time being. But it also made his life extremely inconvenient. Sonnenfeld couldn't even have his own credit card. His credit rating in the bank had completely collapsed. In the United States, if one's credit went bankrupt, it would be hard for one to do anything. Although Demi was a mid-level general in the military, she was facing millions of dollars in debt. She was also powerless. It was precisely because of this that she decided to take the risk. Of course, she knew it was wrong to do so. But now, she had no other choice. She felt that she deserved it. This was no longer about right or wrong. If she didn't do this, she would lose her father. Chun Zhao laughed. He didn't feel guilty or regretful at all. Miss Demi, if you're willing to sign a contract to sell yourself, I'll be happy to help your father pay off his debt. Demi ignored Chun Zhao's words and pretended that she didn't hear anything. Was it that easy to sign a contract to sell herself? Her identity was so sensitive. If she really did sign a contract to sell herself, even if there wouldn't be any legal consequences, once it was exposed, she might be judged as a traitor. Of course, Chun Zhao was just saying it casually. He didn't really expect Demi to agree. After all, Demi wasn't at the end of her rope yet. The operation will start in a week. You should prepare. We need to do some preparations, too. I'll participate, too, Demi said. Oh, since you're the military special consultant, you can give me some suggestions. It's best for your soldiers to wear portable weapons with strong penetration and incendiary bombs. Regular grenades won't be very effective. Also, your soldiers need to prepare protective clothing. Anything else? What I'm saying now is based on what I've seen on the artificial island in Lake Pontchartrain. However, the incident on the artificial island in Lake Pontchartrain was caused by an attack by Sarah's laboratory. Sarah's laboratory itself is definitely more dangerous than the artificial island in Lake Pontchartrain. I know nothing about Sarah's laboratory, so I'm not sure what kind of danger we'll encounter. Also, if Sarah Lab uses a super bomb like last time, I won't be able to do anything. We'll all die together. Hearing that, Demi couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. After all, the explosion on Lake Pontchartrain's artificial island had left a deep impression on Demi. The artificial island had completely disappeared because of that, and a large portion of the Lake Pontchartrain bridge had also been destroyed. If we want to carry out this mission, the first thing we need to do is to be secretive, Chun Zhao said. We can't use military identities. All of us have to disguise ourselves as tourists. Also, the operation has to be completed in one night. We can't give them time to prepare. If the people from Sarah Lab find out that they've been targeted by the American military, they might abandon the lab and prepare a huge gift for us. Demi nodded. Chun Zhao's words made sense. But this way, they couldn't hide the people they brought. After all, it would be too obvious if more than 100 burly Americans appeared in Akali. How does the military transport weapons to other countries? Chun Zhao asked. We have our own channels. We have arms dealers all over the world. As long as we provide them with what we need, they can prepare the weapons locally. We don't need to transport them. By the way, can I buy firearms if I want? No. Only the military can use those channels. Even I can't contact them. I can only send information and requests through the higher-ups in the military. Chapter 1945. Boss, why did that woman want to see you? After Demi left, Portia returned to Chun Zhao's side. Judging from their conversation, it didn't seem like they were talking about anything serious. However, when she saw Chun Zhao's smiling face, Portia suspected that Chun Zhao had earned money again. She remembered that when Demi came to Chun Zhao for help last time, she offered him $20 million. At that time, Chun Zhao had accepted it unwillingly. She didn't know that Chun Zhao must have earned a lot of money to be smiling so happily. Chun Zhao whistled and lay down on the chair. Portia, go get me some beer. Portia moved a box of beer to Chun Zhao. Boss, did you earn a lot of money again? Yeah. Then, on account of my hard work, will you give me a raise? Chun Zhao glanced at Portia. Portia, you only see that I'm making money, but you don't see my expenses. My expenses are huge too, so don't think about getting a raise for the time being. Portia cursed Chun Zhao in her heart. The capitalist, the vampire. Just then, Felwood Cisco called again. It was time to check on the Mirror Lake Villa again. Felwood would call Chun Zhao 2 or 3 times a month. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't go every time. Felwood promised that he would do it before Christmas. Chun Zhao's family could move to their new home at Mirror Lake. Chun Zhao didn't force it, though. He kept saying that he wasn't in a hurry. However, Felwood didn't stop working on Chun Zhao's project. To him, Chun Zhao was a huge financial backer. He'd even introduced Steven, a big client. Technically, Felwood still had to give Chun Zhao a commission, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that Chun Zhao would think that he was insulting him. After all, he couldn't afford to give too much. If he gave too little, Chun Zhao wouldn't like it. Therefore, Felwood Cisco worked overtime on Chun Zhao's project and added more materials. Kids, get changed. We'll go see how the new house is. After Chun Zhao informed them, the children all changed into their outfits. When Portia and Chun Zhao's family arrived, the new house at Mirror Lake was already finished. The main project now was the renovation of the interior of the building, as well as the planting and transplanting of the external garden. When he entered the villa, he saw that some of the rooms in the villa had already been completed, while others were still being renovated. The number of workers in the construction site had decreased a lot, Unlike the previous construction, when there were as many as hundreds of people, Mirror Lake's new home, in addition to the huge change in appearance, was also several times larger than before. If it was the villa in the past, although the design was not bad, the building area was too small. There were no more than 5 bedrooms, and the other messy rooms added up to a total of 11 or 12 rooms, including the number of bathrooms. It was only when he was at the Bright Moon Villa that he was able to correct himself. There were more than 15 bedrooms in the Mingwe Villa. Basically, every child would have a room. Now, the new villa at Mirror Lake had more rooms, up to 30 rooms. The main body of the building was U-shaped. Half of it was in the lake, and the other half was on land. Moreover, every bedroom faced both the forest and Mirror Lake, which were illuminated. Chen Zhao was very satisfied with the design. Just then, a car entered the construction site. "Hi, Chun." Ken alighted from the car. Chen Zhao walked up and gave Ken a hug. "Why are you here?" "Dad heard that you're here," Ken said. "He invited you and your children to our house." "Are you sure?" "I have a lot of children." "Don't worry," Ken said. "My yard is big enough, although it can't compare to yours." "Okay." Chen Zhao nodded. After inspecting the construction site, Chen Zhao brought the children to Bant's house. "Mary." Chen Zhao went up and kissed her face. "Are you home today, too?" "Dell and Miss Fisher went out for 2 days," Mary said. "They'll be back tomorrow. I've been home these days." "Children, come here. This is your Aunt Mary." "Aunt Mary, hello." Diddala greeted Mary first. "What cute girl." Mary and Bant both knew that Chen Zhao had adopted 8 children. "Aunt Mary, I'm already grown up," Diddala protested. "Okay, forgive my rudeness, but you're a beautiful girl," Mary said, smiling. "Let me see. Is there one missing?" Mary's gaze landed on Portia. "Is it her? She's not my adopted child. She's my assistant." Chen Zhao glanced at Portia. Portia was also speechless. How'd he look like a child? "Where's Bant?" "He went out to buy alcohol. I drove here. It's not convenient for me to drink." "It's okay. I won't let Ken drink. I'll have him drive you later." "Mom, you're too much. You're moving out soon. Your father and I paid for the down payment for your new house. Do you think you can go against my orders now?" "Mom, Chen is still here. He has so many children. You should at least save some face for your son. If you have Chen's abilities, I won't say anything." Mary and Ban had watched Chen Zhao grow up bit by bit. From the very beginning, when he first arrived here, to now, when he was extremely wealthy. However, Mary and Bant always kept a certain distance from Chen Zhao. They were intimate but not pestered. They would occasionally invite Chen Zhao's family over for a meal. A while later, Bant returned and called Ken out to move the beer. Chen Zhao also came out and looked at Bant. "Bant, why did you grow a beard? It looks like you've changed a lot." "I can't help it. In the brewery, I didn't look imposing at all, but after I grew a beard, the kids became much more obedient." "Which disobedient kid is it? I'll throw him into the sea to feed the sharks." "Come on, the brewery is yours. But how many times have you been to the brewery?" "Let me count. Once when production started, once when the executives interviewed, and once during the last meeting. You've only been there 3 times in total. You're too irresponsible as a boss. This means that I trust the management of the brewery." Actually, Bant also knew about Chen Zhao's agreement with Denver. He was Chen Zhao's spy in the brewery. He was definitely one of Chen Zhao's people. Even if he said otherwise, no one would believe him. Chapter 1946. When Chen Zhao left, he didn't ask Ken to send him off. Instead, he forbade Portia from drinking and made her drive. Portia was already used to Chen Zhao's unscrupulous boss. "Boss, I want next month's salary in advance," Portia said as she drove. "I'm drunk now. I can't hear what you're saying." "Boss, my house has no water and electricity. Do you want me to live in a primitive society?" Portia planned to act pitiful in front of Chen Zhao. "Last time, I asked if you wanted to borrow money. If you need it, I can lend it to you, but you rejected me. I don't want to borrow money now. I want my salary in advance." "Is there a difference?" "Of course," Portia answered seriously. "If I borrow money, then I'll only owe more and more. But if I get my salary in advance, then the amount of money I owe won't increase." The American people were used to this sort of thing. Spending in advance, receiving in advance, and enjoying in advance. Before Chun Zhao could reply, Portia added, "If you don't agree, I'll move to your house." "Sure." Chun Zhao agreed readily. "You can move here for half a month." "Huh? I'm going on a business trip next week. You can move here and help me take care of the kids." "You don't need me to follow you?" No. I don't want to be a laborer," Portia wailed. "I'm not your coolie. I'm highly educated. I should do something more meaningful." Chun Zhao rolled his eyes and said mercilessly, "If you think you should do something more meaningful, you should be a volunteer." "Portia, know your place. You're just a vain woman." Portia was speechless. "You're just a vain woman." "Boss, is this fun?" "Yes." "You're so rich," Portia said earnestly. "You should hire some servants." Chun Zhao tilted his head and looked at Portia. "To save money," he said matter-of-factly. Portia wanted to vomit blood. He earned tens of millions of dollars just to save some money? Wasn't that a bit too much? His one day's income was probably the lifetime income of a bunch of servants. "Boss, you've gone too far. How about this? I'll advance your salary for next month, but you'll have to temporarily move into my house while I'm on a business trip." "Fine." What else could Portia do? She had no right to choose at all. If she continued to bargain, with Chun Zhao's personality, he might not even get an advance on his salary. He directly ordered him to move in. "Boss, do you really not need me to go with you? I'm going to Mexico, Mexicali, not some shopping city." "But Cali? That place is not bad either." "Cali is the capital of Baja California because of its proximity to the United States. Therefore, the export processing industry here is quite prosperous and has also attracted a large number of Americans to Cali for vacation. In addition to the unique scenery here, it was also because the prices here were quite low. Here, one could enjoy the treatment of a rich person with $1,000. With 10,000 USD, one could enjoy the treatment of an emperor here. The middle class in America loved to come here." Portia was tempted to tag along. She had always heard that Cali was a popular holiday spot. If they followed Chun Zhao, they would definitely spend a lot of money, given Chun Zhao's requirements for quality of life. On the other hand, she did not have to spend a single cent to enjoy the best quality of life. Unfortunately, Chun Zhao clearly would not agree to her request. After reaching home, Portia left. Of course, she still got an advance on her salary before leaving. Chun Zhao told Fei Lai at the dinner table, "Fei Lai, I'm going to Mexico's Mexicali next week." "Mexicali? To play?" Chun Zhao shook his head. "It's military work." "Uncle, I want to go too." The children all looked at Chun Zhao with watery eyes. "Not this time." Chun Zhao rejected the children's request decisively. "I'm not going to play. I'll let Portia stay here for a few days next week." "How many days are you going?" "I'm not sure. Maybe 3 or 4 days. I'll come back as soon as I'm done." "Okay. I'll bring the children to the coastal rescue team while you're gone." "That's okay. Portia can go. She can help a little." "Hi, I'm Portia." "Hi. I saw an ad on an agency website for sharing rentals. I heard that you're looking for a partner." "Yes. Can I look at the house?" "Of course, but did you see the rent? It's at least $2,000. I need to look at the house first. If I'm satisfied, I'll accept the price." "When will you come to look at the house?" "Now. I'm in a hurry." "Sure. I don't have time during the day anyway." Portia didn't have money, but the house she was living in wasn't bad. It was a single-family villa in an upscale neighborhood. It was around 300 square meters. This was the house she'd found after getting Chun Zhao's job. At the time, she'd thought that her salary was enough to pay for the house. Later, she'd been short of money again, but she wasn't willing to move anymore. She wanted to find someone to share her house with. 30 minutes later, there was a knock on Portia's door. When Portia opened the door, she saw a very petite girl standing outside. The girl looked to be around 20 years old, but she was around 5 meters tall. I'm here to look at the house. I might be your partner." The girl wore a loose, long-sleeved shirt and hid her hands in her pockets. Portia saw a sports car parked in front of the villa. It seemed that the girl was quite rich. "Please come in." Portia let the girl in. "I'm Zephyra," the girl said. "I'm Portia." Zephyra walked around the room. Portia introduced the houses to Zephyra one by one. "This house has 3 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. Of course, there's also a public bathroom. That's the living room. The kitchen is over there. Water, electricity, and gas are shared equally. I don't cook at home, Zephyr said. Then I'll take care of your breakfast. Okay. Zephyr nodded. Zephyr didn't realize that she'd fallen into Portia's trap. Or rather, she wasn't very sensitive to money. My room is on the left, Portia said. You can choose one of the other two. I'm not home most of the time. Even on the weekends, I'm probably working for my stingy vampire boss. Chapter 1947. The entire rent for Portia's apartment was only $3,500. But Portia asked Riva for $2,000. Of course, Portia actually had room to bargain. But Zevra had no intention of bargaining. After looking at the apartment, Riva stuffed a stack of cash into Portia's hands. Here's $2,000. Can I move in now? You mean today? Yes, it's expensive to stay in a hotel, Riva said. You're welcome. Portia finally smiled. Today was really a happy day. She'd just gotten next month's salary in advance from Chunjiao. She didn't expect the empty room to be rented out too, and it was such a high price. Can you help me move some things? Did you bring any luggage? It's in the car. What luggage do you have in your sports car? A box of miscellaneous items and a box of clothes. When Portia followed Riva to the sports car, she realized that there was indeed very little luggage. Just as Portia was about to lift a box, Riva said, "You can't carry that box. You can carry the other one." Portia was immediately unhappy. She was at least 20 centimeters taller than Riva. Why could Riva carry it when she couldn't? As if she hadn't heard Riva, Portia reached for the box. But Portia felt like the box was filled with iron. She couldn't lift it at all. Portia tried again, and the box moved slightly. However, there was still a long way to go before he could take it out of the trunk. What's in this box? Iron? Let me take this box. Riva walked over and lifted the box with one hand. Then, she raised it slightly and put it on the ground. Portia's eyes almost fell to the ground. She could do that? Portia tried again. The other box. The other box was much easier. At least the second box was a normal weight. The first box, on the other hand, was at least 100 kilograms. This girl's strength was way too great. She could actually lift such a heavy box with one hand. Do you have sheets and pillows? I can borrow them for one night. Sure. Portia was generous. He helped Revla tidy up the room and gave his pillows and sheets to Revla. Riva opened the heavy box. Portia saw that there were indeed a lot of things in the box. Moreover, the items were very complicated, and most of them were things that she could not recognize. What are these things? My tool for work, Zephyr replied calmly. He took out the items from the boxes one by one and arranged them neatly. Portia also came over and studied it for a long time, but she still had no clue. There was no way to figure out the uses of these things. Is there anything to eat? Zevra asked after a while. Yes, I'll go get some food. Portia had pizza in her fridge that was a few days old, but it was still edible after being reheated in the microwave. After taking 2 bites, Refra put the pizza back on the plate in disgust. Is it not to your taste? Don't tell me that's what you serve for breakfast. Zephyr looked at Portia suspiciously. Of course not. I just forgot to throw it away. In fact, Portia had been freeloading her meals at the Bright Moon Villa. There are still fresh ingredients in the fridge, but my cooking skills are very average. You can make it yourself. Indeed, Zephyr went to the kitchen to cook. Portia looked at Refra's skillful cooking and was a little stunned. Especially after she was done, Portia couldn't help but feel hungry as she looked at the food Zephyr cooked, even though she had already had dinner at the Bright Moon Villa. But now, she felt a little hungry again. Let's have some, Zephyr said. Are you a chef? Portia looked at the stir-fried meat with broccoli, picked up a knife and fork, and stabbed a piece of meat. Portia's eyes lit up as soon as it entered her mouth. Delicious. Stir-frying was rarely used in European and American cooking. It wasn't that it didn't exist, but it was very rare. Are you a chef? No, cooking is just my hobby, Zephyr said. And I can't treat myself badly after living alone for so long. You're really good at cooking. Thank you. Zephyr could tell that Portia wanted to eat too, so she made a lot of dishes. Portia didn't stand on ceremony, even though it was her own home. She felt like she was freeloading. What's your job? Portia asked curiously. I'm a special consultant. Special consultant? What kind? You probably don't have the chance to use me. What about you? What do you do? I'm a private consultant for a rich man, Portia said. But my dream is to be a star. Everyone in LA wants to be a star. Zephyr didn't find Portia's answer strange at all. Except for rich people, such as my vampire boss. Is your boss very strict with you? Of course. He's the most despicable, shameless, and stingiest man I've ever seen. You can't imagine how stingy he is. If that's the case, why don't you quit? He pays me well, Portia said. But she didn't think that she could find a job that could pay her $3,500 a week. She had a good education, but there were too many cases of people with good education living on the streets here. After all, $3,500 a week was higher than the average income of a middle-class family. Plus, Portia owed Chun Zhao a lot of money. Didn't you say that he's stingy? Yes, he's indeed stingy, but that doesn't stop him from paying me a high salary. It's all because of my ability, so he has to pay me. Portia clearly didn't want to continue talking about this. Oh, you just arrived in LA? Yes, so I need to start my business as soon as possible. Zephyr nodded. If you're willing to tell me what you do, maybe I can introduce you to a few clients. Forget it. You can't help. Fine, it's fine if you don't want to. Portia could tell that Zephyr was intentionally avoiding the nature of her job. She didn't want to chase her new roommate away. But I think you should be a chef. Your food is really delicious. A chef doesn't make as much as my current income. You have a high income? Kind of. I'm also a high-income person. Zephyr smiled. Finance. The only possibility Portia could think of was finance. Chapter 1948. My job is more complicated. Zevra was still perfunctory. Portia saw that Zevra really didn't want to talk about it, so she gave up on asking. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted the two women's conversation. I'll get the door. Portia jogged to the door and opened it. Two people stood outside. One of them was wearing a hat. Hello, are you Miss Portia? I am. Who are you? Portia was very sure that she didn't know the two people at the door. If you're here to sell insurance, our conversation ends here. No, we are not selling insurance. I am Peter, the person in charge of Sane and Finance Company. I heard that Miss Portia has been a little short on money recently. Our company has recently launched a loan product that can solve Miss Portia's current financial crisis, Peter said. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Portia rejected him without hesitation. She had studied finance in school. Of course, she also knew that there would be door-to-door financial products. Half of them were scammers, and the other half were loan sharks. Regardless of which one it was, Portia didn't want to come into contact with it. Portia was about to close the door when Peter blocked the gap with his foot. Miss Portia, the loan product we provide doesn't charge interest as long as it's within a specified time limit. Are you really not going to consider it? I know how your company operates very well. Portia smiled at Peter. There were three things in this world that absolutely should not be touched: gambling, drugs, and loan sharks. Any one of these three things could ruin a family. Loan sharks were even worse than the first two. There was at least a small chance of quitting gambling and drugs. However, loan sharks were often not something that the borrower could decide. Many people even became slaves to loan sharks for the rest of their lives, repaying money that could never be repaid. Loan sharks didn't charge interest if they paid the money within a specified time limit. Loan sharks didn't lie about that. However, the problem was that the time limit they gave was very short. Most people would borrow money from loan sharks because they were short of money. How could they pay back the money in a short period of time? Unless they suddenly won the lottery or inherited a large sum of money. However, most people wouldn't be so lucky. Therefore, in most cases, the result of the borrower was to exceed the time limit given by the loan sharks. Usually, the interest-free period given by the usury was 3 months. 3 months sounds like a long time. Most borrowers felt that borrowing money was an emergency. In fact, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to pay the money back. Every finance and economics teacher's first lecture was on how to identify illegal funds and how to avoid falling into debt traps. Moreover, when the teachers were teaching, they didn't use any technical content to explain. They were using real cases to illustrate the point. Moreover, every story ended with a cruel ending. Some of them wanted to treat their family members, while others wanted to do business to raise funds for emergencies. In short, There were all sorts of reasons for the emergency, but the result was that everything was ruined. "Sir, please leave my house." Portia was not afraid of them. They might have a background in the underworld, but as long as he didn't owe them money, they couldn't do anything to him. Although usury was an illegal business, they still needed to be trustworthy. In this respect, he was similar to most businessmen. It was impossible for them to force others to borrow money. Peter could only take back his foot. "Miss Portia, this is my name card. If you need it, you can call me anytime. We can also talk about the interest-free period." Portia looked like she was 1,000 miles away. She didn't even take the name card. "If I need money, I can borrow money anytime. My boss's interest is much lower than yours. Also, he's much richer than you." Portia wasn't lying. Chen Zhao was indeed willing to lend her money, and he could borrow as much as he wanted. As for the safety issue, Chen Zhao only wanted the same interest from the bank. Portia was obviously more willing to trust Chen Zhao, not the infamous usury. In fact, there were many ways to calculate interest from usury. There were too many traps in their contracts. "I wonder who Miss Portia's boss is. Can you introduce him to me?" Peter's expression was dark. He had misunderstood Portia's words. He thought that Portia's boss was also a usury. Los Angeles had always been saint and finance's territory. Portia saying that Chen Zhao was richer sounded more like a provocation to Peter. "Aren't you very resourceful? You can investigate it yourself. Let's go." Peter left with a dark expression. Portia closed the door. Suddenly, Zephyr's voice came from behind. "Your words might bring trouble to you and your boss." Why did you suddenly appear behind me? You scared me." Portia patted her chest. She also regretted talking too much. Those usury weren't kind people. They wouldn't really cause trouble for Chen Zhao because of this, right? "Boss, we might have a competitor in LA." "Competitor? What organization dares to compete with US in LA? "I don't know. I need to investigate," Peter said. Pete said, "It was originally a potential customer, but this potential customer said that her boss also gives loans, and the interest is much lower than ours." This was Peter's occupational disease. In fact, private loans and usury were two different things. But Peter didn't care. He felt that those who borrowed money were all usury. In fact, everyone in this industry thought the same. "Give me this person's information. I'll investigate." "Portia, huh? This person works for a law firm. Strange, the owner isn't rich. She probably doesn't have the money to provide loans." The person on the other end paused. Suddenly, she said, "All the lawyers in this law firm seem to be Chen Zhao's private lawyer." "Chen's private lawyer? What does he need so many lawyers for?" "Boss, he must be avoiding legal trouble. If he's just a normal person, why does he need so many lawyers? It must be him. That makes sense." The boss thought for a moment and said, "Go contact him. If he's willing to compensate and leave LA, we'll forget about this. What if he's not willing? It's up to you. Do what you think is right." "Boss, I understand. I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Chapter 1949. Saint Finance Company was a very famous finance company in North America. It could often be seen on Wall Street. Moreover, Saint Finance Company also had another unknown business, which was usury. Not everyone had access to the Saint Finance Company. Their clients were mainly those with a certain ability to make money. Due to various reasons, their finances were in a short period of time. At this time, Shungen would actively contact them. Saint Finance Company had a very long history. It appeared along with the history of the United States and grew together with the strength of the United States. In the history of Saint Finance, there have been several usurpations of power, but in the end, they all ended in failure. No matter how meticulous the subordinates' plans were, they could not escape the fate of failure. Rumor had it that Saint Finance Company was in charge of a Black Hand family. When there was an uncontrollable internal situation, the mafia family would appear. Of course, this situation would not happen again in recent years. Shungen Tower was a brand new building. It was also the tallest building in Los Angeles. It had only been completed in May. From the name, it was obvious that it belonged to Shungen Finance. Shungen liked the feeling of overlooking Los Angeles from the top. Just then, a figure appeared behind Shung, and Shungen frowned. "Don't suddenly appear behind me. I hate people who come uninvited." "Brother, Do you hate your sister that much? A young girl appeared behind Sheng, and you're a villain wanted by the entire spiritual world. I don't want to have anything to do with you. Sheng's attitude was as if he was 1,000 miles away. The girl licked her lips. I'm here to borrow some money from you. Sheng frowned. Impossible. Don't be so sure. I have information that you're interested in. There are many things that I'm interested in. What can you give me? Treasure Island, the girl said. I don't believe you. Sheng glanced at his sister. He knew his little sister very well. She was ranked 5th on the spiritual world's top 10 villains. All the negative comments from humans applied to her. The crimes she had committed were too numerous to list. Even though Sheng didn't think of himself as a good person, but compared to his younger sister, he was simply a kind little angel. Big brother, you're hurting my heart. Chui Xian had a heartbroken expression. Your arrival will only bring me big trouble. Those spiritualists are like hunting dogs, attracted by you. I hate this feeling. So, if you don't want me to kill you personally, you'd better leave this place immediately. Leave Los Angeles, Sheng said calmly. Moreover, your bounty seems to have increased again. As for killing his sister, Chui Xian, Sheng did not feel guilty at all. Of course, if a war really broke out between them, Sheng wasn't absolutely confident. After all, he was facing one of the 10 heinous disciples' calamity. Sheng, I'm here to make a deal with you. Chui Xian's tone suddenly became low. I'm also very serious. I hate you. Chui Xian, get out of my territory. Humph. I'm sure you'll find me again. With that, Chui Xian suddenly broke through the floor-to-ceiling glass wall and disappeared into the night. Sheng grinned. Damn you. This floor-to-ceiling window costs more than $100,000. The weather was not good today. The sea breeze was rather strong. The sky was dark, and it seemed like it would rain at any time. The waves were also a little big, so the children stayed at home and didn't go out to play. Portia, what's making you so happy? Is it because I gave you next month's salary in advance yesterday? I found a roommate, Portia said. My new roommate is paying me $2,000 a month. I remember that your house is only a little more than $3,000 a month. My roommate isn't as stingy as you. Portia glanced at Chun Zhao, her face full of disdain. You better be careful with your words. Be careful. I'll make you pay me now. The terrible weather made Chun Zhao feel rather depressed. He wasn't afraid of the waves, but he was afraid of giving a bad example to the children. After all, he was still swimming in such a storm. The children would think that if Chun Zhao wasn't afraid, they wouldn't be afraid either. Chun Zhao would occasionally ask Wright for advice. Wright was an education expert. She wasn't just the principal of a university. She had been a teacher for many years, including elementary schools, middle schools, universities, and even kindergartens and early childhood classes. Wright had told Chun Zhao that children would learn from adults. Even adults would learn some of their parents' habits, not to mention children who hadn't fully matured. Therefore, adults definitely couldn't give children the wrong example. Just then, 2 unfamiliar commercial vehicles entered the entrance of the Minuet Villa. Chun Zhao received the message from the butler system and couldn't help but frown. The butler system couldn't find the identity of the owners of the 2 cars. Chun Zhao walked out of the house and saw 10 people in black suits get out of the 2 cars. The leader was a man with a small mustache and an uncomfortable fake smile. Hello, you must be Mr. Chun? Peter walked up and extended his hand. Chun Zhao didn't extend it. He put his hands in his pockets and looked at Peter coldly. Do I know you? Then let me introduce myself. I'm the person in charge of Saint and Finance Company. My name is Peter. Oh, what can I do for you? I heard that Mr. Chun has the same business as us, Peter said with a faint smile. With a faint smile, Peter said, I don't think the market in Los Angeles is big, and the economic environment in the past 2 years is not optimistic. So I think Mr. Chun should go to other places to do business. Los Angeles can accommodate more people in the same industry. Of course, we will give you a satisfactory price for your business and channels in Los Angeles. Then what's your price? Chun Zhao's expression was as cold as usual. $1 million. I think Mr. Chun will give us face, right? Slap. Chun Zhao casually slapped Peter. Go back to where you came from. Peter was stunned by Chun Zhao's slap. You dare to hit me? Peter covered his face and stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. You came to my house to blackmail me. Shouldn't I hit you? Chun Zhao glanced at the people Peter had brought and said coldly, Whoever dares to draw a gun in my house will die here today. Do it. Kill him for me. Pete had never been humiliated like this. Chapter 1950. The moment the first man took out his gun, Chun had already punched him in the chest. Everyone saw that the chest of the man in black had caved in. Then he fell to the ground and thick blood seeped out of his mouth. The other men instinctively took out their guns. Chun grabbed the man's neck and used only a bit of strength. The man's neck was completely broken. Chun Yu suddenly stopped killing and looked at his hands in confusion. Weird. Why did I lose control of my emotions? Chun asked himself. The other men all pointed their guns at Chun. Jin glanced at the men in black. That emotion surged up again. I'll count to 3. Put down your guns. It's for your own good. Chun controlled his emotions. Weird. Something was affecting his emotions. Was it these people? No, there wasn't anything about them that made him feel strange. They were just ordinary people. The black-clothed men were also frightened. They'd never seen someone like Chun who would kill people without a word. This made them very nervous, and they didn't dare to put down their guns. Suddenly, a man in black loaded a gun, but the sound of the gun being loaded stimulated Chun again. Jin instantly appeared in front of the black-clothed man. He reached out and twisted his head. The black-clothed man slowly fell in front of Jin. Chun looked at Peter. Who told you to come? And my boss. Call him here, Chun said coldly. Chun vaguely sensed that the weather seemed to have affected his emotions. No, it couldn't be considered an influence. It was more like magnifying his emotions. Peter looked at Chun hesitantly. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who our boss is? Chun closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying his best to control his emotions. Cut the crap. Chun wasn't interested in listening to Peter explain who his boss was. Chun didn't like this feeling. Logically speaking, Chun's spiritual power should be immune to this kind of spiritual spell. But reality wasn't like that. Chun didn't know who had cast the spell, but the spell had indeed affected him. Maybe I should get someone else to contact your boss, Jin said murderously. Just then, Portia poked her head out. She saw the dead man on the ground. Chun turned to look at Portia. Portia was shocked. She had never seen Chun's face like this. Portia, close the door and don't let the children out. Portia immediately closed the door with a grave expression. Fortunately, although Jin lost control of his emotions, he didn't lose his mind. Hurry up, my patience is running out. Pete picked up the phone. He could feel it. Chun was not joking with him. Peter dialed Saint Anne's number with trepidation. Boss, I'm in trouble. What kind of trouble? He's in the police station? No. I'm at Mingwe Villa on the Coast Road. I'm at the house of our colleague. He said he wanted to talk to you face to face. Didn't you tell him my identity? Just then, Jin picked up the phone. I don't know who you are, but I hate stupidity. Either you come over yourself, or I'll kill all your subordinates and then go find you. Do you know what you're saying? Do you know who I am? You and your men seem to only know how to make empty threats. Fine, I'll find you and go myself. Don't regret it. Saint Anne was also furious. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Saint Anne had never been so furious. But very soon, Saint Anne sobered up. Saint Anne shook his head heavily and forced himself to calm down. Damn, that damn Chui Si. She released her territory. What does she want? Although Saint Anne had calmed down, he still decided to meet the man who dared to threaten him. Jin stood there. He didn't even dare to return to the house. These emotions came in waves. The suppressed anger would be reignited in the next moment. Pete and the people he brought were in great pain. Even though they had guns in their hands, they still felt immense pressure. It seemed that the person standing before them wasn't a human. Rather, it was a ferocious beast. Jin looked up at the sky. The dark clouds didn't look like magic. It was more like someone's territory. Jin wanted to see what effect this territory had on him. Suddenly, he discovered that the immortal power in him was very active. It was this activity that amplified his manic emotions. With his immortal power, no matter how high his mental power was, he couldn't control his emotions. In other words, this territory was a trigger. What was really affecting him was his immortal power. No wonder. Jin was dazed. Who exactly did this territory belong to? Or was a person? He had to control his immortal power and his power. Finally, he had to control his emotions. To control his immortal power, he first had to understand what was causing it to be so active. However, Chun Zhao soon discovered that by using his own domain to block this unfamiliar domain, he could directly block the influence of this domain. He didn't know who released this territory, but it was undeniably powerful. It covered all of Los Angeles. Even the surrounding areas like Mingyue Villa couldn't avoid it. Moreover, this territory could affect all the spiritualists in the city. Even the surrounding areas like Mingyue Villa couldn't avoid it. Ordinary people didn't have magic or immortal power, so they weren't affected. Or people like Jin, who had a territory, couldn't be affected either. But spiritualists who were above ordinary people couldn't avoid it. This territory was silent and almost undetectable. If it wasn't for the people from Sheng An's finance company provoking him, Jin still couldn't discover the territory's influence on him. Before, he'd only been a bit irritated. Only when facing these people did he realize that he could start a massacre. Suddenly, a surge of power descended from the sky. A figure descended from the sky. Sheng was wearing a Superman costume and looking down at Jin. Jin was stunned. Peter and the men in black he brought were all stunned. They stared at Sheng in shock. Sheng just floated in the air. He gave off the illusion that he was really Superman. "Are you the one who wants to see me, Saint?" and asked in an arrogant tone as he looked at Jin. Chapter 1951. Sheng had been enjoying this process. But all of this was ruined by Chun Zhao's words. Peter and the others were shocked by Sheng An's unbelievable actions. Their boss could fly. He was really flying. Was he really Superman? Sheng An suddenly charged at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao stood there and reached out to grab Sheng An, who happened to be charging over. He pinched Sheng An's face with one hand and moved closer. "You're not human. Were you?" Sheng An struggled with all his might. His strength was equally shocking, but he couldn't break free from Chun Zhao's grasp. This shocked him greatly. A human definitely couldn't defeat him in strength. Not only did Chun Zhao's strength not weaken, but it also grew stronger. Chun Zhao was also shocked. Sheng An's resistance wasn't weak. It was at least tens of thousands of tons of strength. At this moment, Sheng An could already feel that he was indeed inferior in terms of strength. So, he had to use his trump card. Sheng An's strength skyrocketed. Moreover, his body started transforming in an inhuman way. At the same time, his body exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. Dragon aura? Dragon? Chun Zhao looked at Sheng An in shock. The strength in his hand suddenly increased. Chun Zhao almost crushed Sheng An's skull. Ah! Sheng An's transformation was forcefully interrupted. He immediately returned to his human form. Peter and the others were scared out of their wits. What just happened? Just now, Sheng An had displayed a part of his dragon form. In their eyes, it was completely beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, Chun Zhao's hand loosened. He grabbed nothing. Sheng An's body shrunk rapidly until he was only the size of a fist. At the same time, he used this opportunity to escape. Soon, Sheng An's body returned to his dragon form. But he didn't. He was still the size of a fist. Bang! Chun Zhao was sent flying. He really couldn't defend against Sheng An's move. Sheng An wasn't as strong as him, but the shrinking spell didn't weaken him at all. He was still terrifying. Moreover, his shrunken body also made it harder for him to be captured and attacked. Sheng An's body was very small, but his aura was terrifying. Dragon aura enveloped the entire Mingyue Villa. Under the dragon's might, Chun Zhao's children all fell into panic. Chun Zhao was furious again. He glared at Sheng An. "I'm going to kill you." Chun Zhao used his strongest form. Clone. All techniques returned to one. Dark assimilation. "I have power, mighty God." Sheng An felt uneasy. There was no aura on Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao was a huge threat to him. Moreover, Chun Zhao was absorbing and controlling the power of the world. Even if Chun Zhao didn't go into his strongest form, he was still stronger than Sheng An. However, Saint An was too small. In addition, Chun Zhao did not have an advantage in terms of speed. Therefore, he needed to gain an advantage in speed as well. The next moment, Chun Zhao suddenly appeared before Sheng. Without any hesitation, a fist shadow with terrifying killing intent blasted Sheng En's body. Sheng En's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Bang! The holy and crashed into the sea, causing huge waves to surge up into the sky. However, the moment he crashed into the sea, Sheng En's aura disappeared. Dead? No, he escaped. Chun Zhao's expression was extremely dark. The small world enveloped the nearby sea. Sheng could not be found at all. However, Chun Zhao did not plan to let Sheng En go. Instead, he returned to the shore and looked at the frightened people. Chun Zhao killed all the men in black. Only Pete was left. Peter was trembling in fear. He looked at Chun Zhao, whose hand were covered in blood. Pete almost peed his pants in fear. He felt that he had accidentally gotten himself involved in a terrible battle. Chun Zhao waved his hand lightly. Dark lava spread out from under his feet. Then it devoured the corpses. Chun Zhao looked at Pete. "Where does your boss live?" Sheng En kept vomiting blood and ran home with difficulty. No one knew this place. It was also his hiding place. However, the moment he ran back, he felt a familiar aura. "Cui Xin, how do you know this place?" Sheng En wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Cui Xin looked at Sheng En in shock. "Who beat you up like this?" Sheng En's appearance was too pitiful. Cui Xin and Sheng En had been siblings for 400 years, but she had never seen her brother so pitiful. After all, Sheng En had always been stronger than her. There was a limit to how strong he could be, but he was still strong. Cui Xin knew very well that if they fought with their lives, Sheng En's chances of winning were more than 80%. But now, Sheng En was heavily injured. Sheng En was now half human, half dragon. He should have had a pair of dragon horns, but only one was left. One of his arms was broken and hung before him. His body was covered in blood. Satan looked at Cui Xian with a cold look in his eyes. "Go away. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you." "My dear brother, do you think you can beat me now?" Cui Xian smiled at Sheng En. "Yes, I can't beat you now, but the person who injured me can. If he can beat me up like this, he can beat you up too," Sheng En said coldly. "If you don't want to leave, then we'll die together. I'll lure that dragon slayer over." Hearing the words dragon slayer, Cui Xian's expression changed. Dragon slayers, as the name suggested, were people who slayed dragons. And the person who had been chasing her was a dragon slayer. Since when did a dragon slayer appear who could injure you so badly? Cui Xian's tone was solemn. Dragon slayers rarely fought against evil dragons alone. After all, the power of an adult dragon was not something that one or two people could fight alone, unless it was the top existence among the humans. But those few wouldn't attack the dragon race, unless the dragon race went overboard. But from what Sheng En said, it seemed like he was beaten up by a single person. This made Cui Xian's heart sound alarms. After all, Sheng En wasn't an evil dragon, but she was a real evil dragon. If the dragon slayer were to encounter her, the dragon slayer would definitely not let her go. Even if we work together, we won't be a match for that dragon slayer. I don't know, but I can't fight back against him. Sheng En coughed up another mouthful of blood. Cui Xian looked at Sheng En, her eyes flickering. "Brother, take out your treasures and recruit our people," Cui Xian said. "Don't even think about it." Sheng En roared hysterically. He was a dragon, a greedy one. Chapter 1952. Just like the legend said, dragons were greedy. Sheng En was like that, and so was Cui Xian. However, Cui Xian was an evil dragon. She had no time to collect her treasures. Her life? No, it should be the life of a dragon. She had spent her entire life on the run. But Sheng En was different. He had never been defined as an evil dragon. In the agreement between dragons and humans, if a dragon was defined as an evil dragon, then humans were allowed to kill it. Of course, whether or not they could kill, it was up to the humans. That was why the group of dragon slayers, or rather, a profession, was born among humans. Their mission was to kill and slay dragons. How to define an evil dragon? That was the result of mutual discussion between humans and dragons. Sheng and Chui Xian were two typical examples. Although what Sheng did was illegal, it was still within the rules of humans. He did not actively use his abilities. Even if he was punished by human law, he could not use the power of the dragon race to harm humans. The only thing he could do was to run away. But Chui Xian was different. Almost all of her actions went against the agreement between dragons and humans. She did not care about the agreement or the rules. To her, humans were weaklings. That was why her actions became more and more unscrupulous. That was why she became one of the top 10 villains of the supernatural world. She was ranked 5th and had the title of Calamity. And among the dragon race, she was not the only evil dragon. There were quite a lot of evil dragons who were wanted. That was why if Sheng was willing to take out his wealth, he would definitely be able to recruit many evil dragons. However, as a greedy dragon, Sheng had accumulated hundreds of years of wealth. The greed of the dragon race for wealth was unimaginable to humans. No matter how greedy humans were, they would pass on their wealth to their descendants before they died. But there was no such thing as inheritance in the dragon race. Even if the dragon clan were to die, they would still tightly hold onto their wealth. They would definitely bring their wealth into their coffins. There were also dragons who would die in their own treasure troves, letting their corpses and treasures be buried together forever. Who knew how many dragon race legacies were hidden all over the world? Sheng was the same, or even more ridiculous. Even in the face of death, he would not give up on his wealth. Recruiting evil dragons of the same race? With the greed of the dragon race, how much money would it take to satisfy the appetite of those evil dragons? He would probably have to contribute all the wealth he had accumulated over hundreds of years. If he had to take out all his wealth, he might as well just kill him. I've long known that you're here for my treasures. Don't even think about it. Don't ever think about it. Sheng gritted his teeth as he glared at Chui Xian. Chui Xian also looked at Sheng and with hatred in her eyes. You're so heavily injured, but you still came here. It's because your treasure is hidden here, you miser. Chen Zhao didn't have high hopes. However, when he arrived at the Sheng building, he did not find Sheng, which made him very disappointed. Peter stood behind Chen Zhao, trembling. Panic was written all over his face. Chen Zhao's mood worsened. Peter saw Chen Zhao punch through a load-bearing wall. If that terrifying power were to land on his body, he would definitely die. Half of his body would probably be smashed into smithereens. Does your boss have any other hiding places? Chen Zhao asked. I don't know. Peter was trembling all over. Facing Chen Zhao, he felt too much pressure. Chen Zhao was like a mountain that hung over his heart. Chen Zhao didn't expect a dragon to be hiding in the L.A. area. Sheng was also very powerful. Out of all the enemies Chen Zhao had met, Sheng was definitely in the top 5. The first was, of course, Tamamo no Mei. The second was the Son of Element, Amanda Didier. Sheng was actually about as powerful as the dragon Chen Zhao had met on the 9th level of the Tower of Trials. But this was the power of the dragon race. However, Sheng was much more powerful than that. Sheng also had powerful magic. For example, he could shrink himself so that it was harder to hit and deal with him. Imagine a giant dragon's body shrinking to the size of a fist under the condition that its strength did not change. What would the consequences be? It was almost undefeatable. His ability to escape was also unparalleled. At least, Chen Zhao still didn't know how Sheng had escaped. What kind of magic did he use to escape? When Chen Zhao returned to Mingyue Villa, Fei Lai was already there. Chen, I heard that you killed a few people at your house today. Fei Lai asked. Portia said that. You should be careful. No matter what, killing people at home is too bad of an influence. It's my fault. Chen Zhao didn't argue. Portia, it's me. Portia received Chen Zhao's call. Today wasn't a pleasant experience for Portia. She knew that Chen Zhao would kill people. She'd also seen him do it. However, someone had attacked Chen Zhao first. Chen Zhao was forced to fight back. However, she didn't know what exactly had happened today. She didn't see Peter clearly. She didn't know that she was the one who'd caused all this. How are you? I'm fine. Boss, who were those people? Bad people. Chun Zhao didn't plan on explaining anything to Portia either. He didn't feel like he had to. He was the boss, not Portia's subordinate. If Portia couldn't accept it, she could leave. If today's loss affects you in any way, I can give you a few days to rest. Okay, I understand. She indeed needed to calm down now. After all, the scene was too shocking for her. As soon as she hung up, Portia heard the door open. Zephyr was back. When she saw Portia, she was a bit surprised. Portia, did something happen to you today? You look really pale. I saw my boss kill someone, Portia said. You saw your boss kill someone? Was he going to silence you? No. Then why didn't you call the police? Those people broke into his house with guns, Portia said. He had enough reason to kill them. Really? So your boss didn't kill you? If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it in my house. There's no need to wait until now. You can set my number as an emergency number. If you're in danger, I might be able to help. Okay, let's not talk about this. You'll cook dinner tonight. Chapter 1953. Portia was waiting for Riva to make dinner in the living room. Because of the fright, Portia did not have the time to have dinner at Minuet Villa. Just then, Riva's phone on the living room table rang. Portia saw the name on the screen, Dragon Slayer Lux. Riva, you're on the phone, Portia called. Riva quickly ran out to pick up the phone. Riva, it's me, Lux. We found traces of the calamity Chui seen. She appeared at the magic store today and bought a lot of potions and raw materials. It seems that she's injured. Are you sure she's in the city now? Yes, we've set up a detection magic array around Los Angeles. If a dragon goes in or out, we'll be able to detect it. Okay, got it. Contact me immediately if there's any news, Riva said. After Riva hung up, Portia came up to her. Riva, are you playing a game? Riva looked at Portia and nodded after a moment of silence. Yes, I knew it. Portia nodded confidently. What game are you playing with your friend? Oh, the vegetables in the pot are burnt. Riva suddenly ran to the kitchen in a panic. While they were eating dinner, Refer called again. Portia, I'm going out tonight. Now? It's so late. Will it be dangerous for you to go out alone? Portia looked at Riva with concern. Why do you have to go out now? Can't you go out tomorrow? In America, going out at night had always been a dangerous thing. 80% of criminal cases happen at night. This was not China. Even if a girl lay on the street for a night, nothing would happen. It was more likely that the person who was found would call the police. It's urgent. Riva stopped eating and went back to her room to clean up. Before leaving, she carried a suitcase. Riva drove the car to the front of Forest. Just then, another person came. It was Lux. Lux carried a pair of axes on his back. He was tall and strong. He was wearing a small vest and military boots. He looked very heroic. However, when talking to Riva, Lux was obviously talking to her in a subordinate tone. Zephyr, you came so fast. What did you find here? Zephyr asked. We detected a huge energy reaction here. As dragon slayers, each of them carried some kind of apparatus with them. It could detect energy reactions within a certain range. Of course, this kind of detection device could only work on high-energy reactions. Most of the evil dragons they hunted were extremely vicious and powerful. However, the range of this detection device was only 10 kilometers. A diameter of 10 kilometers was neither too big nor too small. Just the two of us? Zephyr asked. If Chui seen the calamity hadn't left, the two of us dragon slayers would have become her food. The others are also rushing over. There were far more dragon slayers in Los Angeles than the two of them. There were a total of 12 dragon slayers, and their leader was the seemingly young Zafra. Their group of dragon slayers had successfully killed an evil dragon. Hunting down an evil dragon was not a problem that could be solved with just 1 or 2 battles. Both sides needed to compete for a long time. In terms of pure strength, the evil dragon was undoubtedly the stronger side. However, humans were good at using all kinds of conditions and traps. Not every dragon slayer group could succeed. However, the advantage of the dragon slayers was in numbers. If one group was destroyed, another group would take over. Perhaps 10, 20, 50 years, or even 100 years was possible in order to hunt down an evil dragon. Zephyra could lead a group to kill an evil dragon. Apart from her outstanding leadership skills, it also showed that her group was strong enough. Zephyra would not undervalue herself, but she would not be arrogant either. Against any evil dragon, one could not be careless or underestimate the enemy. No matter what, the dragon slayers would always be at a disadvantage. Their only advantage was their cautiousness and perseverance. Evil dragons would get tired of carrying around after a long escape, but the dragon slayers would not. The dragon slayers were born with a lot of extraordinary experiences and training. Whether it was the spirit or the body, they had already surpassed ordinary people. From the firearms and magical equipment of humans to their own combat magic, they were all top-notch existences. Zephyra and Lux entered the forest. In the rugged mountain road, the two still walked as if they were flying, as if they were walking on flat ground. This kind of environment was not even a regular test for the two of them. The harsh environment they had experienced was the limit of humans. Just then, Zephyr suddenly stopped. Lux looked at Zephyra and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find anything? Did you find anything special about this environment?" Lux frowned and looked around. This place is surrounded by mountains and faces the sea in the southwest. It's an excellent place to grow dragon heartgrass. That's right. Zephyr nodded. This is probably a place where dragons grow dragon heartgrass, and it's not Calamity Chui Seeing. It's probably another dragon. You're saying that there's a second dragon in the Los Angeles area? Dragon heartgrass is a magic herb used by dragons to heal themselves, and Calamity Chui Seeing bought a lot of potions from magic stores. But she did not fight with us in Los Angeles, so it's not that she was injured. It's very likely that another dragon in the Los Angeles area was injured, so she came out to collect healing potions and magic herbs. If that's the case, we're in trouble. It's already very difficult for us to deal with Calamity Chui Seeing, and now we have to deal with a second dragon. We have almost no chance of winning. But think about it carefully. Who was the one who injured the second dragon? Who? Lux was not good at using his brain. His strength was similar to Zephyrus. But in terms of leadership, action planning, and intelligence analysis, he was far inferior to Zephyra. That was why Zephyra was the leader of the small team, not Lux. There are three possibilities. One is that the dragons are fighting among themselves, but Chui Seeing will take the initiative to find healing materials and potions, so the possibility is very low. The other is that there's another Dragon Slayer team in Los Angeles that is not weaker than us. This is the most likely possibility. What about the third possibility? Chapter 1954. We're in contact with most of the Dragon Slayer teams. If other teams come to Los Angeles, they'll probably inform us. So, if it's not the first two possibilities, there's also a possibility that there's a powerful spiritualist or individual in Los Angeles. This possibility is the lowest. After all, in the spiritual world, the only two people who are confident in going against an adult dragon are the Scarlet Church's 23rd generation Blood Mary and Huaxia's Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master sect Zhang Tianyi. Zephyr analyzed, but they wouldn't come to Los Angeles for no reason and come here without a trace. Of course, if it's the second possibility, maybe the Dragon Slayer team sneaked in to cover up. Being a Dragon Slayer was a high-risk industry, so it was understandable that there would be confidentiality measures. Just then, the two found a huge claw mark on the ground. "It's here." Zephyr stood in front of the mark. Lux squatted down and examined the huge mark. There was an irregular hole in the center of the mark. Something seemed to have been pulled out. From the marks, it's Calamity Chui Seeing. The dragon heartgrass was pulled out from here. The dragon heartgrass was like grass to the dragon clan, but to humans it was a big tree. Because the situation was unclear, Zephyr felt complicated. She didn't know if it was good or bad. There was one more dragon on their mission list. If two dragons came together, a single Dragon Slayer team wouldn't be able to deal with them. But if there was another Dragon Slayer team in Los Angeles, and one that could seriously injure a dragon, that would definitely be a powerful reinforcement. "Let's go." The two were about to leave. Suddenly, Zephyra and Lux's equipment sounded alarms. "Not good. Something's coming. Use Shadow Cloak immediately." Shadow Cloak was used to hide all of one's aura and traces. It was mainly used to prevent the dragon's perception. because the dragon's perception was too sharp and powerful. There was almost no chance of winning in a head-on fight. In most cases, a dragon slayer's first attack would be a sneak attack. Therefore, Shadow Cloak was very important. Shadow Cloak not only hid one's aura, but also all of the user's perception. This was one of the flaws of the Shadow Cloak. Normally, when a dragon slayer fought an evil dragon, he would lie in ambush at a predetermined location. They had no way of knowing whether the evil dragon had arrived or not, so they had to wait for others to send a signal. There were only 2 of them at this moment, and they weren't prepared at all. Be it in terms of equipment or mentality, they were not prepared. There was absolutely no chance of winning against the evil dragon at this time. That was why Zephyra immediately gave the order to hide with Shadow Cloak. The moment they disappeared, Chun Zhao descended from the sky. Chun Zhao saw the huge claw mark. Without a doubt, this claw mark was left behind by the Dragon Clan. Chun Zhao couldn't tell if it was Saint An's claw mark. However, he naturally thought that the claw mark was left by Saint An. Am I too late? Chun Zhao's expression was ugly. There was some dragon aura left at the scene. That kind of powerful enemy would be a huge problem if they were allowed to live for another day. Therefore, Chun Zhao searched through the night. He wanted to find Sheng and as soon as possible and kill him. According to Peter's investigation, this mountain forest was a property under Saint Anne's name. Tonight, Chun Zhao had searched many of Saint Anne's properties, but he couldn't find any trace of Saint Anne. Chun Zhao would have to leave in a few days. If Saint Anne came back for revenge when he wasn't here, how would his family defend? Chun Zhao's bad mood was magnified again. Looking at the forest before him, Chun Zhao destroyed it wantonly. The huge shadow of a fist smashed down with the power of the world. The terrifying shockwave directly uprooted the ground and trees in the vicinity. After the attack, Chun Zhao finally controlled his emotions and flew away. This unknown territory was really troublesome. If he wasn't careful, he would be affected by it. Chun Zhao didn't realize that his attack just now had exposed 2 figures from the shadows. However, the terrifying impact still seriously injured Zephyra and Alux. Their minds were a bit dazed. They couldn't find the dragon anymore. That saved them from the disaster. However, this terrifying power still shocked them and even frightened them. This definitely wasn't Calamity Chui Xian. It was probably a higher-level dragon. They didn't understand why the dragon was so furious and destroyed this place like this. But they were sure that they would be in trouble if they had to face the dragon. Zephyra, how are you? Very bad. I broke a few ribs. Zephyra's body was still straight, but that was just on the surface. As a dragon slayer, she wouldn't show any weakness even when she was injured. Amon is nearby. I'll tell him to come and pick us up. There's no need. That dragon might not have gone far. We can't let Amon get involved. Inform our men to retreat. If we've been exposed, we can't let our other teammates get involved. But your injury, it's fine. I won't die, Zephyr said coldly. For the next 3 days, we must not have any physical contact with our teammates. Maybe the dragon is watching us in the dark, said Zephyr with a cold face. I understand. Zephyr's heart was heavy. The situation had become more and more complicated. The dragon definitely wasn't Calamity Chui Xian, but a higher-level dragon. And the dragon wasn't something their team could fight against. Of course, it wasn't all bad news. That dragon might not be an evil dragon, and it might not be their enemy. But now, she could only comfort herself like this. After all, they were facing an enemy that they couldn't defeat at all. Deep in the night, Portia was sleeping soundly when someone knocked on the door. In her pajamas, Portia opened the door in the dark. Just then, she saw Zephyr leaning against the door frame. She was covered in dirt. Her face and clothes were also covered in wounds and blood. Ah, Zephyr, what's wrong? I'm fine. Can you help me in? Zephyr asked weakly. She'd been holding on all the way. When they reached the door, she still revealed her weakest side. Chapter 1955. Portia hurriedly helped Zephyr back into the room. Bear with it. I'll call an ambulance. Don't call an ambulance. I'm fine, Zephyr said with difficulty. Why? You're hurt like this. Portia looked at Zephyr anxiously. I said I'm fine. Help me into my room. Portia helped Refra back into the room. Zevra said in a weak voice, "There's a bottle in my desk drawer. Bring it to me." Portia opened the drawer. There was a bottle of white liquid inside. However, there was no brand on it. Portia didn't know what kind of medicine it was. Portia brought the bottle to Refra, hesitating whether to give it to her or not. "Refra, are you sure the liquid in the bottle is drinkable? I think it's best to find a professional doctor. I know what I'm doing." Even in her weakest state, Refra was still very conscious. "Okay." Portia handed the bottle to Refra. Refra opened the bottle and drank the white liquid in one gulp. The liquid in the bottle could only temporarily relieve her injuries. She had other medicines, but most of them could only be used when she was in real danger. She couldn't use them now. Portia was still worried. After a long hesitation, she said, "Refra, our boss is a doctor. I'll ask him to take a look at your injuries. Don't worry, our boss won't tell anyone about your injuries." Refra also hesitated for a while, but she finally nodded. "Okay." Portia immediately called Chun Zhao. "Portia, give me a reason not to kill you." Chun Zhao's tone was rather nasty. "Do you know what time it is?" "Boss, there's a problem at home. My roommate is hurt. Send her to the hospital if she's hurt." "Why are you calling me? Aren't you an illegal doctor?" "Then, I want to hire you now." "Huh? Portia, do you know how much I get paid?" "How much?" "Including the price for disturbing my sleep. I'll give you a discount. $2 million. Portia's voice immediately became sharp and resounding. "Are you crazy? How could anyone pay such a high price? You know that $2 million might not be enough to hire me. If I don't know you, you'll have to pay more. I don't have that much money. You can pay on credit. Write me an IOU." "I have no money," Portia said angrily. "All right then, I'm going to bed. Good night." "Boss, I'm really in a hurry. We'll talk tomorrow." With that, he hung up. Portia angrily smashed the phone on the floor. "Bastard, bastard, bastard, this bastard." After venting her frustrations, Portia picked up her phone again. Good, I didn't break the phone." Portia looked at Zefra apologetically. "Zefra, I'm sorry. That bastard refused to come. It's okay. Take a rest first. I'll call the boss in the morning," said Portia. "All right." Portia looked at Zefra. Zefra didn't even close her eyes and just laid there weakly. "Portia, take a nap. I'm not used to sleeping at a time like this." As a dragon slayer, Zefra had been injured many times. Every time she was injured, she would stay awake the entire time. She would never allow herself to fall into a deep sleep. Portia couldn't understand. Why didn't she sleep with such a serious injury? Why didn't she call a doctor? "Zefra, who hurt you? Are you sure we don't need to call the police?" "I said it's okay. I fell and hurt myself," Zefra said calmly. "Fell and hurt?" Portia looked at Zefra. "Zefra, can't you be more careful with your lies?" Portia couldn't feel the sincerity in Zefra's lies at all. Zefra just lay there in silence. Portia stayed up until dawn, helping to take care of Zefra the whole time. "Zefra, I think I should raise the rent. Have you ever seen such a responsible roommate? You can go to sleep. I don't need your care. I really don't understand. Why don't you sleep? At least you'll feel better." Portia looked at Zefra. Even she felt uncomfortable. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to sleep anymore. But Zefra was so seriously injured, yet she didn't sleep. Portia dialed Chun Zhao's number again. "Boss, if you don't come to treat my friend, I won't be able to go to work. Also, I won't be able to go next week. You're threatening me." "I'm not threatening you." Portia's voice softened. "I'm just telling you the truth. Just you wait." Chun Zhao was furious. It was already an hour later when Chun Zhao arrived at Portia's house. When he knocked on Portia's door, Portia started to complain. "Boss, you're too slow. Who told you to live so far away? Who told you to pay me so little? I can only live so far away. Who told you not to be capable enough? If you were, I'd pay you more. Who told you to only give me so little work? I didn't even have the chance to show off. If you think the work is too little, I'll be happy to give you more work." Chun Zhao sneered at Portia. After entering Portia's house, Chun Zhao studied the place. "Is this where you're renting? It looks nice." If she hadn't seen Chun Zhao's house, Portia would think that it was nice. But after seeing Mingwe Villa and Mirror Lake Villa, Portia felt that her house was shabby. Chun Zhao's words were even more hypocritical. Chun Zhao sniffed. What a heavy smell of blood. Is it your friend's blood? Yes, she vomited a few mouthfuls of blood last night. Portia glanced at Chun Zhao, complaining. She didn't sleep at all last night. Her eyes were wide open the whole time. I feel bad just looking at her. She's so injured and still won't sleep. I don't know what she's thinking. Why didn't you call an ambulance? Did you call the police? Chun Zhao asked. She won't let me. Won't let me? Why? I don't know. Portia brought Chun Zhao into Zephyr's room. However, the room was empty. There was no one on the bed. Suddenly, Chun Zhao saw Zephyr hiding behind the door. Zephyr attacked him from behind. Without any hesitation, Chun Zhao threw Zephyr over his shoulder, throwing her heavily to the front. Chapter 1956. She smashed the table and fell to the ground, spitting out blood continuously. Boss, what are you doing? I asked you to heal Zevra, not to kill her. Chun Zhao just stood there. She attacked me first. Zephyr kept vomiting blood, but her strong willpower was still supporting her. What are you doing, Riva? This is my boss. I asked her to treat you. Riva was a person's habit, even if it was someone Portia had called. She was also used to testing after subduing someone. She was even on guard against Portia. Even if she was injured, a normal person might not be her match. Moreover, she had deliberately planned a sneak attack. She had thought that it would be a sure thing. However, not only had Chun Zhao discovered her sneak attack, he had even counterattacked. This made her wonder if she was really too weak. She couldn't even beat a normal person. Chun Zhao stood there with his arms crossed. Do you still want treatment? If not, I'm leaving. Also, she doesn't look like she needs treatment. She can actually sneak attack me. Looks like she's quite lively. Boss, she keeps spitting out blood. She looks like she's about to die. Hurry and take a look at Riva. Are you sure she won't attack me again? I'm sure. I'm very sure. Are you right, Riva? Sorry. Riva snorted coldly. Okay, lie back on the bed. I'll take a look. With Portia's help, Riva lay back on the bed. Chun Zhao sat on the edge of the bed. Is it okay to take off your shirt? Yes. Riva nodded slightly. Even though she was in so much pain, she still controlled herself and maintained her rationality and vigilance. Chun Zhao pressed on Riva's chest. Her ribs are broken. Riva wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. You broke one. You're in good spirits. You still have the energy to argue with me. How did you get injured? Other than the injuries I caused. I was injured, Riva said. What do you do? Agent? Mercenary? Killer? Or an undercover police officer? Zephyr remained silent. Chun Zhao did not care if she answered his question or not. Your second broken rib on the left pierced into your lung, Chun Zhao said. If you're willing, I could do a small surgery for you now. Sure. This is an anesthetic. I don't need anesthetics, Zephyr said coldly. Are you sure? This kind of pain is extraordinary. I will cut open the skin on your chest and use bioglue to repair your lungs. Zephyr still had that cool expression on her face as she said, no problem. Zephyr, you have to think this through. This is an operation. How can it be done without anesthetics? Portia also tried to persuade her. I said, no problem. You can do it. Let me make this clear. Although this is a minor surgery, in your condition, you might die from the pain. If you die, don't blame me. I understand. Chun Zhao looked at Portia. Are you sure it's okay? Let's do it. Since Zephyr said so herself. Chun Zhao took out an alcohol bottle. After smearing it evenly on Zephyr's chest, he took out a scalpel. Of course, before using the scalpel, Chun Zhao still had to stop the bleeding with acupuncture. He didn't want to make it too bloody. Also, Zephyr's condition was not suitable for her to lose too much blood. But even so, the scene was inevitably covered in blood. After all, this wasn't an operating room. After ignoring the possibility of a fungal infection, there were still various flaws. Of course, the surgery itself was only a minor one. It was not difficult at all for Chun Zhao. Portia watched Chun Zhao's dazzling surgery process. It was her first time seeing Chun Zhao treat a patient. He was completely different from the stereotype in the past. In the past, Portia's impression of Chun Zhao was that he was undisciplined, frivolous, stingy, and a jerk. But now, Chun Zhao was unprecedentedly serious. Every movement was as smooth as flowing water. From cutting open the abdomen to stitching up the wound, the entire process only took 10 minutes. But for Portia and Zephyra, it felt as long as a century. Chen Zhao looked at Zephyra, who was still conscious. He was astonished by Zephyra's tenacious willpower. He had never seen such a stubborn, ordinary person, and a woman at that. The woman did not make a single sound during the operation. After all, Chen Zhao had made a hole in her chest just now. But even though she was trembling from the pain, she still maintained absolute silence. Even Chen Zhao himself could not do this. This made Chen Zhao more interested in Zephyra. It's done. Take an antibiotic every morning, afternoon, and night. The stitches will take 3 days to remove. Is Zephyr done? I've done everything I can. Chen Zhao took out a cigarette and turned to Portia. Do you have a fire? Okay. Portia nodded. Boss, there's a patient here, and this is my house. Also, when did you smoke? Chen Zhao did not smoke often, but he had been very focused just now. Now that he had relaxed, he needed a cigarette to relax. This was the so-called smoke after the fact. She's fine now. With my medical skills, she won't be unable to withstand even a second-hand smoke. Zephyr said weakly, Give me one too. Chen Zhao casually tossed a cigarette to Zephyra. Portia was completely speechless at the two patients. How could a doctor and patient smoke at the same time? That was too irresponsible. Who did this to you? Chen Zhao asked curiously. I feel like you were hit by a car or something even stronger. A car crash, Riva answered and blew out a long smoke ring at the same time. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He could tell that Zephyr was definitely not hit by a car. Chen Zhao said that her injuries looked like they were caused by a car, but there were other small injuries on her body. There were also the stains on her body, which seemed to be from rolling in the mountains. However, he would never have dreamed that Chen Zhao was the one who caused these injuries. Neither did Zephyr expect that Chen Zhao was the culprit behind her injuries. Boss, how many days does Zephyr need to recover? 3 days, Chen Zhao said. If she's completely healed, we'll see how strong she is. 3 days is enough. Zephyr's injury is so serious, and she even had a small surgery. Chapter 1957. She's much stronger than you, Chen Zhao said. Other than the injuries from last night, Zephyr also had many old injuries. These old injuries didn't make her weak. Instead, they made her stronger. She was like a strong tiger cub. Portia recalled how she couldn't lift the suitcase at all that day. Zephyr, on the other hand, could carry it with one hand. She seemed really strong. Zephyr, is there a little monster living in your body? Sir, you're strong too. After all, I haven't been shoulder thrown in a long time. Zephyr looked at Chen Zhao. However, there was still some dissatisfaction in her tone. After all, she was heavily injured and couldn't even use 20% of her strength. Boss works out every day. Swimming, boxing, running. He's a fitness freak. Zephyr wasn't surprised. Chen Zhao was indeed very strong. Even though she was heavily injured, a normal person couldn't beat her. However, Chen Zhao could throw her over his shoulder when she tried to sneak up on him. After I recover, I'll compete with you again, Zephyr said, dissatisfied. Zephyr, you can't beat Boss. He can kill more than a dozen armed bandits by himself. Zephyr ignored Portia's advice. She muttered to herself that she could do it under normal circumstances too. Although the Dragon Slayers were determined, they more or less had some character flaws. For example, Zephyr had been treated as a genius or a monster among her peers since she was young. She'd also developed a proud and unyielding personality. In the past, all of her competitors had been defeated in front of her. Even those who were stronger and more outstanding than her couldn't escape the fate of failure. I'm hungry, Zephyr said. Zephyr, you just had surgery. You can't eat now, right? Portia looked at Chen Zhao. She can eat if she wants. It's fine as long as she doesn't eat stimulating food. Plus, she was injured in her lungs, not her stomach. Okay, I'll go get some food. Portia looked at Chen Zhao. Boss, do you want to eat something? Every day, you're the one who freeloads off me. This time, I'm going to freeload off you too. Boss, I don't have much food in the fridge. Portia knew how big Chen Zhao's appetite was. In her eyes, Chun Zhao was just a moving rice bucket. There was no limit to his appetite. Portia had no choice but to take out all the ingredients in the house. Moreover, she doubted that with so many ingredients, Chun Zhao wouldn't even be 30% full. Very doubtful. Although Chun Zhao had said that Refra would need 3 days to get out of bed, Refra still needed 3 days. However, Zafra did not have that many scruples. Even though he was sweating profusely from the pain, he was still jumping around on the ground. At the dining table, he stuffed himself with food, especially after seeing how much Chun Zhao ate at the dining table. Zefra actually had the idea of competing again. He didn't care if he could overeat right now. She learned how Chun Zhao ate. Chun Zhao finished the steak in 10 seconds. She also finished the steak in 10 seconds. Chun Zhao finished the salad in 10 seconds. She did the same. Portia didn't even have the chance to pick up her chopsticks. The two moving rice buckets devoured the food on the table at an astonishing speed. Zephyr soon realized that she really couldn't beat Chun Zhao. At least in terms of appetite, she lost completely. Chun Zhao glanced at Zephyr and swallowed the food in his mouth. You can't let yourself eat too much. He could roughly estimate how much Zephyr could eat. Zephyr's normal appetite was about the same as an adult man's. If she forced herself, she could at most eat the food of 2 men. She definitely couldn't eat any more. One had to know that one's stomach could really burst from overeating. Zephyr wiped her mouth unwillingly. I'm not in a good condition today. I usually eat more. Zephyr looked at Chun Zhao's astonishing appetite and eating speed. She actually knew that even in her best condition, she wouldn't be able to eat more than Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao had already eaten the food of 2 people. In less than 30 seconds, he completely devoured a roast chicken. Moreover, he still didn't plan on stopping. He was still devouring the food like a tornado. Can one's appetite also be trained? Zephyr asked. Portia felt that Chun Zhao had led Zephyr astray. She didn't expect Zephyr to be so competitive. She even wanted to compete with her appetite. The more you exercise, the more you eat, Chun Zhao said. Of course, after training, if your stomach gets used to expanding, it can expand by 10 times, but normal people don't recommend it. After all, it's not healthy. Zephyr only heard the first part. She didn't hear Chun Zhao's suggestion at all. This was Zephyr's personality. Even if it was a meaningless thing like appetite, she still wanted to be first. How do you usually train? Zephyr asked. If you're free in the morning, do 2 triathlons first and 3 at night to help digestion. Also, do some anaerobic exercise. Anaerobic exercise uses up the most stamina. I prefer diving without equipment, Zephyr said. How long can you dive for? Should surpass the world record. About half an hour, Chun Zhao said casually. Currently, the world record for diving without equipment was 20 minutes and 21 seconds. Portia stared at Chun Zhao in shock. She'd indeed seen Chun Zhao dive before. He often dove into the sea and then disappeared for a long time. Zephyr thought about it. Her diving ability was close to the world record. It seemed that she'd lost to Chun Zhao in diving again. Zephyr secretly encouraged herself. She had one more item to beat Chun Zhao. Zephyr pretended to be calm. Very good. What's the depth of your diving equipment? If you want to compete with me, it's meaningless, Chun Zhao said calmly. Chun Zhao's breathing system was basically non-human. It had also evolved and could absorb oxygen and water. He was an enhancer, and his body was countless times stronger than normal people, so water pressure was also meaningless to him. He also had the ability to control water, so he could dive even the deepest trench in the world like it was flat ground. Even the Mariana Trench, a deep sea where even microorganisms couldn't survive, Chun Zhao could dive like it was flat ground. How much? Zephyr asked, unconvinced. Did you reach the world record? Zephyr thought about it and looked up at Chun Zhao. Did you surpass the world record? Chun Zhao nodded. A lot. Chapter 1958. Zephyr was very hurt. In terms of diving depth, she was still far from the world record. The duration of diving was related to the capacity of one's lungs, while the depth was related to one's physical strength. Of course, this did not mean that the world record holder was better than Zephyr. It also involved skills and endurance. That kind of world record was the result of countless attempts, and the final result was obtained. Portia was not surprised at all. Anyway, she often saw Chun Zhao swim. There was no doubt about Chun Zhao's swimming ability. Moreover, Chun Zhao's entire family was astonishingly good at swimming, especially Jerlin and Fei Lai. Fei Lai was a member of the coastal rescue team. Plus, Chun Zhao's monstrous motor skills. Thus, Portia was not surprised by any of Chun Zhao's athletic abilities. Zephyra, I told you, don't think about beating Boss in fitness and sports. He's really unbeatable in this aspect. I saw with my own eyes how he crushed those robbers who attacked him. Portia hated Chun Zhao to the core, but she trusted him completely in this aspect. She really did not think that there was anyone stronger than Chun Zhao in this world. However, she did not expect her words to ignite Zephyra's competitive spirit. I'm in a good state right now, Zephyra said, unconvinced. When I recover, I can do it too. This meal is really uncomfortable. Chun Zhao picked up a tissue and wiped his mouth and hands. I don't feel anything at all. Portia's eyes were filled with resentment as she stared at Chun Zhao. Boss, this is half a month's worth of food. You ate half a month's worth of food. You ate quite a lot at my place too. What's wrong with just eating one meal from you? Also, it's so uncomfortable. You can't even stimulate my appetite. Chun Zhao stood up and said, I'm going back. Also, remember to come to work in the afternoon, or I'll deduct your salary. Boss, I still have to take care of Zephyra. I don't, Zephyra said indifferently. Zephyra, how can you be like this? You should say something for me. I'm telling the truth. I don't need your care. Boss, I'll go with you. I can even save my gas money. Then how will you come back? I won't lend you my car. I can pay for your car's gas, right? Said Portia. Are you sure? The fuel consumption of each of my cars is much higher than that of your own car. Chun Zhao had never considered the problem of fuel consumption. All the cars he chose were based on performance and comfort. Forget it, I'll just drive my own car. Portia looked as if she had nothing left to live for. Zephyra, be careful when I'm not around. Call me if you're in trouble. Chun Zhao and Portia had both left. Only Zephyra was left in the house. Zephyra took out her phone. Alux, it's me. Zephyra, how are you now? Your injuries seem to be very serious. It's all right. I've received professional treatment, Zephyra said. How's your injury? I'm fine. My luck is better than yours. It had to be said that Alux's luck was indeed better than Thera's. They were all using shadow cloaks and were standing together. But when they were hit, the damage was different. Of course, apart from luck, another important reason was that Alux was an enhancer. His constitution was much higher than Zephyra's. How is it? Did you find any useful information? I've investigated the situation of the Los Angeles area's supernatural world. There are 2 or 3 local supernatural organizations in Los Angeles, but they're all small fries that aren't worth mentioning. However, there's one thing that's very strange. The Los Angeles area's supernatural world seems to be very xenophobic. Other than these small fries, if there are any foreign spiritualists who are active here, they'll definitely be severely punished. Even if they don't do evil, they'll most likely be expelled. If they commit serious crimes here, they'll definitely disappear without a trace, Electrolux said. Who did it? I don't know who did it, but in any case, the supernatural world of Los Angeles is definitely not as simple as it looks on the surface. It's very likely that there's a hidden expert, and it might even be the work of the dragon race that hibernated here. It can't be the dragon race. Whether it's an ordinary dragon race or an evil dragon, they wouldn't care about the activities of a human shaman unless it involves their own interests, Zephyr speculated. What about the paranormal organization that you've investigated? Are they possible? One of them is an idol organization. They don't have any close organizations or activities. They usually conduct some small activities in the L area, like a small competition or a meeting, Alux said. The other 2 organizations are related to the government. One of them has been established for more than 20 years, but it's very weak. It can't even deal with a small haunted community. The other organization has been established for a shorter period of time, and its strength is below average. The strongest one should be Brits, who's known as the Little Encyclopedia of Magic. He's quite famous in North America. I once met him during a supernatural event. His strength is also very average. These three organizations can basically be eliminated. Is there no more information? I've investigated a few spiritualists, but the strongest one is barely average. There's no one stronger than that. There aren't any spiritualists with extraordinary strength? No, but I've investigated the local spiritualists. They said that 2 years ago, someone in the L.A. area awakened the third night. I just don't know what happened to the third night. Oh, awaken the third night? If it's successful, then it should be very powerful, right? No one knows who awakened it. Until now, no one has heard of a particularly powerful spiritualist or a genius. Give up on this direction. Don't investigate in this direction anymore. We're looking for dragons, not spiritualists. Dragons don't need to awaken, Theris said. Other than that, there's no other information. There's still some immature information. We need to dig deeper. All right then. Continue investigating. If you find any clues, contact me immediately. Chapter 1959. Portia, did you lose him? Boss, you're driving a supercar, and I'm driving a second-hand car. Why do you think my car can keep up with yours? Portia asked, annoyed. I'm not driving very fast. I'm only driving 80 kilometers per hour. You should go first. It'll only take 10 minutes at most to reach Mingyue Villa. Fine. Chen Zhao hung up. He could already see Mingyue Villa. Portia wasn't driving very fast, but she wasn't falling behind by much. Portia's car had also reached the highway. Suddenly, the car in front slowed down. Portia couldn't turn in time and rear-ended the car in front. Portia immediately stopped the car. The car in front that was rear-ended also stopped. Portia was burning with anger, but when she saw that it was a woman who got out of the car in front, she calmed down a little. How did you drive? Portia asked the woman. The speed limit is at least 80 kilometers per hour. Why did you suddenly slow down? I'm sorry. I think there's something wrong with my car. The woman looked at Portia innocently. I'll take responsibility for this accident. Can you lend me your phone? I'll call the insurance company. Fine. The woman didn't argue and even admitted her mistake. Portia's anger also dissipated. She took out her phone and gave it to the woman. The phone lit up in the woman's hand for a moment, then dimmed again. Is the phone broken? The woman returned the phone to Portia. Let me see. It really is broken. Strange. It was fine just now. Why did it suddenly break? She had just spoken to Chen Zhao on the phone. Why did it suddenly break? Portia wondered if she didn't pay attention to the battery just now and it ran out of battery. Where's your phone? Portia asked. The woman took out her phone. The screen was already cracked. Clearly, it couldn't be used anymore. When I rear-ended the car, it fell to the ground and I accidentally stepped on it. I see. Then let's go to my boss's house and borrow his phone. Portia said. Your boss? Is it far from here? No. See that house on the cliff? It's there. What a big house. Your boss must be rich, right? Of course, only rich people can hire me. Portia rolled her eyes. Get in my car. In the car, Portia looked at the woman beside her again. The woman was very tall, about 185 meters. She was also very beautiful, and her clothes were very tasteful. She looked like a model. What's your name? Chui Xin. Portia brought Chui Xin into the Bright Moon Villa. By now, Chen Zhao had already changed into a t-shirt and boxers. He was lying on the living room sofa, playing with his phone. Chen Zhao's children were running and playing in the living room. Among so many children, only Didi La was reading quietly. Even little Larissa was busy climbing up and down the princess's body with Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nana. The princess's mountain-like body was enough for the 5 of them to move around. Just then, Portia walked into the living room with Trish. Chen Zhao put down his phone and looked up at the 2 girls. Portia, who is she? Chen Zhao was very curious. Portia was right behind him. How could she bring a woman back so quickly? Boss, I rear-ended her car. My phone is out of battery, and her phone is broken too. She's here to call the insurance company and then leave. Chen Zhao stared at Chui Xin, whose expression was a bit stiff. Sir, is there something on my face? Drizzt had to be nervous because there was a dragon's head in the yard. Even the most arrogant dragon slayer wouldn't dare to treat a dragon's head like a decoration. But this guy had actually placed a dragon's head in the yard so openly. Regardless of whether this man was too arrogant or he really had the ability, Chui Xian's hair stood on end. At least it meant that Saint and didn't lie to her. This man really had the ability to make one's hair stand on end. Chen Zhao stared straight at Chui Xian. Boss, don't you know that it's very rude to look at a woman like that? I'll let it go this time. Don't bring strangers to my house next time. Chen Zhao looked away. He didn't find anything strange about Chui Xian. Chui Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief, somewhat regretting her rashness. She'd originally thought that sneaking in to find out Chen Zhao's strength would be a piece of cake. But when she faced Chen Zhao, she realized how much pressure he gave her. Even though Chen Zhao had looked away, he still used his small world to monitor Chui Xian from all directions. Because of this, Chui Xian felt like her hair stood on end. They both had their own small worlds, but their abilities were very different. Chui Xian didn't even dare to move. She was sure that if she moved even a little, this human man would kill her directly. This human man would directly kill her, pull out her tendons, and peel off her skin. He would also place her head in the yard like a trophy. She even had to control her heartbeat so that it wouldn't beat too fast. After a while, Chui Xian finished her call and Portia saw her off. Chui Xian didn't even say goodbye to Chen Zhao. She hurriedly left Mingyue Villa. Chen Zhao suddenly jumped up from the sofa. There was something wrong with that woman. The ring that the woman was wearing was different from the one he was wearing, but it was definitely the same as his magic ring. It was used to suppress aura. Chen Zhao hurried to the entrance of Mingyue Villa and saw Portia return. Boss, why did you come out? Where's that woman? She left. What do you want to do to her? Boss, you already have a child with Miss Fei Lai. You better control yourself. What nonsense. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to catch up to that woman. Don't bring strangers to Mingyue Villa in the future, Chen Zhao said. Portia pouted. Boss, didn't I stop you from making mistakes? Do you have to be so stingy? That woman isn't a good person. You don't look like a good person either, Portia said bluntly. Let me have a look at your phone. What's wrong with my phone? Portia handed it to Chen Zhao. When Chen Zhao took the phone, he indeed felt a magical aura from it. But as he took the phone, the magical aura was dispelled. He turned it on again, and the phone lit up again. That woman tampered with your phone. She purposely entered Mingyue Villa. Chapter 1960. Portia was stunned. She still didn't really believe him. But the phone in Chen Zhao's hand did light up. You said she did something to my phone. How did she stop my phone from turning on? You won't understand such high-tech work, Chen Zhao said in disdain. Portia didn't believe that Chen Zhao was talking about advanced technology. Chen Zhao's understanding of the high-tech appliances and equipment in the house was even lower than Portia's. How could Portia believe that Chen Zhao knew more about technology than her? Boss, is there really a problem with that woman? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Then what does she want to do? Sneak into Mingyue Villa to set off a bomb? I don't know, Chen Zhao said. They're probably here to ask about my family. Chen Zhao's head hurt. These were troubled times. All sorts of people had popped up. Furthermore, he was too careless. Even if he didn't notice that woman's mistake earlier, he wouldn't be able to do so. Just from the coincidence of her rear-ending Portia, he should have guessed that there was something wrong with her. The Empress Dowager herself was slow to realize it. Chen Zhao was annoyed. Next time, he would definitely not be careless. As long as there was the slightest bit of doubt, he would make his move. Why did he care so much? He was not a good person. Anyway, this time, Chen Zhao was sure that this person was a bad guy. Sheng and was currently soaking in a container. However, after Chui Xian returned, Sheng opened his eyes. Although Saint and accepted Trish's help. However, this did not mean that he trusted Chui Xian, even if Chui Xian was his sister. Sheng was always on guard against Chui Xian. Although they were separated by the container, Sheng could still see Chui Xian's expression. You seem to have run into something bad. Let me guess what it is. Sheng spoke from within the container. But the strange thing was that he could actually speak in the liquid. You disguised yourself as an ordinary person and snuck into that human's house and were almost discovered, right? Sheng knew Chui Xian too well. Whether it was from the perspective of human morality or from the perspective of the dragon race, she was an extremely evil dragon. Tri Silly sat in a chair in front of Saint Anne's container, her chest heaving. Do you think my experience can make you happy? So, what did you gain from this infiltration? I discovered that the human is indeed very powerful, but he is not completely invulnerable. Him? What weakness could he possibly have? He didn't discover any weaknesses, but he made a fatal mistake. What mistake? He said that a dragon's head was placed in his courtyard, Cui Xin said. Sheng and furrowed his brows at first. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. This time, you don't need to take out your wealth. Maybe there's a way for our people to participate. Placing a dragon's head in the courtyard as a decoration was already a huge taboo for the dragon race. Sheng continued to stare coldly at Cui Xin. Why are you helping me? If you want my treasure, then don't even think about it. I won't give you my treasure, not even a single silver coin. Cui silly smiled as she looked at Saint and the container. This isn't the best place to hide. You're heavily injured, yet you still want to hide here. This means that this place is very important to you. You hid your treasures here, right? Cui Xin sneered. Sheng Un, who was in the container, suddenly became agitated, and panic appeared in his eyes. It seems that I guessed correctly. The treasures are here. If you dare take even a single silver coin from me, I'll kill you, Sheng Un growled as he stared at Cui Xin. I don't want your treasures. I only want one thing. Cui Xin stared at Sheng and, if you don't agree, then I'll take all of your treasures. What thing? Sheng Un looked at Cui Xin angrily. The caltrip all, Cui Xin said. I don't have that thing, Sheng Un denied without even thinking. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If you give me the caltrip all, not only will I not touch your treasures, I'll even give you information about the treasure island. I've been to the treasure island before, so I know its location. Cui Xin's words were extremely bewitching. That place is filled with endless treasures. Don't you want any of them? Sheng Un was silent for a moment, then said, I really don't know what the caltrip all is. Maybe you really don't know what the caltrip all is. Maybe it's hidden in your treasures, Cui Xin said. At the same time, Cui Xin took out a drawing that she had just drawn. This is the shape of the caltrip all. Sheng Un narrowed his eyes. Originally, he really didn't know what the caltrip all was. However, after seeing the drawing of the caltrip all, he immediately remembered. The caltrip all was indeed in his hands, but it wasn't piled up among his treasures. The dragon clan had a habit of splitting their treasures in half. This was to avoid any mishaps from happening, so that their treasures wouldn't be taken away at once. Sheng Un also had this habit. You don't have to deny it. This caltrip all was obtained 200 years ago when you slaughtered a Native American tribe, Cui Xin said. So what? Maybe I've already thrown it away. After all, I'm only interested in shiny and valuable things. You definitely still have it, Cui Xin said with certainty. The caltrip all has some kind of mysterious power. You won't be mistaken. Even if you can't tell what the caltrip all is for, you won't throw it away easily. Just like how Sheng Un understood Cui Xin. Cui Xin also understood Sheng and finally laughed. He finally felt that he had the right to speak. What's the caltrip all for? Sheng Un was indeed as Cui Xin had thought. Although he didn't know what the caltrip all was for, he could still feel the power it contained, so he still kept it. With his vision and experience, he had experienced this many times. Something that seemed useless at first would eventually be found to have great value or use. Now that Cui Xin was so eager to obtain the caltrip all, it meant that the caltrip all was indeed very useful or valuable. Otherwise, Cui Xin wouldn't be unmoved by the treasures she had hidden in the manor. Cui Xin was also a dragon, and her greed for treasures was deeply imprinted in her blood. It was impossible for her not to be moved, unless her desire for the caltrip all was greater than the treasures. That's my question. You just have to answer me. Do you accept this deal? Cui Xin said coldly. Before I figure out what the caltrip all is for, I won't accept this deal. Chapter 1961. Cui Xin cursed. That's a part of the artifact created by the Mayan civilization, Cui Xin said. Artifact? Sheng Un couldn't help but look greedy. Think about it. Do you want to use this divine artifact's component to exchange for information about the treasure island, or do you want to say that you won't get anything? Not only will I kill you, but I'll also take away the treasures you've hidden here. As for your secret treasure, I'll definitely find it. When that time comes, you'll have nothing left, Chui Xin said. You only told me information that I don't know is true or false, and you want to exchange it for an artifact? You're too greedy. You're the one with a big appetite. It's just a fragment of a god artifact, not a god artifact. Think about it, the treasures on the island. Even if you recover your true form, you can still sleep on the treasures. How wonderful would that be? Shungen couldn't help but lick his lips. He couldn't hide the greed in his eyes. What the dragon race pursued in their lives was nothing more than treasures. Since the prismatic all is a part of the artifact, does that mean that you also have a part? Shungen asked. Chui Xin's expression grew colder. Shungen didn't hide his greed at all. What? You want to take the part of the artifact from me? Chui Xin was also wary of Shung, and let's think about how to deal with the Dragon Slayer, Shungen said. To deal with the Dragon Slayer, we first have to prepare a battlefield. We can use the information that the Dragon Slayer accidentally entered the dragon race to attract the dragon race. But most of the dragon race are old-fashioned. They won't show themselves directly, and they won't fight in human cities or nearby areas. So, we have to choose a battlefield for them, Chui Xin said. Humans and the dragon race had always maintained contact. To a certain extent, they were considered relatively stable allies. Neither would initiate a war against the other. In fact, even the lawless Chui Xin didn't dare to show herself in broad daylight, because the consequences of doing so would be very serious. By then, it wouldn't just be the Dragon Slayer hunting her. Even the dragon race would hunt her down, because she broke the agreement between humans and the dragon race. Initially, the Dragon Clan had not supported her misdeeds in the spirit world, nor had they interfered or objected to her actions. However, this didn't mean that she could do whatever she wanted. After all, there were many dragons that were more powerful than her in the Dragon Clan. Then what are your plans? Find a remote place and open up an alternate dimension as the battlefield. Then, lure the Dragon Slayer inside. When the time comes, he won't be able to escape, Chui Xin said. That's a good idea. Shungen said, however, that Dragon Slayer is not weak. With our levels, I'm afraid we'll need at least a lot of people of the same level to kill him. I know that there are 2 radical dragon fathers in the Dragon Clan. These 2 dragon fathers are husband and wife. They despise humans very much and always believe that humans should be the slaves of the Dragon Clan. I have the same idea as you. Although Shung and was full of pride towards humans, he had been in human society for a long time. He knew that this was no longer the era of the dragon race. Although the dragon race was powerful, the humans had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Moreover, they also had powerful weapons that even the dragon race had to retreat from. Of course, if an all-out war really broke out between the humans and the dragon race would definitely lose, but the humans wouldn't have it any better. It was more likely that both sides would suffer and the entire ecology of the Earth would be destroyed. This was just like the International Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. Humans and the dragon race also relied on their own strength to achieve a balance. It had to be said that this was a mockery of reality. Chui Xin sneered. I'm not like the 2 of them. Although I'm wanted by the spirit world, I still have freedom of movement. However, the 2 of them are banned by human countries. They forbid them from entering their country's territory. Otherwise, they'll be killed. Oh, which human country would dare to impose such a ban on 2 dragon fathers? The East, Huaxia. Chui Xin said gloatingly. Shungen frowned. He had been to the East. However, he went as a human. But the moment he stepped into Huaxia's territory, he was already targeted. He felt that if he dared to do anything wrong, there would definitely be thousands of troops and horses tearing him apart. During that trip, Shungen came and left in a hurry. Since then, Shungen had never set foot in Huaxia again. He still felt at ease in America. No one could restrict him here. In the past 400 years, he had been accused and imprisoned by humans. Then, he calmly left the prison. Moreover, magic was barren here. Even if spiritualists discovered his identity, they couldn't do anything to him. He could easily destroy those spiritualists who try to go against him. What about the 2 dragon father-level dragons? Where are they now? They hate humans very much. It seems that they suffered a great loss in Huaxia. In the past 20 years, they've been hiding on Dragon Island to recuperate. Will they make a move this time? Shungen asked. They will. As long as the news reaches the two dragon fathers, they and their children will be very happy to use this method to announce their return. Their children? How many? Their way of thinking is extreme among the dragon race. Their fertility is also extreme. In the past 2,000 years, they gave birth to a total of 12 children. They also raised their children to have extreme thinking. Dragons were a very strange race. Their fertility was very weak, but they could give birth to children with almost all races. It was normal for a dragon race couple to give birth to 1 or 2 children in their lifetime. Giving birth to more than 2 children was really a blessing from the dragon god. If they could give birth to 12 children, then they would really be blessed. Shungen was a little dumbfounded. Dragons could give birth to 12 children. How strong was their fertility to be able to do that? I heard that they have their own secret. Many dragon race have asked them for advice. They've also gained a lot from it. Shungen's eyes lit up. This was a cost-free trade. If he could get the secret, other dragon race would definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. But the dragon fathers were destined to be impossible for him to get his hands on. What was a dragon father? It was a dragon race of a higher level than them. Either they were talented and relied on their own efforts to break through to the dragon father level, or they automatically advanced to the dragon father level when they reached 2,000 years old. What were their names? Tugu and Melita. Chapter 1962. Zephyra, are you sure you don't want to rest? Zephyr saw Portia dragging her tired body back, and she didn't look too good. Portia, what's wrong? You don't look too good. I was scolded by my boss. Why? Did you do something wrong? No. I think he's just looking for trouble. Why is he looking for trouble? Portia told her what happened at noon. Tell me, how can that woman be a bad person? Zephyr thought for a moment and said, that woman is really not a good person. You were tricked. What? How is that possible? She suddenly stopped on the highway and you rear-ended her. It could be said to be a coincidence, but her phone happened to be broken, and your phone happened to be broken as well. Afterward, your boss proved that your phone was tampered with. This means that there's really something wrong with that woman, and you were tricked. Really? Portia was a little stunned. Zephyr nodded. Yes, your boss didn't frame you. Although you were innocent, you did cause trouble for your boss. Hearing Zephyr's words, Portia became even more depressed. Did that woman go to your boss's house just to make a phone call? Seems like it. Portia nodded. She didn't do anything else? Boss seemed to have noticed something wrong with her at first glance. That woman stayed at his house for a few minutes, and I could see that she was very nervous. Zephyr glanced at Portia. When you noticed that woman was nervous, you should have noticed that something was wrong. Forget it. If you noticed it, it would be more dangerous. Am I useless? You can't say that. After all, this matter was caused by your boss. It has nothing to do with you, and you are also innocent. I feel much better if you say that. Portia looked at Zephyr. Are you sure you don't want to sleep? You haven't slept for a whole night. I've experienced even longer sleepless nights. Zephyr, what do you do? Are you really like what boss said? A killer or a secret agent? Don't ask, it won't do you any good, Zephyr said calmly. What's so great about it? I've been in contact with it before. I often encounter this kind of thing when I'm with our boss. Does this often happen around your boss? How should I put this? I've been working for the boss for more than 2 months, and I've already encountered similar situations 3 or 4 times. It seems that your boss is also very tired. Riva smiled. I also find it strange. Boss's business seems to be quite proper. Why does this kind of thing always happen? What business does your boss do? Producing and selling beer. Portia said, our boss is a major shareholder of Dashin beer, which is very popular on the market now. Portia only found out about this recently. Gaia had told her before that Chunzhao's business was in the beverage industry. However, Portia didn't expect it to be Dashin beer. Only when she received Citibank's financial report did she realize how rich Chunzhao was. He had such a huge amount of assets and an astonishing income. She didn't think that Chunzhao needed to be involved in any illegal businesses. Chunzhao was really rich. He could even negotiate with the banks with his current savings. He could ask the bank to give him a higher interest rate. After all, the bank would earn a lot if the money was kept in the bank. The bank could use the money to invest and obtain more benefits. Not to mention some high-risk investments. Even buying a high-security fund would earn more than the bank's interest. In America, there were two types of customers that banks liked the most. One was the high-spending type. They had a lot of credit cards in the bank and had a lot of spending each month. At the same time, they could pay back the debt steadily. The other type was like Chun Zhao, who had an astronomical amount of cash in the bank. After all, a normal person who deposited a few $1,000s in a bank will be treated like a king. Moreover, Chun Zhao had hundreds of millions of dollars. Moreover, Chun Zhao's spending power was also astonishing. The credit card that Citibank gave Chun Zhao was also of the highest level, the legendary Black Card. It was said that the bank could satisfy all the requests of Black Card customers, even if the request was unreasonable. In reality, it wasn't that amazing. At most, it could satisfy some reasonable requests. If Chun Zhao wanted to open a secondary card, he didn't even need to go to the bank. Andrews would bring the card to Chun Zhao personally. If the bank didn't give him a higher interest rate, Chun Zhao could just say something and change to a different bank. Andrews would probably lose his job. So, in Portia's eyes, Chun Zhao's wealth meant that he didn't need to do any illegal business. Unless Chun Zhao sold nuclear warheads, he wouldn't be able to earn more than he did now. Even those rich people on the Forbes list might have more assets than Chun Zhao. But in terms of earning money, Chun Zhao might not be slower than them. In fact, he might even be faster. When Portia first talked about Chun Zhao, she didn't have a good impression of him. It was mainly because Portia didn't have a good word to say about him. But after interacting with him, she realized that Chun Zhao wasn't that bad. At least, if he was a gang leader, Portia wouldn't just be scolded for making such a mistake. Maybe Portia would just disappear from the world. He wouldn't let Portia have time to complain. This meant that Chun Zhao treated Portia well. At least, it meant that Chun Zhao had a bottom line. She knew very well how easy it was for a rich and powerful person to make an ordinary person disappear from the world. Fortunately, Portia had met Chun Zhao. If it was another boss, she would have died countless times. Just then, Zephyr's phone rang again. Portia, prepare dinner tonight. With that, Zephyr went to answer the call. Zephyr returned to the house and looked outside to make sure that Portia wasn't eavesdropping on her call. I'm Zephyr. What's the news? Zephyr, we might be in big trouble. Today, there were alarms at LAX and LAX train station. Alarms? 2 alarms? Yes, and it's not a departure alarm. Dragons have entered LAX twice. That means that 2 more dragons have come to LAX. Chapter 1963. A skinny old man strolled out of the airport. Beside the old man was a woman who was supporting him. Melita, how many of our children are here? 2 are here, the woman said. Bunker and Ingley. They're already in North America, unlike us 2 old men who came all the way here. Human aircraft are so uncomfortable, Tugu said. Tugu said, locked in that narrow iron shell. I wish I could tear that iron shell apart. You're still so hot-tempered. Melita had a faint smile on her face. The thing is, if you do this, the risk is too great. Even the Dragon Clan won't let us go. In my opinion, we should just poison the pilot. That way, there won't be any risk. Your poison is too recognizable. Not good, Tugu said. When the 2 dragons walked out of the airport, Tugu suddenly looked at a corner. Huh, that seems to be a magical device set up by the Dragon Slayer to target us dragons. Are there those annoying bugs in the city too? Tugu's face was full of disgust. Remember what that little girl, called Chui Xin, said? Our goal this time is to deal with the Dragon Slayer. So, it's normal to see this kind of magical device in a place like this. Melita looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. What an annoying domain. This must be Chui Xin's domain. I like that little girl very much. I admire her style of doing things. Melita looked at the corner of her eye again. There's a little bug. Tugu, do you want to catch him for fun? No need, just let him follow us. What's the point of a little bug? Let him inform his companions so that more bugs will be attracted. That way, it'll be more interesting. Mr. Tugu, Lady Melita, over here. Tugu and Melita saw Chui Xin waving from afar. Chui Xin, you're stronger than 20 years ago. I have high hopes for you. Tugu smiled faintly. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Tugu. Please get in. Do I have to be stuffed into this tiny metal shell again? Mr. Tugu, there's no other way. This is a human city after all. But don't worry, when we arrive, you can return to your true form. Have Bunker and Ingli met up with you? Yes, Lady Melita. Let's go and see our children. I haven't seen them for a long time. Tugu and Melita followed Chui Si Yin to St. Anne's Manor. On the way, Chui Sin asked as she drove, "May I ask if any of your children are coming?" "Of course, all of my children will come. After all, apart from Bunker and Ingli, the other children have been confined to Dragon Island for more than 20 years. They have been bored to death. This time, we finally let them out. How could they not follow us? However, the human aircraft is really too troublesome, so I let them follow behind. They will all come today or tomorrow." "That's good. Is the Dragon Slayer you mentioned really that powerful? Are the two of us not enough to deal with it?" "Of course the two of you are enough, but I'm worried that the Dragon Slayer will escape if he can't beat us. That guy seems to be very good at speed, so I think we need to form a tight encirclement. If we let him escape, it will be extremely difficult to catch him next time." "You're right. A human who dares to insult and provoke the dragons must die." When the car drove to the suburbs, a huge body suddenly shrouded the sky above the car. "Bunker! He seems to have lost weight." The dragon called Bunker lowered his head and looked at Chui Sin, Tugu, and Melita in the car. Then, Bunker's huge claws lifted the roof of the car. "Father, Mother, you're here." Melita flew up and patted Bunker's huge head. "Bunker, my child." Chui Sin brought Tugu, Melita, and Bunker back to St. Anne's Manor. When Tugu and Melita saw Saint and soaking in the container, they were stunned at first. He is my brother, Saint Anne. He was injured by that dragon slayer." Melita moved closer to the container. Saint Anne also opened his eyes and looked at Melita outside the container. Suddenly, Melita reached out and smashed the container. Chui Sin was shocked. "Lady Melita, what are you doing?" Melita grabbed Saint Anne's neck. Saint Anne tried to struggle, but he couldn't break free from Melita's palm at all. But soon, Shang stopped struggling, because he realized that Melita didn't want to hurt him. The injuries on his body were healing at an astonishing speed. Chui Sin looked at Saint Anne in shock. Melita is a 5-color dragon. She has 5 types of magic power, one of which is the power of holy light, Tugu said. "Won't that consume too much? I won't even need a day to fully recover from such a small amount of consumption." Dragons didn't only have specific attributes. They had all kinds of strange attributes. Only humans had this kind of diversity. Other species rarely had this kind of diversity. Soon, Melita let go and Saint Anne fell back to the ground. Saint Anne checked his body and found that it was completely healed. Based on his previous injuries, it would take at least a few years for him to barely recover. But now, Melita had healed him in the blink of an eye. Saint Anne's face was full of shock. Was this the power of a dragon father? Much stronger than him and Chui Sin. Just this healing spell alone wasn't something they could compare to. "Thank you, Lady Melita." Saint Anne bowed respectfully. "Where's Ingli? Why don't I see him?" "Mother, I'm here." Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air. Melita and Tugu looked at Ingli. "Ingli, your invisibility has improved again. We can't even detect you. That's because Father and Mother didn't detect me on purpose. Otherwise, my little magic wouldn't be able to hide from them." "Mother, Father, where are our brothers and sisters? Didn't they come?" "Of course they came, but they'll be here later." "Great, we can make a scene," Bunker shouted excitedly. Saint Anne's expression darkened. Was it really a good idea to call these violent people here? They wouldn't continue to make a scene after killing the Dragon Slayer. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would also be labeled as an evil dragon. That would be troublesome. Chapter 1964. Tugu, Melita, their children, and Chui Sin. They were all lawless, evil dragons. At the same time, they were synonymous with trouble. Shungen only wanted to accumulate wealth and peace. He did not want to cause trouble with these bastards. But now, he had nowhere to run. If he said that he wanted to back out now, these bastards would tear him apart, and that human would not let him go either. He could only pray that after they killed that human, they would leave Los Angeles obediently. As more and more of his brethren arrived, Shungen felt even more hopeless, because every single one of his brethren was so manic and restless. It was as if only destruction could satisfy their desires. The news from Zephyr became more and more serious. It was very serious. Since evening, there had been continuous alarms, and so far, it had been confirmed that all of them were evil dragons. This gave Zephyr and the Dragon Slayer team reason to believe that these evil dragons were definitely preparing some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental for so many evil dragons to appear in the same city at the same time. Zephyr, Zack has already followed them to the outskirts of a forest. Because the road is too secluded and there are no other cars along the way, he did not dare to follow them in fear of being discovered. I understand. Tell Zack that you did well, Zephyr said solemnly. After a while, Zephyr asked again, how many known evil dragons are in this city now? 7, including Chui Xian, Alux said. In addition, there are 2 more evil dragons that are even more famous than Chui Xian. They committed crimes in Huaxia and escaped alive. Zephyr had never felt so lost and powerless before. It was already very difficult for the Dragon Slayer team to deal with one evil dragon. But now, they had to face a few evil dragons. And among them, there were even high-level dragons. This was almost an impossible mission, unless Zephyr ignored the news of the evil dragons gathering. She waited until they scattered, but her strong sense of responsibility made it impossible for her to stay out of it. Send the news to headquarters, Zephyr said. At the same time, she added, help me prepare some equipment. Zephyr, what do you want to do? I need to figure out what they want. Maybe their purpose is to target the Dragon Slayer. I can't let that happen. I need to find out what they are trying to do, said Zephyr. Zephyr, you're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? You're committing suicide. I'll be careful. As long as I have the equipment, they won't be able to find me. I'm not going to risk my life to fight them, Zephyr said. But you are still injured, and your injuries are not light. I'm fine now. I also brought a lot of medicine with me. If necessary, they can still help. Knock. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door. She immediately hung up the phone. Portia? Portia pushed the door open and came in. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she had been sleeping soundly when she suddenly woke up. Portia, what are you doing? Zephyr, you haven't slept all night. Have you been on the phone all night? Sorry, did I disturb you? No, I'm just worried about you. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Zephyr would never have dreamed that the culprit of all this was Portia. Go to sleep, or else your boss will scold you again tomorrow. Zephyr had a good impression of Chun Zhao and Portia. To her, they were the kind of people who would slander each other but protect each other. Okay, if you're tired, go rest. You haven't slept for 2 days. It hasn't even been 2 days. All right, go and rest. Portia went back to her room in a daze. Zephyr was so anxious that her head was spinning. To her, the pressure was too great. In the morning, Zephyr received another piece of bad news. The Dragon Slayer headquarters could not send any reinforcements, at least not in the short term. The reason was that they didn't have enough manpower. In fact, they were also worried that this might be a plot by the evil dragons against them. Moreover, with a few evil dragons gathered together, the difficulty of slaying them would increase exponentially. Unless the Dragon Slayer headquarters used all their resources, it would be impossible for them to succeed. However, the headquarters did not provide any reinforcements. They still had to ask Zephyr to find out what the evil dragons were up to. To put it bluntly, the headquarters had already abandoned Zephyr and her team. But this was understandable. At least, Zephyr felt that she would make the same decision if she were in their shoes. Moreover, she had planned to take the risk alone to find out the evil dragon's plot. Zephyr made some preparations. After packing some things, she planned to go out. Cough, cough. Zephyr, are you going out again? You haven't recovered yet. Portia walked out. She seemed to be in a bad state. Yes. Portia, you don't look well. Zephyr went up and touched Portia's forehead. You have a fever. You need to rest. Portia rubbed her forehead. You're fine, even with such a heavy injury. I'm even better. That's different. Zafra was speechless at Portia's words. Portia could not be compared to her at all. Putting aside her physiological characteristics, Zafra was about to deviate from human characteristics in terms of physiological reactions. On the other hand, Portia was just an ordinary person, so there was no comparison at all. Zafra helped Portia back to her room. Portia was still mumbling to herself. "I'm really fine." Zafra found some medicine for the fever and poured Portia a glass of water. "Take the medicine and rest." After taking the medicine, Portia fell asleep right away. Fever medicine usually contained calming and hypnotic ingredients. That was why Portia fell asleep so quickly. Zafra picked up Portia's phone. She planned to call Chun Zhao and ask for leave for Portia. But Portia had set a password. Zafra tried and could not unlock the phone. Forget it. Zafra glanced at Portia, who was already sound asleep. She did not want to disturb her. She would explain it to Chun Zhao for Portia later. Chun Zhao was not an unreasonable person, so he probably would not make things difficult for Portia. Zafra checked Portia's condition again. After making sure that Portia did not need to call an ambulance, she turned and left. She still had things to do. She needed to get some equipment from Alux first, and then go to the place where the evil dragons gathered. However, Zafra was not very confident about this trip. In fact, she had no confidence at all. This trip would probably be disastrous. Chapter 1965. Zafra found Alux. She also found a few of her team members. "Zafra, are you sure you want to go alone?" "There's no difference," Zafra said calmly. "It's more convenient for me to go alone." She knew very well that this operation was too risky. It was no different from suicide. One more person was just one more person dying. It was meaningless. She might as well go alone. "How long will it take?" "It should be done before sunset," Alux said. "That's good. It's safer at night." Zafra nodded. Zafra took out her phone. It was Portia's phone. She'd brought it with her. She thought that if Chun Zhao called, she could tell him immediately and ask for sick leave for Portia. "There's no signal here. We blocked the signal," Alux said. Zafra thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, it's safer this way." Zafra's team members busied themselves for the whole day. They finally finished the equipment and instruments before the sky turned dark. "Zafra, this shadow cloak has been strengthened," Alux said. "It weakens the defense, but greatly increases the concealment." To be honest, with the shadow cloak's defense, it wouldn't make a difference against a few evil dragons. Rather than that, it was better to sacrifice the defense and increase the concealment. Yes, but it can only be used for 1 hour instead of 3, so you can't use it continuously. It's best to use it at a critical moment. "I understand." And this dragon-slaying weapon. Alux handed Zafra a full metal gauntlet. The head of the gauntlet was a dragon head with an open mouth. Zafra put on the metal gauntlet and felt the weight of the gauntlet. A full-powered attack from this dragon-slaying weapon is equivalent to an adult dragon's attack, but can only be used once. And this is a magic crystal. It can be used as mana for the shadow cloak. This potion can forcibly suppress injuries. It can completely suppress injuries in a short period of time. It can also recover your mana. Each potion was placed in a simple syringe. Remember, the green is for suppressing injuries, the blue is for mana recovery, and the red is for berserk potion. Understand? In addition to these, they also prepared some small props for Zafra. These tools all had their own uses. They could all play a role at the crucial moment. There's no signal again. What's Portia doing? Chun Zhao tossed his phone aside, frustrated. Portia was absent from work for no reason, and he didn't give him any explanation or ask for leave. This made Chun Zhao furious. Moreover, Chun Zhao had called a few times today, but there was no signal in all of them. Don't tell me he owes me money. If it's her, it's really possible. I'll see how you explain tomorrow, Chun Zhao muttered to himself. Raising the child alone, Chun Zhao deeply understood Portia's pain. In the past, he didn't find it so troublesome. But ever since Portia had shared the burden, Portia had suddenly disappeared. Chun Zhao deeply understood how important Portia was to him. Chun Zhao walked out of the house. The sea breeze blew against his face. There was even a hint of coldness in his voice, although the temperature in Los Angeles wasn't that high all year round. However, it was already November. Therefore, the temperature dropped significantly. Moreover, it had been cloudy for many days, so the temperature dropped even more. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang. It was Zhang Tianyi. Hey, old Zhang. How have you been recently? Terrible. Why are you suddenly concerned about my health? LA's been cloudy these days, right? Does it have anything to do with that? Chen Zhao asked. That was done by Cui Xiyin, ranked 5th in the 10 evils. She's a dragon, an evil dragon. Do you want me to become a dragon slayer? Chen Zhao's heart jumped. Was this also a dragon's territory? If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, no one can force you. However, I have another piece of news to tell you. Several evil dragons have gathered in Los Angeles. A conservative estimate is that there are at least 10 or more evil dragons. 2 of them are father-level evil dragons and have been blacklisted in Huaxia. They once caused trouble in Huaxia and escaped with serious injuries. Now that so many evil dragons have gathered together, something big might happen. So many evil dragons. Chen Zhao frowned. As a local tyrant, he actually didn't know about this at all. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyi, who was thousands of miles away, was more informed than Chen Zhao. Why are you telling me this? 20 years ago, these 2 evil dragons stole the most precious treasure of Qingcheng, then escaped without a trace. If you fight against them, you must be careful. Qingcheng's treasure? What's that? Yellow Jade Immortal Mansion, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi said, I haven't seen the effect of the Yellow Jade Immortal Mansion, but I heard from the people of Qingcheng Mountain that the Yellow Jade Immortal Mansion was a magic weapon refined by Qingcheng Zi, an ancient cultivator. It's a top-grade protective magic weapon. It's different from the refining of modern Huaxia's spiritual world. The level of refining in ancient times is much higher than that of modern times. Besides, even I can't deal with 2 dragons at the same time. I didn't say I'm going to fight them. Are you in such a hurry to send me to the battlefield? That Yellow Jade Divine Mansion is a top-quality protective treasure. You might not be able to use it, but your family can. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. If I steal the Yellow Jade Divine Mansion, won't the people of Qingcheng Mountain come and take it from me? You can change its appearance. Who would know it's in your hands? I still have you. How about I go to Dragon Tiger Mountain and kill you? If you dare to come, I'll make sure you don't return. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. You're really not going to fight? They're causing trouble in your territory. Don't you hate people invading your territory? I've been cultivating my mind recently. I won't get involved in trivial matters. If you can really cultivate your mind, I'll castrate myself on the spot. That's what you said. I'll watch you castrate yourself. I've seen your physiognomy. You'll never be able to cultivate your mind and mind. Your cultivation technique doesn't pay attention to cultivating your mind and mind. If you cultivate your mind and mind, you'll be crippling your martial arts. Do you know where those evil dragons are hiding? Chen Zhao asked. Look at you. I told you that you can't cultivate your mind. Cut the crap. Do you know? I really don't know. I got the news from the Dragon Slayer headquarters. Chapter 1966. Although Erex could not bear to see Zephyr take the risk alone, but he would not accompany Zephyr to her death. They were dragon slayers. What they pursued was to obtain the most benefits with the least cost. He did not think that it was necessary to accompany Zephyr to take the risk. It was more convenient for Zephyr to move alone than with 2 people. 2 people meant a greater price and a greater risk. Although this was moral, it went against reason. Zephyr, I will send you here. Eric said, Yes, this is enough. Alux took out another printed map and pointed at a circled location. There's a manor in the depths of this forest. It's right here. Normally speaking, this manor has been abandoned for decades. However, it's very likely that those evil dragons are hiding here. I understand. You should leave this place as soon as possible. Zephyr turned and walked into the darkness. Good luck. Eric's voice came from behind. After walking in the forest for a while, Zephyr felt a little uncomfortable. I should have listened to that man. It's still a little hard for me to do this kind of activity. Zephyr did not stop and continued to walk in the direction of the manor. Not long after, Zephyr found traces of dragon claws on the ground. And from the looks of the claw marks, it was left by more than 1 dragon. Dragon slayers had been hunting evil dragons for many years. They already had a complete set of methods to distinguish the identity, age, and strength of a dragon from its claw marks. With enough equipment, it was even possible to distinguish the attribute of a dragon from the claw marks. There were a few trees in the surroundings that were directly broken, probably by the dragon's tail. Zephyra continued to walk forward. The trees here were all fallen, as if they had experienced a superstorm. The ground was full of messy dragon claw marks. The two dragons must have fought here, but from the analysis of these claw marks, it was more like they were playing than fighting. This was not a good sign. They were too energetic and actually needed to rely on fighting to vent their energy. As she walked forward, Zephyra finally saw the brightly lit manor in front of her. The manor did not seem to be abandoned at all. Although the style was ancient, it was very gorgeous. The instrument on Jevra's wrist began to sound a fierce alarm. Of course, this alarm was not a sound, but a feedback of magic waves to Zephyra. This was the feedback from the mana energy detector. The mana fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger, and the detector was also shaking violently. It was as if she was reminding Zephyra to run away from here. Zephyra's expression changed slightly. This device should be able to detect a range of about 10 kilometers. Why did the device only sound the alarm when he arrived in front of the manor? This was illogical. Moreover, the alarm from the instrument was unprecedentedly intense. Just then, Zephyr saw a woman standing at the entrance of the manor. Chui Xiyin. That's right, it was her. She was too familiar with Chui Xiyin. Zephyra and Chui Xiyin had been chasing after her for 3 years. Chui Xiyin had a mocking look on her face. She seemed to have known that Zephyra was coming. Zephyra turned around and fled into the darkness. But in the next instant, she was blocked by a giant dragon that descended from the sky. Shadow Cloak. Zephyra immediately activated her Shadow Cloak. But at this moment, the descending dragon swept Zephyra out of the shadows with its huge tail. The flaw of Shadow Cloak was too obvious. She couldn't move, and even her own senses were blinded. If it was an ambush in advance, Shadow Cloak would be very effective. But to use Shadow Cloak directly in front of the evil dragon, it was no different from burying one's head in the sand. Zephyr was directly swept away by the dragon's tail. She fell heavily to the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Chui Xiyin walked over with a smile on her face. She looked at the embarrassed Zephyra. Miss Zephyra, you didn't expect that you would be in such a sorry state, did you? At this moment, a metal gauntlet appeared on Zephyr's hands. It was a dragon-slaying weapon. This metal gauntlet had been sealed with magic. At this moment, Zephyra finally unsealed it, put it on, and aimed at Chui Xiyin. Go to hell, Zephyr shouted. Boom! The dragon's mouth at the top of the metal gauntlet sprayed out a torrent that directly hit Chui Xiyin. Chui Xiyin was directly swept away by the torrent. The power of this dragon-slaying weapon was indeed extraordinary. It could reach 70% of the power of an adult dragon in one strike. If it was a sneak attack and there was a follow-up attack, it could indeed bring about unexpected results. But at this moment, Zephyr was only one person. She had no strength to follow up with a follow-up attack. Chui Xiyin stood up again. How powerful! I have never seen such a powerful dragon-slaying weapon. If I was alone, I'm afraid I would be dead. Unfortunately, the one alone is not me, but you. Chui Xiyin looked at Zephyr playfully. Zephyr took out a syringe and directly injected a green potion into her neck, then a blue potion, and then a red potion. And Chui Xiyin had no intention of stopping it. The current, you can't even defeat me in my human form. Chui Xiyin crossed her arms in front of her chest. She was not in a hurry to kill Zephyra. She wanted to have a good time. Zephyr shouted, and the magic power on her body increased by several times. But even if her magic power increased by several times, compared to Chui Xiyin, it was still like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The gap between them was too big. This kind of gap could not be made up for by a few bottles of potion. Zephyr was once again sent flying, but she quickly got up again. At this moment, a phone suddenly rang on the ground, not far away. Zephyr searched her body. The phone seemed to be Portia's. She had thrown it on the ground during the battle. Choi Si-in picked up the phone in front of her. The caller ID showed that it was the boss. Choi Si-in subconsciously thought that this person was that man. The boss of the Dragon Slaying Guild might be the leader of the Dragon Slayers. If that was the case, it made sense. Why was that man so powerful that he could fight an adult dragon alone? Hello. Choi Si-in answered the phone. Your subordinate is now in my hands. Aren't you coming to save her? My subordinate? Are you trying to use her to threaten me? You can think of it that way. If you don't come, then I will kill her. All right, I will do as you wish. Chapter 1967. Choi Si-in hung up and crushed her phone. A smile appeared on her face. Got it. That guy's here. Zevra wanted to explain that this had nothing to do with that person. It had nothing to do with him, but she knew better. No matter how she explained, it was useless. These dragons wouldn't believe her explanation. Just then, Zevra saw a dozen huge figures appear in the darkness. The appearance of these figures completely covered the moonlight and starlight. The dragon might they emitted also made one's scalp go numb. Even someone like Zevra, who'd faced dragon might countless times, still felt fear. Especially the two dragons. Their bodies were 3 or 4 times larger than the other dragons. One of them had dark and mottled skin. Its back was covered in bone spikes, and its mouth was extremely huge. The other dragon was slightly smaller, but it was colorful. Apart from the dragon's body, it also rippled with surging magic power. These two dragons should be at the level of dragon fathers. The other dragons seemed very monotonous. Zevra could roughly distinguish the attributes of the other adult dragons. Such a lineup could almost start a world war. Zevra was already in despair. No one could win against such a lineup. Even if all the dragon slayers came out, they couldn't fight against such a terrifying lineup, including the two dragon fathers, Choi Si-in and Sheng En. There were 13 dragons in total. Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the forest. Rumble, he's here. Ingli has already contacted the dragon slayer. The invisible dragon Ing Li was guarding outside. He was in charge of pestering Chun Zhao. We can start now, Tuga said. Let me, Choi Si-in said. Just then, Choi Si-in's magic power suddenly became restless. In an instant, a very strange wave passed through Refra's body. Zephyr's body froze for a moment. She didn't understand what was happening. Just then, the magic around her thinned. Okay, the Dragon Slayer has been enveloped by the alternate dimension. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. Zephyr's pupils constricted. It's Chun Zhao. He's a spiritualist? Zevra was shocked, but she also felt that it was reasonable. You're the Dragon Slayer who injured Sheng En? I'm not a Dragon Slayer, but I have killed a few dragons before. Including the one that was invisible, there should be 5 of them. Her eyes widened, and she stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. This man had killed a dragon before, and there were 5 of them? How is this possible? Moreover, it had only been less than 30 seconds. Did he really kill a dragon? You killed Ingli? Melita looked at Chun Zhao, gritting her teeth. Melita, don't worry. Ingli won't be killed that easily. Even the 2 of us won't be able to defeat Ingli that easily. But Ingli's aura has indeed disappeared. Ingli is best at concealment. Father, mother, let me test him. Suddenly, a colossal dragon, whose entire body shone with a metallic luster, charged out. This was an iron dragon, a metal dragon. His body was practically made of metal, and his defensive power was even close to that of his father, Tugu. Chun Zhao rubbed his nose with a faint smile. Can you give me a minute? Chun Zhao looked at the dragons. What? What can you do in a minute? Run? Or prepare to die? Melita sneered at Chun Zhao. Saint and had been standing at the side, staring at Chun Zhao. He didn't like this feeling. Whether it was his enemies or his companions, they all gave him a bad feeling. Melita kept staring at Chun Zhao. Just like that, Chun Zhao faced the dragon's encirclement. Facing more than a dozen dragons, he stood there without moving. Was he scared out of his wits? It made sense. Anyone would pale in front of such a formation. Even an experienced dragon slayer like her couldn't keep calm, let alone Chun Zhao. The dragons kept their word and didn't attack Chun Zhao. They really wanted to give him a minute. Perhaps to them, This formation couldn't lose. To them, it wasn't a battle anymore. It was a game. It was a game between the predator and the prey. The prey was a dragon slayer. This made them even more excited. They wouldn't be stingy with this minute. They could let the prey enjoy one more minute of despair. It would only make them more happy. Time passed bit by bit. Chun Zhao stood there. He didn't know what he was doing. But to Zafra, every second was torturous. Melita wasn't afraid of death. To her, death was already her fate. Everyone who accepted the identity of a dragon slayer had accepted death. They saw dying in battle as glory. But waiting for death didn't feel good. This kind of waiting stretched out the moment of death. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar ripple spread across Refra's body. The other Dragon Clan members also sensed this fluctuation. What did you do? Just like what you did. To prevent you from escaping. Chun Zhao smiled. Ha! Ignorant human. You don't understand what you're doing. Tuga laughed. Chun Zhao used a minute to activate the alternate space spell. On the basis of the original alternate dimension, another alternate dimension was added. As long as he didn't die or remove the spell, everyone and the dozen dragons would be trapped in the alternate space. In other words, this place had changed from a one-sided prison to a ring. It was an arena that would not rest until one side was completely annihilated. No one could escape from this arena. Chun Zhao was worried that if the dragons wanted to escape and they removed the alternate space spell, he'd be in the same situation as last time. Chun Zhao didn't like the feeling of being played again. So, he had to put both sides in the same position in this battle. Chun Zhao looked at Melita. Where are my subordinates? Portia's sick. I took her phone and they thought you were my boss. Melita didn't explain further. Portia's only sick? Yes. So, she wasn't caught by them? Is that what you mean? Melita nodded. Don't worry. Okay, walk toward me. Just then, the metal dragon's body had already enveloped the sky above Melita. Do you want to save her? Do you think you can do it? You can't do anything. You'll only see your subordinates get crushed in front of you. With that, the metal dragon's huge claws swiped at Melita. Chapter 1968. Just as the metal dragon was about to land, Chun Zhao moved. He shot toward the metal dragon like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, a huge body blocked Chun Zhao's way. The body was blue and white, and was also extremely fast. He was a wind dragon. Of course, he could also be called a storm dragon. Speed was his forte. Among the Dragon Clan, there were almost no dragons of other attributes that could compete with his speed. However, Chun Zhao wasn't fooling around with him right now. He charged toward the storm dragon. The storm dragon froze instantly. A huge hole appeared in his chest. At the same time, the dragon ball hidden in his chest disappeared too. It wasn't Chun Zhao's first time facing a Dragon Ball. He knew how to kill a dragon. The moment the metal dragon was about to land its claws, Chun Zhao's fist filled with power brought out a shadow. Boom! Zephyr was prepared to die. But the next moment, she saw the metal dragon suddenly fly out. Its huge body flew hundreds of meters away. Then the storm dragon, who'd been blocking in front of Chun Zhao, collapsed. In Chun Zhao's palm was a blood-stained dragon ball the size of a basketball. Zephyr's mouth gaped open. Disbelief was written all over her face. Was this real? Was what was happening in front of him real? It wasn't just Jevra who was frightened. Even the other Dragon Clan members were frightened by this. The metal dragon wailed. Mother, save me. Chun Zhao's attack didn't kill him directly, but it was still heavily injured. Melita hurriedly cast a healing spell on the metal dragon. Under Melita's healing magic, the metal dragon was recovering quickly. Shung, and had been hiding in a corner. His expression was terrible. Chui Xin wasn't as confident as before. It happened almost instantaneously. One dead and one heavily injured. If it were her and Shung, and they probably wouldn't be much better off than the metal dragon and the storm dragon. Chun Zhao stood before Zephyr. Stand where you are. Don't do anything. Don't worry about anything else. Zephyr could feel the pressure from Chun Zhao. The power Chun Zhao had displayed was beyond her understanding. Was this man really human? Or could it be that he was also a dragon in human skin? Avatar, 10,000 techniques returned to one. Dark assimilation, eye of power, mighty god. After transforming into the mighty miracle god, Chun Zhao realized that the power of the world wasn't affected by the alternate dimension. He could still use it freely. He had been worried that he wouldn't be able to use it in the alternate dimension. In the end, Chun Zhao realized that his worries were unnecessary. She looked at Chun Zhao, who had turned into a giant. In her eyes, this was a very ordinary enhancement spiritualist spell. Gigantism was not a particularly brilliant spell in the field of strengthening. Could Chun Zhao really defeat so many dragons in his current state? There were also the 2 dragon father-level dragons. When Chun Zhao attacked, one died and the other was injured. This made the other dragons feel that today's matter wouldn't be so simple. Human, your strength has won my respect. Tugu suddenly said, I will express my apologies to you in the name of Tugu, a Mosi Haber. Perhaps we can sit down and talk. I don't need to be respected. It's fear. Chun Zhao attacked. Holy Spirit's protection. Melita immediately released a super powerful holy light spell. All of the dragons were shrouded in a layer of holy light, and there were halos lingering around the dragons. It was as if countless angels were protecting the dragons. Die. Chun Zhao smashed a dragon with a punch. To Chun Zhao's surprise, his attack didn't manage to kill the dragon instantly. In his normal state, he could already kill the storm dragon in one hit. But now, he was at his peak and still couldn't kill the dragon. This holy light spell was really annoying. A dragon's breath tore through the air and hit Chun Zhao directly. But after the dragon's breath, Chun Zhao was unharmed. Chun Zhao evaluated. It seemed that the 5-color dragon's holy light spell didn't just strengthen the dragon's defense. Even their attacks were strengthened. Their attacks also contained the power of holy light. Jevra watched the battle between the 2 sides. This was a battle that she couldn't intervene in. The intensity of the battle was far greater than any of her previous battles. Speaking of which, Zephyr had also participated in a dragon-slaying battle. She'd participated as the main force, planner, and commander. But that battle hadn't been easy. She'd almost lost. But compared to the battle in front of him, the previous battle was more like playing house. After a few minutes of fighting, the 2 separated temporarily and regrouped. Father, Mother, this human is very powerful. Terrifyingly powerful. By now, the other young dragons weren't as confident and arrogant as before. They realized that Chun Zhao's every attack was filled with the intent to kill. If not for their mother's magic protection, at least half of them would be dead by now. Of course, the short battle just now was just a test. Neither side was fighting for real. Tuga's expression wasn't good. What he wanted was to kill an iconic human. He was a powerful and prestigious human being, not an evenly matched enemy. In fact, if he faced this human alone, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. The direction of this war had begun to break away from his control, his expectations. Sheng and Shui Xiyin had been at the periphery the entire time. They didn't even attack. They were also shocked. Was that really a human? Facing a dozen dragons, including 2 father-level dragons, Chun Zhao wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Unexpectedly, he was not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, he even faintly held the upper hand. Melita, take out your trump card. There's no need to hold back. Tugu's tone wasn't arrogant, angry, or smug. It was only calmness. Melita took out a yellow crystal. When Chun Zhao saw the yellow crystal, he immediately thought of the yellow jade immortal abode that Zhang Tianyi had mentioned to him earlier. He didn't know what effect it had, but he was still on guard against Melita with 120% vigilance. After all, it wasn't a power he was familiar with, even if it came from his hometown. Just then, the yellow crystal suddenly shone with yellow light. Then, the yellow light gathered and formed a huge tiger. The tiger's aura wasn't weaker than Melita's and Tugu's, but Chun Zhao felt a trace of demonic aura from the tiger. Was this yellow crystal some monster's internal alchemy? Chapter 1969. The tiger moved suddenly, pouncing at Chun Zhao without any warning. Chun Zhao punched the tiger right in the face. The tiger's body suddenly collapsed. Chun Zhao thought it was just a show, but the next moment, the tiger recovered. It wasn't weakened at all. Was it the yellow crystal that was continuously providing energy to the tiger? It seemed that to deal with the tiger, he had to either deal with Melita or destroy the yellow crystal. Suddenly, Melita felt Chun Zhao's murderous intent. It's coming. It's coming. Chun Zhao turned his target to her. Chun Zhao's speed exploded again. The tiger quickly blocked in front of Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao shattered it with one strike. The next moment, Chun Zhao appeared before Melita. Melita felt her hair stand on end. Hello. Chun Zhao grinned. Goodbye. A funny thought suddenly appeared in Melita's mind. Did this guy think he could kill her instantly? But Chun Zhao took out the black trident. Without any hesitation, Melita spat out a five-color dragon breath at Chun Zhao. The dragon breath of a five-color dragon was called Magic Flood. It was a terrifying impact filled with surging magic. One strike could even flatten a mountain. Chun Zhao also felt the surging magic power, so he chose to avoid it. It wasn't a wise choice to face the dragon breath that made even his hair stand on end. Chun Zhao fully used his advantage in speed. The next moment, he appeared above Melita's head. Seeing his wife in danger, Tuga roared, "How dare you?" But he was never good at speed. He couldn't save her in time. Chun Zhao's black trident was already stabbing toward Melita's head. The destructive magic penetrated Melita's head, cutting off all the neurons in her brain. The holy light protection couldn't stop the immortal power contained in the black trident. It couldn't stop Chun Zhao's power either. Rumble. Melita's huge body crashed to the ground. There was no sound. You're all going to die today. Die here. Chun Zhao stood on Melita's head, holding the black trident in one hand and the yellow crystal in the other. Murderous intent was written all over his face. The scene was silent. Dead? Melita, a dragon father, had died just like that? With Melita's death, the holy light magic on her child also dissipated. But the impact of Melita's death was far more than that. There was also a psychological impact. Jevra almost suffocated. A human had single-handedly killed a dragon of the dragon father level. I'll kill you. Tugu saw his wife being killed in front of him and immediately fell into madness. His body began to enlarge rapidly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Not long after, his body had already transformed into a giant dragon that was 2,000 to 3,000 meters tall. Zephyra and all the dragons present were stunned. Chun Zhao looked at Tuga calmly. Not only had Tuga's body become bigger, even his strength had doubled. However, Chun Zhao wasn't afraid of a competition of strength. Tugu's enormous claw arrived with a loud rumble. Chun Zhao stabbed the black trident at Tuga's claw. The black trident directly penetrated Tugu's dragon claw. Ouch! Tugu felt an intense pain. Along with the pain was the destructive energy that was spreading from his claw to his forelimbs. Chun Zhao pulled forcefully, and Tugu's claw was torn apart. Dragon blood splashed onto Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao flew up and stabbed Tugu's abdomen with another stab. Tugu tried his best to free himself. His enormous tail swept across Chun Zhao. As Chun Zhao flew out, he also stabbed at a dragon behind him. That dragon wasn't as powerful as Tugu and died on the spot. Tugu felt the pain coming from his abdomen almost engulfing his rationality. His originally strong, self-healing ability was almost useless now. Chun Zhao bounced off the ground and shot toward Tugu again. Both Cui Xin and Sheng were shocked. The situation was completely out of control now. Cui Xin looked around and suddenly went to Sheng An's side. Don't make a sound. What are you doing? Sheng An asked uneasily. Cui Xin grabbed Sheng An's body and took out a strange disc. Then, she poured magic power into the disc. Gradually, Sheng An felt a wave of magic power wrap around him and Cui Xin. What's this? Don't ask anything, Cui Xin whispered. Let's go. Sheng An and Cui Xin instantly disappeared. Without anyone noticing, Cui Xin took Sheng An and escaped from the alternate dimension. In the next instant, the two of them appeared on a vast ocean. Where? Where's this? How do we appear here? How did you do it? There are 2 alternate dimensions sealed there. I used this, the world compass, Cui Xin said. It's a divine artifact. It's a part of the Diamond All. It can teleport the user to a random corner of the world. Why didn't you escape with the others? They're dead if they stay there. That human will kill them all, including Tugu. The world compass can only teleport the two of us. Are you willing to give up on yourself? Stay there and face the human? Chui Xin said with lingering fear. I don't want to meet that human again, ever. Fortunately, she didn't tell her people or Shang'an. After all, the world compass needed some time to activate. If the other dragons or Chun Zhao had discovered that they were planning to escape, they would have died. They probably wouldn't be able to leave at all. Chun Zhao and the other dragons also discovered the escaping Shang and Chui Xin. But they didn't have the energy to pay attention now. All of their energy was focused on each other. Tugu's huge body was pierced by Chun Zhao. His body was huge, but he couldn't gain an advantage in this battle. Instead, he became a burden. Chun Zhao's speed was much faster than him, and his strength was also above him. Chun Zhao also held a killing weapon, the Black Trident. If he relied on Melita's magic while she was still alive, he might still have a chance to counterattack. Perhaps he still had a chance to counterattack, but Melita's death had already caused a hole in their formation. Tugu quickly realized that he couldn't do anything. He wanted to escape. After the anger from his wife's death faded, he was only left with the fear of death. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die here. But if Chun Zhao didn't open the alternate dimension, he had nowhere to run. Of course, it wasn't completely impossible. For example, he could use a powerful force to blast open the alternate dimension. But that wasn't something he could do. Chapter 1970. Tugu's huge body collapsed. Chun Zhao hadn't given him the final blow. Right now, Chun Zhao was also a bit tired. The biggest disadvantage of fighting in an alternate dimension was that there was no mana to replenish. In the alternate dimension, Chun Zhao wasn't Superman. Moreover, this alternate dimension was a temporary one. It was created temporarily. When the battle ended or Chun Zhao removed the spell, the alternate dimension would disappear. Chun Zhao also had to maintain the alternate dimension's mana consumption. If it was like the alternate dimension Chun Zhao had created in Mingyue Villa, that was a permanent alternate dimension with an entrance to the normal world, so spiritual qi could freely enter and exit that alternate dimension. Chun Zhao's tired face still had a vicious smile. He didn't give Tugu any time to beg or threaten. Chun Zhao pierced the black trident into Tugu's head. Even if he only pierced the black trident into Tugu's head, it wasn't an easy task. However, Chun Zhao still had a focus. He turned to the remaining dragons. The dragons were scared out of their wits. After all, Chun Zhao's ferocity had exceeded their imagination and understanding. In this battle, they had made a solemn vow at the very beginning, but then they had suffered one blow after another, and now they were almost at the edge of despair. You'll all become part of my collection. Chun Zhao looked at the dragons. The dragons could see Chun Zhao's exhaustion, so they decided to fight to the death. But reality proved that their thoughts were unnecessary. No matter how hungry a tiger was, it wasn't something a few sheep could defeat. They weren't warriors fighting back, but lambs struggling on the brink of death. Killing them wasn't difficult at all. Of course, it still took some effort. It was finally over. Chun Zhao sat on the ground, panting continuously. Zephyr stood there. She'd forgotten the pain on her body. She was still in a state of shock. A human had killed more than a dozen giant dragons in a single battle. This wasn't a normal battle anymore. It was an epic, a legend. After recovering some energy, Chun Zhao started to clean up the dragons' corpses. Tugu, Melita, and their 12 children. After that, Chun Zhao looked at Zephyr. Zephyr, I'm tired. I won't send you off. With that, Chun Zhao disappeared into the night sky. This battle was basically Chun Zhao's limit. Of course, this was in the alternate dimension. In a normal world, Chun Zhao's stamina would be many times higher, but he didn't gain nothing from this battle. At the very least, the bodies of these dragons and the Yellow Jade immortal abode were valuable spoils of war. Hey, Faxben, good morning. Ruan Faxben was still sleeping now. It was only 8 in the morning in Europe. As for the Europeans, 8 o'clock was still their bedtime. Ruan Faxi wanted to scold someone. However, considering that if he were to curse at someone on the phone, the consequences would be very serious. President, it's only 2 or 3 in the morning in Los Angeles. 3:21. What can I do for you? I've killed a dozen more dragons today. Ruan jumped out of bed. President, are you serious? 2 of them seem to be particularly powerful. They're more than twice the size of an ordinary dragon. How should we deal with their bodies? Is there anything special to pay attention to? Keep it first. Don't dismember it completely. Ruan Faxabin said, wait for me to go back. I'll deal with it when I go back. President, those 2 dragons are dragon fathers. They're very rare. Ruan Faxi wasn't interested in ordinary dragons at the moment, but a dragon at the level of a dragon father was unprecedented. There had never been the remains of a dragon father-level dragon wandering outside. Almost all of them were recycled by the dragons themselves. Oh, okay. By the way, what are the attributes of the 2 dragon fathers? One of them is a 5-color dragon. I don't know about the other one, but he can increase his size by a dozen times. A 5-color dragon. Boss, this is good stuff. Is the body of the 5-color dragon still intact? Other than the hole I made in her head, everything else is relatively intact. That's good. That's good. Are 5-color dragons very rare? It's not just rare. It's said that among the dragon clan, the 5-color dragons will only choose a giant dragon with the potential of a dragon king as their partner. Then didn't I kill the future dragon king and queen? By the way, I wiped out their entire family. Does that mean I have a huge grudge against the dragon clan? This potential isn't unique, so there's no such thing as killing the future dragon king and queen. That's good. If the dragon clan comes out in full force, I'm really not confident. To be honest, just dealing with the dragon clan family was already exhausting for Chun Zhao. If there were more dragons, Chun Zhao would probably kneel too. Of course, this battle also made Chun Zhao realize his own strength. He was far from being invincible. There were still people or creatures that could threaten him in this world. If there had been another dragon father in the battle, just now, Chun Zhao might have been the one kneeling. Other than the 2 dragon fathers, what other attributes are there? A black dragon, a demon dragon, a wind dragon. Chun Zhao counted. I can't tell the others apart. Ruan Faxbin couldn't help but admire Chun Zhao. There were more than 10 dragons, including 2 dragon fathers. The spoils were too rich. Don't dismember the demon dragon either. It's a good raw material for a humorous dragon. You can leave it for Hellies. Oh, I don't think I should dismember the bodies of the dragons, Chun Zhao said. Otherwise, it'll be a waste. Let's decide after you all come back. Hellies won't be that fast now. It'll probably take at least a decade to successfully create a humorous dragon. Is it because of the difference in strength or lack of materials? Both. How's Xian Li these days? She's in good shape. We found a new clue, Ruan Faxben said. Actually, he didn't think they could get anything. The legendary golden apple really wasn't easy to find. But before Xian Li got completely bored, he could only be Chun Zhao's babysitter. Right now, he wanted to grow a pair of wings and fly back to study Chun Zhao's spoils. But if he did that, even if he grew wings, Chun Zhao would pluck them out. Take care of Xian Li. I'll wait for you at the finish line. Finish line? President, what do you mean? Don't hang up. Hey. Chapter 1971. Chun Zhao had already gotten the exact location of the golden apple tree from the 23rd Blood Mary. Even the precise coordinates were already known. However, Chun Zhao still hoped that Xian Li could find it with her own power. After returning to Mingyue Villa, Chun Zhao started playing with the yellow crystal, the so-called yellow jade divine residence. He sent his immortal power in, and the residence started glowing yellow. However, he couldn't turn the yellow light into a tiger like Melita. Just from the name, it was yellow jade divine residence. Chun Zhao also used immortal power, so their power should be very compatible. However, Melita was a dragon and she used magic power, not immortal power. Since she could use it, it meant that he didn't have to use immortal power to open the residence. It seemed that there was a trick to using it. However, he didn't understand it yet. Hey, old Zhang, do you know how to use that yellow jade divine residence? Don't tell me that you got it. You killed all those evil dragons? I'll ask first, Chun Zhao denied directly. in case I don't know how to use it when I get it. You really got it? Did you kill all those evil dragons? Chun Zhao pursed his lips. Do you know how to use it or not? Are Melita and Tuga dead? Zhang Tianyi was very excited, as if he hadn't heard Chun Zhao's question. Old Zhang, there's something wrong with your mood. Are you hiding something from me? No. Why would I hide anything from you? Ha! Zhang Tianyi's happiness was beyond words. Chun Zhao could feel Zhang Tianyi's emotions, even if he was deaf. I'm sorry to tell you, Chun Zhao said. I only injured 2 of them, and they ran away. I only killed a few dragon babies. Zhang Tianyi's laughter stopped. What did you say? They ran away. How could you be so careless? Why didn't you stop them? Even if only one survived, what's the point of killing a few dragon babies? Zhang Tianyi cursed. Do you think I can stop them just because I say so? Don't you know how strong they are? They must be seriously injured now. It's good for you to chase after them. All right, which direction did they escape to? Maybe we'll find some clues along the way. Let's catch up to them and kill them while they're seriously injured. Zhang Tianyi felt hopeful again. Tell me first, why are you so excited? Do you hate them for killing your father and stealing your wife? Get lost. Am I that vulgar? Then tell me a reason. Zhang Tianyi licked his lips. The son of the current Dragon King is their competitor. Back then, I tricked them into entering Huaxia. Originally, I wanted to use the power of Huaxia's supernatural world to kill them both. You shameless old fox, Chen Zhao cursed. You've lowered the moral bottom line of humans, he said. I'm ashamed to know you. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan promised me in private that if I could kill Tugu and Melita, he would give me an elemental fruit. What's that? It can allow creatures other than humans to evolve into elemental attributes. If it's a demon beast that has gained intelligence, it can develop a second attribute. In any case, it's for beasts to eat. You're a living person. What do you want that for? Could it be that you're a mixed blood, a half-human, half-demon, like in the movies? Get lost. If you want to call me a bastard, just do it. Do you think I can't hear you beating around the bush? Okay, I'm just curious. Our Longhu Mountain has a spirit beast that guards the mountain. It's only half a step away from the Shanqing state and has been guarding the mountain gate for 500 years. Since it has done a great job guarding the mountain gate, I thought of giving it an elemental fruit because we don't have anything to reward it with. So it's useful even for beasts? That's what the Dragon King said. Help me get 3. You can take 1 and leave. I'll chase after them until I die. You think it's dragon fruit? You could buy a dozen at the supermarket for $100. I'll try. There's no harm in it. Didn't you just call me despicable and shameless? People always say one thing, but mean another. You even said I lowered the moral bottom line of humans. Let's not talk about the first. You're also a bastard who forgets morality for benefits. Cut the crap. Are you doing it or not? I say, did Tugu and Melita really escape? If he escapes, he'll die. In any case, it's up to you and me to say it. If the Dragon King wants his son to inherit the throne, he'll have to take the bait. The Dragon King isn't easy to deal with. I'm taking a big risk. Risk your fucking mouth. I'm risking my life here. How dare you say it's risky? If you don't want it, I'll find someone else. Don't contact me again, you shameless old man. We're done. You? Fucking, do you still want the method to activate the yellow Jade Divine Mansion? I've scolded too much. Let's get down to business. Give me the method to use the yellow Jade Divine Mansion. I don't have it now. Fuck, are you messing with me? I said I don't have it now, but that doesn't mean I can't get it. How long? I'll go to Qingqing Mountain and find an excuse to walk around their library. Then I'll get it. Why should I let you take a look around his library? Are you shameless? I am. You don't like it? Speaking of which, give me Tugu and Melita's heads. Otherwise, people won't believe me without proof. Don't even think about it, Chun Zhao said. If you want their heads, give me something of equal value. Zhang Tianyi said he wanted Tugu and Melita's heads as proof. Chen Zhao wouldn't fall for it easily. There were so many things that could be used as proof. Why'd he need heads? Then I'll give you 1,000-year-old red spirit whitethroat. What do you think? Chen Zhao didn't know what red spirit whitethroat was, but it sounded powerful. But Chen Zhao refused. No, I plan on turning them into puppets. What kind of puppet are you making? You don't practice puppet techniques at all. I don't, but my subordinates do. The value of 2 complete dragon bodies can't be compared to regular items. Then I'll use Red Spirit Whitethroat to trade for a dragon horn. Melita's dragon horn, just one is enough. Seriously, don't you feel any guilt towards Tugu and Melita? Guilt my ass. Those 2 are the most anti-human in the dragon race. It's not too much to do anything to them. If Tugu really becomes the Dragon King, it'll really be a world war. Who's gonna die if not them? I lose in terms of shamelessness. Chapter 1972. To Zephyra, the impact of tonight was too great. It was an indescribable war. A war between humans and dragons. Zephyra had never thought that humans could be so powerful. They could even crush the dragons. The dragons were slaughtered one after another. It was completely different from the teamwork of the dragon slayers. They won completely by fighting the dragons head-on. That was what she pursued, the ultimate power. When the battle ended, Zephyra was still in a dream. Even now, she still couldn't completely believe that it was real. In the past, Zephyra even thought that she was at the peak of humans in terms of fighting skills, or even spiritualists. Apart from the fact that magic power needed to be accumulated over a long period of time, she should be impeccable. But Chun Zhao's appearance and the war between humans and dragons had completely overturned her understanding of humans. Zephyra. Seeing Zephyr come out, Ilux immediately ran over. "Great, you're okay." "I'm already dead," Zephyr said calmly. "What? Zephyr, what do you mean?" There was a rule among the dragon slayers. When someone said that they were already dead, it meant that they were going to give up their identity as a dragon slayer. They were tired of this identity and fighting. Then they could quit. Of course, there was a big premise before that. He'd killed an evil dragon before. Since he'd killed an evil dragon, it meant that he'd paid back what the Dragon Slayer organization had given him. So he had every right to quit. "Ilux, you'll be the leader of the team from now on," Zephyr said. "Why are you quitting?" Ilux's face was filled with anger. Zephyr stopped and turned to look at Ilux. "Are you going to attack me?" In the original Dragon Slayer organization, if a Dragon Slayer wanted to quit, the organization would hunt him down and kill him. At that time, the organization had too much say and didn't give the subordinate Dragon Slayers any right to speak. To them, the organization nurtured them, raised them, and gave them knowledge and power that normal people couldn't reach. Everything a Dragon Slayer had was given by the organization. So quitting meant betrayal. But as time passed, more and more Dragon Slayers rejected this idea. This was especially true for those old comrades who had fought alongside them for decades. If they wanted to quit, how could their comrades in the same squad have the heart to hunt them down? After numerous struggles, the Dragon Slayer organization was finally forced to make changes. Zephyra had every right to quit the organization, and no one could do anything to her, especially the Dragon Slayer within the organization. Anyone who laid a hand on Zephyra would be going against all the Dragon Slayers. Ilux was furious, but he had no intention of attacking. "Zephyra, are you agitated?" Ilux looked at Zephyra. "Oh yes. Is it because the headquarters did not send any reinforcements? I know it's cold-blooded for the headquarters to do this, but no, I'm not blaming the headquarters or the higher-ups. They didn't do anything wrong. I just realized that my horizons are too narrow. There are more powerful people in this world, and today I witnessed a legendary battle," Zivlis said calmly. "What are you talking about? Could it be the 23rd generation Blood Mary of the Scarlet Church? Or Celestial Master Zhang from Mount Longhu? Did they intervene in the dragon gathering? None of them. I dare say that the person is more powerful than the two of them. That person killed all the dragons, a total of 14, including the 2 dragon fathers. That's impossible. Even the 23rd generation Blood Mary or Celestial Master Zhang would not be able to do that. That's why I said that our vision is too narrow." Zephyr said, "I should go. Goodbye. Keep the weapons and equipment as a souvenir for me." When Zephyr returned home, she saw Portia lying on the sofa. The television in the living room was still on. Portia heard the sound of Zephyra entering the door and sat up. She looked at Zephyra, who was covered in dirt. "Zephyra, you're like this again. Do you want to call a doctor? Or the police?" "No need. Then I'll call the boss tomorrow to take a look." I'll go with you to see your boss tomorrow. Why are you going to see my boss? I met some bad guys on the way. Your boss happened to pass by and helped me beat them away. I see. Portia nodded. Where's my phone? Zephyr took out a pile of broken pieces. I accidentally broke it. Portia was speechless. It doesn't look like it's broken. I'll pay you another one tomorrow. The SIM card is not broken. It can still be used. Zephyr's face was calm. This made Portia, who had been anxious the whole night, feel her anger disappear. Go wash up. I'll prepare something for you to eat. No need. I'll wash up and then go to bed. Sleep? You said you want to sleep? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Portia kept staring at Zephyr. Could this guy be an imposter? However, Zephyr did not care about Portia's thoughts. She turned around and went into the bathroom. Help me get my pajamas. The next day, when Portia woke up, she found that Zephyr had also woken up. Zephyr, you only slept for a few hours last night. Is it really enough? It's enough. How is your body? Zephyr went forward and reached out to touch Portia's forehead. Yes, the fever has gone down. Portia felt like she was being taken care of like a child in front of Zephyr. Do you really want to go with me to see my boss? Yes, I need to thank him personally. All right then. Our boss doesn't seem like a good person. It's rare for him to do something good. Zephyr was already used to Portia mocking her boss behind his back. After a good night's sleep, Zephyr looked even more energetic. Although she was injured again last night, after a good night's sleep, Zephyr's body and mind had recovered a lot. After the two women cleaned up and went out, Zephyr said, "Drive my car." Portia was naturally happy to drive Zephyr's car. After all, Zephyr's car was a sports car, and it saved her money on gas. In the car, Portia asked curiously, Zephyr, did boss get rid of those bad guys? Zephyr looked at Portia. What do you think? Portia thought for a moment and replied, Boss looks like he's always smiling, but when he fights, he doesn't let anyone stand. So, I really doubt that those bad guys are still alive. Some things are better known. Don't say or ask, Zephyr said indifferently. After all, this kind of thing is very troublesome. Don't cause trouble for your boss, and don't cause trouble for yourself. Chapter 1973. We're here. The manor on the cliff is the boss's home. Is your boss that rich? Very. You can't even imagine how rich he is. Let's hurry. We can still make it for breakfast. Portia said, Is that why you won't let me eat breakfast? Damn capitalists. You have no idea how extravagant his dining table is. After Portia parked the car, she brought Refra into the manor. Qinzhao's family was indeed eating breakfast. Boss, Miss Feilai, hello. Feilai saw an unfamiliar woman come in with Portia. Boss, Miss Refra is here to thank you. Sir, other than thanking you for helping me last night, I'm also here to apply for a job. Apply? Yes. I plan on applying for the same position as Portia. Portia stared at Refra in shock. Was she here to steal her job? Qinzhao tilted his head and looked at Refra. Give me a reason to hire you. I can handle things that you and Portia can't handle, Refra said. What about the salary? I'll ask for whatever Portia's salary is. Okay, Qinzhao agreed. That's simple? Don't you need to think about it? Or a test? No, Qinzhao said matter-of-factly. You're right. Things that Portia and I can't handle can be handled by you. Boss, I feel like you're planning on having Refra do something like murder or arson. Yeah. Qinzhao shrugged. To be honest, this was one of the reasons Qinzhao kept Refra. Refra was indeed a good helper. Of course, the main reason was that there were too many children at home. He really needed someone to share the burden with Portia. Welcome. Are you Refra? I'm Feilai. Hello, Miss Feilai. I won't keep you company. I'll have Chun and the kids show you around. Bye. Feilai hurried to work, while Qinzhao started his morning exercise. Refra was very curious about Qinzhao's training. However, she realized that Qinzhao's training was very ordinary. Of course, this ordinary referred to the combat power that Qinzhao had displayed in the battle against the dragons yesterday. If it was an ordinary person, it would be almost impossible to accomplish. Even she couldn't exercise as much as Qinzhao. Zephyr stood in the front yard and watched Qinzhao swim in the sea. Soon, he disappeared from her sight. But very soon, Revla could no longer enjoy the view of the sea so leisurely. because the children in the house soon began to make a scene. They had been holding it in for a few days. A few days ago, the weather was terrible and the sea was stormy. So, they were locked up at home every day. The furthest they could go was the front yard. Little Larissa could already trot, though not very steadily. Little Gerlin had already transformed into a little monkey. She had basically climbed everything in the house that could be climbed. At this moment, Gerlin had climbed to the top of the dragon's head in the courtyard. Zephyr was speechless, but she did not find it strange. This dragon head was clearly one of his spoils of war. Portia was not going to let Jevra off so easily, even though it was Zaphra's first day on the job and she was injured. But Portia still wanted Zaphra to feel the horror of these children and the pain she had suffered in the past. Although Zaphra was young, she was no worse than Portia when it came to housework. Just then, there was a call from the housekeeping system. Zaphra was about to pick it up when she realized that Chun Zhao had returned. "Hey, West." Chun Zhao was drying his hair with a towel. "How's the past 2 days?" "It's not going well," West said. "We're in trouble," West said. "The situation here is more serious than we imagined. This is no longer a battle, but a war." Zaphra stood not far away, listening to Chun Zhao and West's conversation. Chun Zhao did not turn on the speaker, but Zaphra could still hear West's voice. After all, Zaphra was a former dragon slayer. Her senses and reactions were far superior to normal people. With her hearing alone, even in a noisy environment, she could hear people's conversation from a few meters away, not to mention indoors. "Do you need me to help?" "President, you know that I can't accept it." This was West's insistence. If Chun Zhao came, all their previous efforts would be for nothing. Chun Zhao was too powerful. He heard from Ruan Fazabin's call today. Chun Zhao had killed another dozen dragons last night. If Chun Zhao participated in this battle between the natural and the unnatural, he would not be able to survive. Then the situation would be reversed in an instant. There was no suspense at all. West didn't bring the members of the association to carry out the Scarlet mission for the reward. It was for the training of the association members. He felt that this kind of serious situation and pressure was what the members of the association should be facing. "Guild leader, I know what you want to say." West talked to Chun Zhao once a day. Although it was to report on the progress of the mission, it was more like to ensure his safety. Chun Zhao's calls always ended with one sentence: "If there's any danger, call him immediately." "All right, I won't repeat it. Be careful." After hanging up, Chun Zhao looked at Thera. "You and Portia stay at home and help me take care of the kids. I'll be out for 2 hours." "Yes, sir, boss." Revla had gradually adapted to this job. It had to be said that her adaptability was very strong. This was also an ability cultivated by his previous identity. Chun Zhao drove to the headquarters. Right now, there were 4 people in the headquarters: Aduz, Nellywan Lancy, Jiggs, and Mayev. A few days ago, Chun Zhao had heard that Mayev had awakened magic and had a special bloodline. It was normal for people like Mayev to awaken magic or a special bloodline after being strongly stimulated. She should be a first or second night awakener. However, she'd been pretending to be dead at the time. Everyone thought that she was in a coma or in self-isolation, but she'd actually woken up. This was why no one had noticed her night of awakening. Because she'd been in the association's headquarters, she'd been killed by the members of the association and the evil spirit group during the night of awakening. Everyone had even forgotten that it was the night of awakening. Sometimes, when one's power reached a certain level, this kind of attack couldn't even be considered an attack anymore. The only one who could truly pressure the members of the association was probably Third Night. There were already a few people in the association who could face the third night alone. Chapter 1974. Hey, Adonis Ziggs. As soon as Chun Zhao arrived, he saw Aduz and Jiggs fishing by the lake. "Giggs, you really don't look like you should be sitting by the lake fishing." Giggs was only in his early 30s. In Chun Zhao's impression, fishing was something people around Aduz's age would do. Giggs had told him that he had a company that did the import and export of agricultural products. It was not a small scale, and the company's annual profit was about $50 million US. This was already the scale of a large company. He seemed to be a little disheartened now. He didn't care about the company anymore and just stayed at the association's headquarters all day. Chun Zhao didn't mind having another pair of chopsticks in the headquarters, but he still felt that Giggs should pull himself together. President, are you saying that I'm old? Aduz looked at Chun Zhao. Fine, I misspoke. Chun Zhao shrugged. Where are Miss Neri and Miss Maiev? Ever since Maiev awakened, he's been practicing magic all day with Miss Neri. Jig's face was full of resentment. Mr. Chun, can I awaken too? I can't help you with that. My wife is also a normal person, Chun Zhao said helplessly. But I can make your body better. This is for you. Chun Zhao tossed a strengthening potion to Jiggs. We have a few members who haven't awakened their magic power. They're no weaker than spiritualists. Actually, Chun Zhao could understand Giggs' pain. He blamed himself for being weak and powerless. And now, even his wife, who had been hurt in the past, was becoming stronger. She didn't even need his protection anymore. On the contrary, he was the one who needed protection the most. That was why he had become so decadent. No matter how much money he could make, it couldn't make up for this sense of loss. Aside from me, Aduz said, Mr. Chun, can you train me? There are people in the association who are more professional than me, such as Gaia and Klaus. They are better than me in this aspect, and I'm not suitable to train you. Just then, Nellywan Lancy and Maiev walked over. Mr. Chun, the two greeted. Mr. Chun, I want you to take a look at my magic. I don't know much about other systems of magic. I just want to see how effective magic is in actual combat. To be honest, Chun Zhao was more willing to let her husband, Jiggs, take care of this, instead of asking an outsider like him to come. Mr. Chun, Jiggs said, Maiev doesn't have anyone to teach him. Please help him. All right then, we better back off, Nellywan Lancy said. Maiev's magic is very powerful. Is this enough? Aduz asked. Not enough, Nellywan Lancy said. Maiev's spell has a large range. By this time, they had already retreated 50 meters away. Nellywan Lancy didn't stop until she was 100 meters away. This should be a safe distance, Nelly said. Chun Zhao faced Maiev. Maiev, you can start now. I can attack however I want. Since it's a test of magic, you can start with the weaker ones. Yes, I understand. Maiev nodded. After Maiev reminded her, she started to attack. Her attacks did not have complex magic incantations or time to prepare. Instead, they were instant. She only needed to open her mouth to attack. Maiev screamed. Chun Zhao was shocked at first, thinking that something had happened to Maiev. But very soon, he realized that Maiev's screams were magic attacks. There was no trace of the sound. It was just an invisible sound wave. Chun Zhao felt something hit his body. Even his ears felt pressurized. The sound wave attack was not strong, but it was not disintegrated by Chun Zhao's non-elemental body. The effect was minuscule, but it was indeed effective on Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao immediately understood. The sound wave attack looked like a magic attack, but it was actually a physical attack. This was because sound had to be transmitted through a medium. It was a physical transmission method. Chun Zhao's non-elemental body was only effective against magic attacks. Also, Chun Zhao remembered that apart from physical attacks, sound was also the strongest attack on eardrums. Mr. Chun, how's my magic? Not bad, but not enough. You could try to increase its power. Is it group or individual? You seem to be good at studying it alone, Chun Zhao said in surprise. There are actually group and individual attacks. Let's try individual attacks first. Maiev took 2 more steps back and opened her mouth again. But this time, she did not make a loud sound. Instead, it was very soft. But to Chun Zhao, the sound was very ear-piercing. Even Chun Zhao could not help but grit his teeth and cover his ears with his hands. However, the sound was too penetrating. Chun Zhao's hands were actually useless. Just then, Chun Zhao thought of an idea. He could directly control the spiritual qi in the world and expel all the air in his ears, turning his ears into a vacuum. As expected, without air as a medium, the sound lost its effect. After Maiev stopped attacking, Chun Zhao's ears were finally filled with air again. Chun Zhao gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. Your magic is very strong. Really? Not many people can make me uncomfortable, Chun Zhao said. This is a high-frequency sound, right? Yes. Then let me see group attacks. Maiev opened his mouth again, and this time, it was a loud and clear scream. Ah! With Maiev as the center, the sound wave instantly exploded and spread in all directions. Chun Zhao gasped. So powerful. The impact was not very powerful, but the range was very large. Maiev could at least kill people within a 50-meter radius. Of course, the power of this attack range was nothing to write home about. Against a normal person, she could kill them instantly within this attack range. But it was not enough against a spiritualist. Maiev, your attack range is large enough, but it's not powerful enough. Do you have any suggestions for my magic? You've already reached a very high standard for individual attacks. If a spiritualist faces you for the first time, it'll be difficult for them to defend against your full power attack. As for group attacks, you need to modify them further. The range is important, but the power is barely satisfactory. If you want to improve, you need to modify group attacks first. Reduce the range appropriately and ensure the power of the attack. Chapter 1975. At first, Portia didn't want Zephyra to become Chun Zhao's personal assistant. But after Chun Zhao left, she suddenly realized that it was pretty good. Zephyr worked really hard. She wouldn't complain at all. She could just lie down and rest. Zephyra was more professional than her. In the Bright Moon Mountain manor, he could do anything. Miss Portia, you better get up and work, the butler system reminded her. Your boss, my master, is on his way back. Portia jumped up like a startled bird. She had a nervous reaction to Chun Zhao now. She would react when she heard his name. But Portia quickly realized that Chun Zhao was still on his way. Why did she react so much? Portia slumped back onto the sofa. Comfortable. Portia jumped up from the sofa. Chun Zhao put his hands in his pockets and smiled at Portia. Looks like you always work like this when I'm not here. Really? No, it's not like that. Zephyr finished everything today, so I took a break. Really? Why is Zephyr still working? Is this finished? Boss, didn't the butler say you were still on your way? Liar. He's a liar. Miss Portia, when I said master was on his way, I meant he was on his way in. Maybe I should change my expression. There's no need to change it. I think this expression suits my interests very well. Boss. Zephyr came over. Boss, I'll go prepare lunch now. You don't have to be in charge of lunch. Zephyr, boss has a magical chef who never shows his face. As long as we don't enter the kitchen, lunch and dinner will be prepared automatically and then disappear. Portia had learned her lesson and knew that she couldn't find Chun Zhao. Once, she sensed that someone was cooking in the kitchen, so she ran into the kitchen. But she didn't see anyone. There was indeed something cooking in the pot. Then Chun Zhao forced her into the kitchen and she took over his work. Since then, Portia had completely lost interest in it. She didn't disturb the mysterious chef anymore. Zephyr looked at Chun Zhao curiously. Portia, have you heard the story of the conch girl? Never heard of it. A long time ago, a young man picked up a field snail and kept it in his basin. The field snail became the field snail lady. Every time the young man went out to farm, the field snail lady would help him with the housework, cooking, and washing. Portia rolled her eyes. Boss, are you trying to tell me that you have a conch girl in your house? You can understand it that way. As if I'd believe you. Although Zephyr didn't believe in conch girls either. However, she knew that it was definitely a supernatural force. After all, Chun Zhao was a powerful spiritualist. So it wouldn't be strange for some kind of supernatural power to appear in his house. Just as Portia had said, Chun Zhao had them go to the kitchen to bring out the dishes at midnight. Revra found that there were holes less than 60 centimeters in the walls of the house, including the kitchen. These holes should be for some very small creatures to enter and exit. They should be some short, psychic supernatural creatures. Portia had been working here for more than 2 months and hadn't found a single clue. In less than half a day, Revra had already figured out what was going on. Of course, this also had to do with the unequal information they had. After lunch, Portia and Revra sent the dishes to the kitchen and could finally rest. Chun Zhao forced all the kids to take a nap. This was Chun Zhao's strict requirement and couldn't be disobeyed. Some kids tried to resist. Then, Chun Zhao would give them a Banshee's Charm combo and let them sleep until the end of time. As time went by, no kid refused to take a nap anymore. Refra and Portia chatted in the yard, enjoying the sunlight while enjoying the sea breeze. Chen Zhao took some drinks, beer, and snacks, and sat beside them. Refra, what happened to your original job? I quit. Won't your company cause trouble for you? I completed a certain amount of work, Refra said calmly. No one will. Boss, Refra, are you guys trying to imply something? Refra used to be an assassin in an assassin organization. She got tired of her life and decided to give up on it. She wants to live like a normal person. Refra also came into contact with the secrets of the assassin organization, so she's worried that the organization will send assassins to kill her. Is that right? Yes. Chen Zhao nodded. Huh, am I right? Portia jumped up, but when she saw Chen Zhao and Refra's mocking smiles, she realized that she'd been tricked again. Just then, Chen Zhao's phone rang again. Chen Zhao returned to his room to answer. Zhang, how did it go? The Dragon King agreed, but he asked for Tugu's heart as evidence. Don't tell me you want it yourself, you old fox. We have to have the most basic trust between us. Do you know that it hurts me to hear you say that? Stop bullshitting. Did you get the manual for the Yellow Jade Divine Residence? No. Do you think Qingcheng Mountain's library is a library? Even if it's a library, you need a library card. You said it's easy. Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi called. Every time, it was just bullshitting and trash talking. Both sides were still enjoying it. By the way, Chen Zhao, why don't we work together to take care of those heaven-piercing problems? I'll contact them, and you'll do the work. We'll split the benefits. You'll get as far away from me as you can get. Don't be unhappy. My connections are all worth tens of thousands of gold coins. I can't be bothered with you. Call me after you know how to use the Yellow Jade Divine Residence. Don't call me randomly. International calls are really expensive. By the way, Chen Zhao, you really don't want to come back? Go back for what? After all, China is the most supernatural region. There are more masters. If you come back, you'll be able to meet more spiritualists. The atmosphere here will be different. I like the feeling of a monkey being king when there's no tiger in the mountain. I can do whatever I want in America. Why would I go to a place full of competition? Chen Zhao's words revealed his lack of ambition. Then it's good to come back and participate in some small activities. After all, whether it's the East or the West, constitutionalism emphasizes communication. Everyone takes what they need and complements each other's weaknesses. I realize that every time we talk, you'll ask me to come back. Are you thinking of some shady business again? Chapter 1976. You're talking about me as if I'm some big bad guy. You've done such a thing before. You tricked 2 dragons into coming to our country and almost killed them. You'll never be able to clear your name from this dark history. Yes, I've done such a thing before. But look at who they are. We're not that close. Don't call us brothers. I don't know you that well, and I really don't have any confidence in your character. You've hurt my heart. I thought we were friends despite the difference in age. Stop bullshitting. That Dragon King wants Tugu's heart? He doesn't want Melita's heart? It's Tugu who's competing with his son for the throne, not his wife. How can we give it to him? Don't worry. He'll think it's too easy if we're in such a hurry. What's there to be afraid of? If he dares to go back on his word, we'll just expose it and say that he sent people to kill Tugu. As long as he still has some dignity, he'll have to consider the consequences. You're no less shameless than me. Zhang Tianyi sighed. By the way, how strong is the Dragon King? Very powerful. I don't know the specifics. After all, he's lived for almost 3,000 years. How long can this old monster live? Not long. He'll die within 100 years. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for an heir. Zhang Tianyi said, and at his age, he basically doesn't dare to fight with others. Every time he fights, his lifespan will be shortened by a few years. Why is that? Will fighting reduce his lifespan? You were full of vigor at that age. Even if you fought with your life on the line every day, you could still recover quickly. However, people who have reached the limit of their lifespan have to use their own strength to sustain their lives, just like the 23rd generation. Normally, she should have died 5 years ago because she relied on her own strength to break through the limit of her lifespan. It's the same for the Dragon King. Old Zhang, you won't tell others that I have this stone, will you? Do you think I'm a gossiper? Don't forget, when you learned about the origin stone from me, you immediately told the 23rd generation about it. I'm old friends with the 23rd generation. I have nothing to do with the Dragon King. For the dragon race, they never had to worry about humans. They had always been the dominant party in their dealings with the humans. Humans only knew how to back down, and back down. Every single one of them is a nuclear bomb. Perhaps the humans had more nukes than their population. However, if humans were to use nuclear weapons, they would basically be harming the enemy while harming themselves. All the dragons had to do was hide in a human city. It was unknown whether or not the humans' nuclear bombs could kill the dragons, but the humans themselves would definitely be the first to suffer. Therefore, unless it was an all-out war, humans would definitely be at a disadvantage. At least, that was what Trish and Saint and thought in the past. But in that battle, they had personally witnessed that terrifying face. He laughed and killed all the dragons. Now, they were back in Los Angeles. After a few days, the two of them returned. Shen, those treasures will not disappear, even if they are buried underground for a few years. There is no need to go back now. Cui Xin was very dissatisfied. In her opinion, it was too dangerous if that human found out. They didn't even have the chance to struggle. Deep in their hearts, they had already been branded with a deep fear by that human. If it wasn't necessary, they definitely wouldn't return here. But Shang-An's greed for the treasures won over his desires. Cui Xin also didn't want to see Shang-An die here. At least, she had the world compass. If they encountered that man, they would only need to delay him for 3 minutes, and they would be able to escape. The world compass was an extremely powerful divine artifact. Even if it couldn't be used anytime and anywhere, one couldn't deny its power. Moreover, it was just a part. It wasn't a real divine artifact. Cui Xin's goal was to complete the divine artifact, to achieve the final, perfect form. And before getting the diamond, all from Shang-En, he couldn't die. Therefore, she had to accompany Shang-En back to Los Angeles. Of course, they had made preparations before coming. They had thought of a way to fool the Dragon Slayer's monitoring device. They had even changed their appearance. Cui Xin and Shang-En carefully returned to the manor. There were no changes in the manor. It was as if nothing had happened. After all, the battle had been in an alternate dimension, so it didn't affect the real world. Cui Xin and Shang-En were still worried that Chun Zhao or the other Dragon Slayers had set up some device here. Therefore, they were even more careful. They observed outside the manor for half a day until the sun set. After confirming that there was no one in the manor, Shang-En and Cui Xin entered. Shang-En quickly entered the study and operated the mechanism on the wall. Only then did he open a secret passage in the wall. Just remove the wall. Why do you have to be so troublesome? Cui Xin said impatiently. The mechanisms here are all connected. So what? Could it be that your traps here can harm me? Or you? No. Then why are you wasting time? The mechanisms here can't hurt us, but they can destroy the treasures here. Cui Xin glanced at Shang-En dissatisfied. But Shang-En didn't care at all. There was only his treasure in his heart. His passion and greed for treasures surpassed everything else. Wait for me here. Don't follow me for the rest of the way, Shang-En said in the narrow secret passage. Scrooge, are you afraid that I'll steal your treasures? I'm only interested in the caltrip ball, Cui Xin said unhappily. But Shang-En was very firm. If Cui Xin questioned whether she wanted to follow him, Shang-En might fight her. If they attracted the attention of that human, then both of them would be dead. Cui Xin didn't want to force Shang-En too much. Shang-En walked forward alone until he disappeared into the darkness. Shang-En's treasures were hidden very well. He'd also set up a special barrier around them. If anyone tried to rob him of his treasures, the treasures would be directly sent into a different dimension. Shang-En came to the treasure room. It was about 100 square meters, but there were large amounts of gold, silver, gems, and all kind of art inside. Shang-En let out a long sigh. His eyes became misty. Every time he saw his 400 years of accumulation, Shang-En would sink into it. It had almost become his weakness. It was a desire that was crazier and greedier than others. When he faced the treasures, he had no way to resist. Chapter 1977. His head partially turned into a dragon. Then he opened his mouth and began to suck. All the treasures were sucked into his mouth. His magic was to shrink, and not only himself, but other objects could also be shrunk. In fact, shrinking objects was much easier than shrinking oneself. Shang-En quickly swept away all the treasures and collections here. All the treasures were hidden in one of his dragon teeth. Only then did Shang-En walk out of the treasure room with satisfaction. Cui Xin was already impatient. When Shang-En came out, Cui Xin didn't give him a good look. "We can go now," Shang-En said with satisfaction. "When will you give it to me?" Cui Xin didn't want to act with Shang-En. He was too unsafe, and with his greedy personality, he would expose them sooner or later. So Cui Xin couldn't wait to escape from Shang-En's side. He was a time bomb, and they didn't even know when he would blow them to pieces. "I want you to take me to Treasure Island," Shang-En said. "Impossible. I will only tell you the location of Treasure Island. Then you give me the Caltra cone, and we won't owe each other anything." "How do I know if the location you said is true or false?" "I don't believe you." Just as Cui Xin didn't trust and hate Shang-En, Shang-En didn't trust Cui Xin either. "I don't have to lie to you. Maybe you don't even know the location of Treasure Island, and you're lying to me." Shang-En's suspicions weren't superfluous. With Cui Xin's nature, she was likely to make up the location of Treasure Island for him. This was all possible. Cui Xin was annoyed. "Anyway, I won't go to Treasure Island again." "Why?" "Anyway, can't you just take me to Treasure Island and then come out? There is a big snake on Treasure Island, and my world compass was taken from it. If I return to Treasure Island, it will never let me leave so easily." "Can't you beat that big snake?" "If I say that big snake is Jormungandr, would you believe it?" Cui Xin's expression was extremely solemn. "You must be joking. That's just a legend." Shang-En's expression also changed slightly. "To humans, we are also legends." Cui Xin looked at Saint and said, "But I really saw it. The head of that giant snake came out of the dark clouds. Its head was even bigger than my body. If it wasn't Jormungandr, I can't think of anyone else with such a huge body." In Norse mythology, Jormungandr, a monster that perished together with Thor, the god of thunder. One of the three gods of destruction born to the evil god Loki and the female, giant Angrboda. The evil god Loki and the female, giant Angrboda had 3 children together. The eldest was the demon wolf Fenrir, the youngest was the goddess of death, Hel, and the second was Jormungandr. Jormungandr and Thor could be said to be fated enemies. They had fought many times in their lives, and in the end, both of them perished together. Jormungandr's head and tail could circle the world, so it was also called the world snake, and it also symbolized eternity. Also, I saw an upside-down palace in the sky. I suspect that the palace is the Odin race's palace, Asgard. I still don't believe it. It's just a legend. Even the dragons couldn't confirm if the Odin race really existed or if it was just a legend. I don't care if you believe it or not. Anyway, I won't go back to Treasure Island and face that terrifying snake. You have the world compass. You can escape at any time. I stole the world compass from Jormungandr. Do you think it'll work on him? Cui Xin sneered. Cui Xin tried to explain, but Sainin was still firm. Both sides fell into a stalemate. Neither was willing to take a step back. To Cui Xin, Treasure Island was also a nightmare. It was the same as asking her to walk around Chen Zhao's house. Would Chen Zhao talk to her about life and ideals? He would probably only treat her as a trophy, hang her head in front of his house. If that's the case, let's go our separate ways, Saint said. Cui Xin was furious. She criticized Saint. Are you breaking up with me? Breaking up? Not really. I just want to protect my interests. You're full of lies. I definitely won't believe a liar. Cui Xin took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Do you know where I got the information about Treasure Island? Come on, make up a new lie. I got the information from my father, Cui Xin said. It's a nightmare that has tortured him his entire life. Satan sneered at Cui Xin. A patricide actually has the face to mention your father? I'm helping him escape, Cui Xin said coldly. Don't make patricide sound so noble. Forget it. I don't want to continue this topic. Cui Xin didn't want to talk about it either. Patricide wasn't an easy crime for her. After all, she'd received the title of the most evil dragon because of it. Even among the dragons, patricide was a huge crime. There's indeed no need for us to continue talking. You'll regret it. Chui Xian's cold eyes stared at Satan. Since I've already been charged with patricide, I don't mind being charged with killing my brother. You want to fight me? Are you sure you want to fight me here? Satan sneered at Chui Xian. He knew how afraid Chui Xian was of death and Chun Zhao. If they fought here, they would be too close to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao would definitely notice the shockwaves from their battle. Chui Xian obviously wouldn't fight here. She just turned around and left silently. She was good at being cunning and sinister. These were all things she had learned from human beings. To achieve her goals, she could do even more outrageous things. Saint and just wanted to leave with his treasures and collections. The siblings parted ways just like that. They didn't get along, but they had a common thought. Even if they had to fight to the death, they couldn't do it in L.A. The consequences of making a move here were very serious. Saint and had to take human transportation. Chui Xian didn't need that. She used the world compass to leave. In the blink of an eye, Chui Xian had already left L.A. She appeared in an unfamiliar area. Chui Xian looked around, trying to figure out where she was. Strange. What city is this? Chui Xian muttered to herself. Miss, are you lost? Chapter 1978. Chui Xian turned to look beside her. It was a white-haired Asian old man with a goatee. The Asian old man was looking at him with a lecherous gaze. Chui Xian's expression darkened. She raised her hand to slap the old man. Of course, if this slap landed on her face, it wouldn't just be one slap. Junshan Taoist technique, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, freeze. Zhang Tianyi grinned. Little girl, did you want to kill me just now? Chui Xian's raised arm suddenly felt like it was filled with cement. She couldn't move at all. This made her realize that the old man in front of her wasn't as simple as he seemed. Chui Xian immediately turned to leave, but she soon realized that her feet also felt like they were filled with lead. After trying a few times, Chui Xian realized that she couldn't remove the freeze curse at all. She didn't expect to be so unlucky. She used a random teleportation and actually teleported to the side of an expert. Little girl, do you know that this is China? If you use magic casually here, you'll be spanked. Slap. Oh, you dare hit me? Chui Xian glared at Zhang Tianyi angrily. I'm hitting you. So what if you're a dragon? Zhang Tianyi hit her again. Looking at his face, he seemed to be enjoying it. You know I'm a dragon? With my fiery eyes, no matter what kind of monster you are, I can see you. Zhang Tianyi's eyes stared at Chui Xian's chest. Let go of me, or I'll show my true form. Chui Xian didn't expect to be so unlucky. She'd long heard that China was the most active place in the supernatural world. In the past, she thought it was nothing special. Now, she truly believed that she could meet such a hidden expert on the streets. If she knew that the person in front of her was the world's #1 in the supernatural world, how would she feel? True form? Why don't you show me? Zhang Tianyi sneered at Chui Xian. If you want to be steamed, just show your true form. Ask your Dragon King if he dares to show his true form in China. How dare a little loach like you act so presumptuously in front of me? Although they were in the downtown area, Zhang Tianyi was confident that he could kill Chui Xian before she went berserk, especially when Chui Xian was still under his spell. You dare kill me? My clan will definitely not let you off. Chui Xian threatened. Zhang Tianyi jumped up and slapped the back of Chui Xian's head. Aren't you going to let me go? Come on. Won't you let me go? Come on. Zhang Tianyi was completely unconvinced by Chui Xian's threats. I'm over 100 years old. What haven't I seen? That's enough. I'm a member of the dragon race, after all. Are you a space dragon? No. After the death of the last space dragon, there hasn't been a space dragon in the Dragon Clan for more than 1,000 years. If you're a space dragon, then the Dragon Clan would have already made a big fuss about it. But how can you suddenly appear here? Could it be some kind of magical treasure? Zhang Tianyi looked at Chui Xian up and down. Spatial magic? Or some kind of magic treasure or divine artifact? Chui Xian's heart tightened. Zhang Tianyi immediately smiled. It seems to be a spatial treasure. Zhang Tianyi snapped his fingers, and Chui Xin immediately felt the spell on her body being released. Come back to the mountain with me. Chui Xin was still standing in the same place, staring at Zhang Tianyi warily. Zhang Tianyi turned his head and looked at Chui Xin, who was standing still. You want to snatch my divine artifact? Zhang Tianyi laughed. I'm not interested in spatial divine artifacts. Why? Chui Xin didn't believe that there would be someone who wouldn't be tempted in the face of a divine artifact. Although I haven't used a spatial-type divine artifact before, I have some understanding of it. The better the effect of a spatial divine artifact, the greater the side effects. This is the existence of karma. A spatial divine artifact can't be used to escape, because you can escape from your enemies, but you can't escape karma. You must have used a spatial divine artifact to escape recently, which is why you were teleported to me. What kind of logic is that? There are roughly 3 types of spatial divine artifacts. The first type is the small jump type, which is suitable for combat to improve one's mobility. The advantage is that it can cast spells quickly, but the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of magic power. The second type is directional teleportation, which has no side effects. However, the disadvantage of this type of spatial divine artifact is that it takes a long time to prepare, and the one-time consumption of magic power can almost drain you dry. This type of spatial divine artifact is basically used as a means of transportation and is almost useless in battle. The third type is the spatial divine artifact that you are using now, which teleports randomly. The operating mechanism of your spatial divine artifact is very complicated. It doesn't consume magic power, but it will involve you in karma. There's a high chance that you will be teleported to someone who will have karma with you, perhaps your family or friends, or perhaps your enemies. How do you know that my spatial divine artifact teleports randomly? When you appeared on the street, you obviously didn't know where you were and have been standing on the street observing. Zhang Tianyi said, and with your level, you can't teleport without consumption, so it can only be the third type of random teleportation. And it can be said that you appeared in front of me, which can be said to be inevitable. I've used it a few times, and nothing like this has happened before. Why is that? When you draw a line on a piece of white paper with your eyes covered, nothing will happen during the process. Then, when you draw the second line may pass through the mark left behind by the first line. When you draw the third line, the chances of touching the previous mark will increase, and the chances of the fourth line will be even greater. Over and over again, the chances of encountering it will increase. It's the same with the divine artifact in your hand. Nothing happened the first few times, which can only mean that your luck is good. But this time, you just happen to be teleported in front of me, which means that your luck is starting to change. You know so much about spatial divine artifacts. Is it because there are many spatial divine artifacts in this world? It's not a lot, but it's not a small number either. Our sect also has them, but very few people use them. The 3 types of spatial divine artifacts I mentioned all have their own limitations. Chui Xin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhang Tianyi. She was considering using the world compass again after its cooldown was over. I know what you're thinking. You want to try again, right? Could it be that you think I should just surrender? Zhang Tianyi smiled and stared at Chui Xin. If you want to teleport to the side of the person you fear the most the next time you teleport, you can give it a try. Do you know who I fear the most? Chapter 1979. Chui Xin's heart skipped a beat. She felt like she was suffering from a human phobia. This kind of mental illness really existed in the dragon race. They feared weak humans. The Chun Zhao she'd met before had already made her feel powerless. Now, this old human made her scalp go numb. Zhang Tianyi calculated with his fingers. The person I fear the most should also be from China, but he has the ability to kill dragons and tigers. The next time you meet him, it'll be your death. Zhang Tianyi's words made Chui Xin even more afraid. You're lying to me, right? Zhang Tianyi ignored Chui Xin's doubt and kept his fake expression. Also, I've calculated that you'll die in his hands in less than half a year. What should I do? What should I do? Chui Xin finally believed him. She knew that in China's supernatural world, prophecy spells had always been very powerful. Almost every spiritualist knew how to do some divination. Since Zhang Tianyi was so powerful, his prophecy spells must be very powerful too. Come to my mountain and live for 3 years. I guarantee that you'll be rid of all disasters and bad luck. You'll be happy and everything will go smoothly. Really, you don't have to believe me, but after you go up the mountain, I won't kill you or lock you up. You can come and go if you want, but don't go back up after you go down. Chui Si'in's eyes sparkled. 3 years was just a blink of an eye for dragons. However, 3 years might be the best time to find and assemble that divine artifact. Can it be shorter? Do you think this is a market where you can bargain? Chui Si'in bit her lip and finally said, I'll go up with you, but if I find something wrong, I'll go down immediately. Up to you. With Zephyra, Chun Zhao's body and mind were different. Zephyra was more diligent, patient, and capable than Portia. She never complained about the dirty and tiring work at home. She always finished it silently. With Chun Zhao's wicked mouth, he obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity. He belittled Portia to nothing. Chun Zhao was very free these 2 days. He spent most of his time cultivating and training. He didn't go out either. Today, Chun Zhao was diving in the sea. Zephyra and Portia were cleaning the house. At that moment, a stranger entered the Bright Moon Villa. Both Zephyra and Portia were confused when they saw the stranger, because the butler system didn't give him any notifications. Those who did not receive any notifications from the butler system meant that they had been approved and could enter the Bright Moon Villa directly. Portia, do you know this person? I don't know him. I've never seen him here. Oh, then let's inform the boss. He should be here for the boss. Refra looked at the stranger who had already walked through the door. Zephyra, on the other hand, went to the front alley to greet them. But when Zephyr saw this person, she felt that there was something different about him. This was clearly the first time they had met, but she felt that this person was exuding a kind of affinity. This stranger was obviously a fatty, and he wasn't cute, nor was he handsome. However, he felt that this person should be a good person. Could it be that she had fallen in love with this person? No, this is the influence of magic. Zephyr woke up instantly. Are you using magic on me? Huh? Lila Gavich turned to look at Zevla. Are you a psychic too? Who are you? I'm here for Mr. Chun, Lila Gavich said. Also, I didn't use any magic on you. What you felt was my natural affinity. Zephyr looked at Lila Gavich in confusion. She had never interacted with elves before. She didn't even know about their existence. She had to admit that in her past life as a dragon slayer, her knowledge had always been very narrow. She knew of the existence of the dragon clan, but she did not know of the existence of the elf clan. Of course, with Lila Gavich's burly appearance, it was difficult for normal people to associate him with elves. Is Mr. Chun home? He is, but he's swimming in the sea. My other colleague has already informed Mr. Chun. Also, my colleague is a normal person. Okay, I understand. Lila Gavich nodded. Are you Mr. Chin's subordinate? More accurately, his personal assistant, Zephyr said. Zephyr was curious about Lila Gavich's identity. However, since Lila Gavich was Chun Zhao's guest, as a subordinate, she wouldn't rashly ask about his identity. When Lila Gavich entered the living room, Chun Zhao was already back. Lila, why are you here? Mr. Chun, I want to ask for your help. What help? Chun Zhao looked at Lila Gavich. The two of them were allies purely based on benefits. However, Chun Zhao was quite grateful to Lila. After all, Chun Zhao had learned the power of Jin from Lila. He had helped Chun Zhao a lot. So, if it wasn't too troublesome, Chun Zhao was willing to help. Portia, let's go out, Zephyr said. Zephyr was too good at reading people's expressions. She knew that Lila Gavich was hesitating because of her and Portia's presence. After Zephyra and Portia left, Lila Gavich finally spoke. I'm going to become an elven emissary, Lila Gage said. I remember that you just became a great elf not long ago, right? You're going to level up again so soon? It's different. Great elf is a level of power among the elves, while elf envoy is a special status. As long as certain conditions are met, any elf can become an elf envoy. Oh, like elf king and elf elder. It's a status and not a symbol of power, right? That's true, but there's a difference. The elven king needs the blood of the elven royal family in order to become the elven king. The royal family's bloodline has already disappeared from our race for 1,000 years. Not anyone can become the Elven King, but the Elven envoys don't have the bloodline restriction. Okay, I don't understand. How can I help you? Help you suppress the nature elves? No. To become an elf envoy, I won't be facing those nature elves. Instead, I'll be facing a test from all living things. In your Chinese language, it's God's test. I have to go through it. Chun Zhao's eyes widened. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Do I look like I'm joking with you? Like being struck by lightning? No, the elf envoy's test isn't limited to lightning. Anyway, it's very troublesome. Anything is possible. If you're here these 2 days, I can help, but I definitely won't have time next week. Chapter 1980. It won't be that fast. There should be around a month. You can't confirm the exact time? To become an elf envoy, you first have to pay respects to the ancestors and receive their recognition. Then you have to receive the blessings of fairies and at least 90% of your tribe's recognition. The ancestors represent the dead, the fairies represent nature, and the tribe represents the living. Only with these three's recognition will you have the right to become an elf envoy. Then, you have to sacrifice dragon blood to the world tree and make your achievements known to millions of people. Speaking of this, Lila Gavik pulled up his sleeve. A dark red brand appeared on it. This brand will become fainter every day. When it finally disappears, it will be the day I face the test of all things in the world. It's estimated to be around 30 days. I can understand the first 3, but do you have dragon blood? Amanda Didier is a dragon, so of course his blood is dragon blood. What about the world tree? Does the world tree really exist in this world? In the legends of the elves are the fruits of the world tree. After falling to the ground, they turned into elves, so we are the children of the world tree. In the hearts of every elf, the world tree really exists. You said that the world tree exists, but where is it? I don't know. Every elf is looking for the world tree. They've been looking since ancient times. What about your achievements? Have you done anything great? I got someone to use my name as the main character and wrote a legendary adventure biography. Through distribution, I've sent out tens of millions of copies. Currently, this book has been at the top of the bestseller list for 3 weeks. Hearing Lila Gavik's words, Chen Zhao almost vomited blood. You can do that? Isn't your ceremony a bit too careless? This ceremony is an ancient ceremony. At that time, only real legendary heroes were qualified to compile their experiences and great deeds into a book and spread it for people to revere and worship. However, in this era, as long as you have money, these problems are no longer a problem. The restrictions of the past have also lost their meaning. Chen Zhao grinned. Is it really okay to blaspheme your ancestors' ceremony like this? Do you think the ancestors of our elves were very strict? Lila Gavik rolled his eyes. Cutting off the head of a tyrant, killing an evil dragon, defeating an army, destroying a country, saving a people, and challenging a demon king. You have to complete at least 3 of these to be considered great achievements. Do you think any elf envoy in the past has completed 3 of these? Chen Zhao was also dumbfounded. The ancestors of the elves were really ambitious. Any one of these achievements was almost impossible to complete. He actually needed 3 of them to be considered great achievements. Even for Chen Zhao, the only thing he was confident in was killing an evil dragon. The other missions were almost impossible. Actually, in the past, those elven envoys had to fabricate their great achievements to gain the recognition of the world tree. But in this era, everything has become more convenient. Indeed, according to Lila Gavik, in the past, when communication was not developed, it took years or even decades for a person's biography to circulate. According to Lila Gavik, it would take years or even decades for a person's biography to spread in the past. As long as they were willing to spend money, the entire world would know their name in half a month. Anyway, Chen Zhao just felt that this ceremony was too perfunctory. What's the point of being an elf envoy? It's just a title, Lila Gavik said. Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He clearly didn't believe Lila Gavik. The complicated ceremony that he'd gone through, so much trouble, definitely wasn't just for a title. But since he didn't say anything, Chen Zhao didn't ask. Okay, I'll take it, Chen Zhao said. Let me know when you feel like you're about to go through the tribulation. Lila Gavik nodded. Oh, the last Pacific storm of the year will come 4 days after Christmas. What do you mean? Chun Zhao looked at Lila Gavik in confusion. Mr. Chun, you've been asking about Treasure Island, right? Yes. Chun Zhao knew that he'd asked Lila Gavik before. At the same time, he'd asked him to help him gather all information about Treasure Island. I got a diary left behind by an adventurer from hundreds of years ago. He wrote a poem in the diary. I'm waiting for the storm. I'm a petrel chasing the storm. I'll go wherever the wind goes. That place will be the dreamland of all explorers and pirates. I'll enjoy endless glory and wealth. Lila Gavik said. After this adventurer left this diary, he went to look for the legendary Treasure Island. Storm, petrel? Skull Hanks once said that there was a witch in his team. When a storm came, the witch turned into a petrel and guided them to follow the storm. They found the 7 mysterious islands, and from there, they found their final destination, Treasure Island. Chun Zhao wasn't thinking about the treasures on Treasure Island. It was still unknown whether there were treasures or how many there were. What Chun Zhao really cared about was another question. Who had sent Skull Hanks to Chun Zhao? The letter had come from the explorer Fanity. However, in Chun Zhao's impression, Fanity shouldn't have much to do with supernatural events. Therefore, Chun Zhao really suspected that Fanity had sent him Skull Hanks. Or rather, someone had sent him a skull under Fanity's name. Chun Zhao couldn't contact Fanity either. He was very doubtful that she was still alive. The first time, Fanity had sent him a metal object. She was referring to the golden curse of Kamasa Island. The second time, she'd sent him Skull Hanks. She'd never sent him anything good. Skull Hanks seemed to have been sent to guide Chun Zhao to Treasure Island. This meant that someone had already landed on Treasure Island and wanted to guide Chun Zhao to it. What was their goal? To share the treasures on Treasure Island with him? Chun Zhao wasn't that naive. There were only 2 reasons for wanting him to land on Treasure Island. One was to harm him. The other was that they needed help or help. Apart from these 2 possibilities, Chun Zhao couldn't think of a third one.